Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel as you see in the thumbnail. This is part 7 of What If Naruto was in Maken and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like and subscribe and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto was leaning against the wall of a classroom that the male students of Tenbi were in as Kengo had reserved the room for an important meeting. Brethren, firstly for joining today's meeting I give my thanks. Kengo started. I have many things to say, but today there's only one. In this era such unfairness is it possible to forgive unreasonable behaviors? No. It's unforgivable. Today, we shall stand up. Tenbi male students. Kengo declared with righteous authority and an equally righteous roar of applause and cheers from all the male students in the classroom. Well, all except for Naruto. These idiots make you and those other perverted idiots in Konoha look sophisticated. Kurama said with annoyance. You're telling me? Naruto thought with dull, half-lidded eyes and his arms crossed. I just wonder how the girls will take this. Kengo then slammed a stack of papers in front of Furin, surprising her and Yuka by the sudden act. What is this? Furin asked. Signatures. No there shouts coming from the guy's spirits. Kengo said with a serious tone and demeanor. Shouts from spirits? Furin questioned. Let me explain. You see Kengo called all the guys together and had a meeting. They all want swimming classes to be co-ed instead of separating the genders. Naruto explained. In other words, you guys are not happy because you won't see girls in their swimwear. Why are Tenbi guys a whole bunch of idiots? Azuki said with a smirk. Hey, I didn't agree to this, everyone else did. Naruto said with an annoyed look as he crossed his arms. Azuki-senpai are you sewing? Kengo questioned in surprise. Once again trying to be a girl. Takeru questioned, but was then punched in the head. She's not trying anything, and besides she ain't no girl, she's a woman. Naruto said. Thank you Naruto, but I didn't need any defending. Azuki said with a small smile. I know, but anyway I do think it's cute when you do stuff like that Azuki-chan. Naruto said with a meek smile. His eyes closed, his arms behind his head and a blush. And why is that? Azuki asked with a raised eyebrow feeling suspicious about his words. I don't know. I just do. Naruto said with his eyes still closed and his blush still present as he scratched his left cheek with his index finger. Azuki said with half-lidded eyes as a small blush appeared on her cheeks. These days, girlish, and boyish, are obsolete words and it's embarrassing to say boys and girls are equals, even now. That why swimming lessons should be fairly conducted on the same schedule. Kengo exclaimed with vigor. So it's all about that. Furin said leaning away from Kengo. You know Kengo, if you want to perv on a girl wearing swimwear, you could just ask Yuka to model some bikinis for you. Naruto said with a smirk, but that earned him a whack on the head by Kengo with a small wooden mallet. Ow. Was that a mallet? Naruto exclaimed holding his head from the pain. Don't joke about what Yuka-chan and I do, you ass. Kengo said with his back to Naruto and his arms crossed as he still had the small wooden mallet in his hand. Besides, I already do that for Usui-kun. It's rather special really. Yuka said with a bright smile as she held her blushing cheeks as Kengo smirked with his own blush as he looked to the side. The others just looked at them with wide eyes. Have you two done it yet? Because if not then you're not only teasing each other, you're teasing us as well. Naruto said, but he then had to dodge to avoid being cut on the cheek by one of Yuka's kunai. But Usui-kun, these contain only the guy's signatures, girls will be unhappy about it Yuka pointed out. Actually I'm okay with it. Chaa said before she wrapped her arm around Naruto bring him closer as their cheeks were smooshed against one another. As long as I share the same lesson with Naruto-kun here. Chaa said with a grin making Naruto's eyes widen anime style as he blushed red while Azuki glared at Chaa. Did I mention I wasn't for this? Like at all? Naruto said nervously as Chaa then hugged him close. With how determined Chaa is with taking my pants off at home, nobody would ever spot her underwater. I don't think I'm ready for what did they call it? A BJ. That made Kurama laugh causing a blush of embarrassment on Naruto's face. I've thought of it too Yuka-chan. Let's settle matters by this. Kengo said as he extended a piece of paper to Furin and Yuka. Water cavalry fight. Furin questioned as she grabbed the piece of paper and examined it. Era. Looks fun. Yuka said with a smile. Looks like everything has to be settled through a competition in the school. Demetra said after signing some paperwork. What's a cavalry fight? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. From what I heard, cavalry battles have originated as battles in the period of warring states. I guess you could say that it is more appropriate for fights than hockey in this country. Heimgami explained. Although for this competition think of it like a chicken fight for the pool, but 3 people carry 1 guy and it's a bit like capture the flag that's wrapped around the enemy's head. Kengo explained. Hoo-ha Euro, I'm actually kind of interested in participating in this now. Naruto said as he wanted to experience one of cavalry fights. Sounds way more interesting than that hockey match Maken and Venus had a while back. Naruto thought about the strange hockey match in the pool when it was empty. Yes, the same one from the manga. Naruto then heard a familiar chuckle within his head. Really? I thought you actually enjoyed watching that one. Especially when that red-headed roommate of yours took off that Yan girl's underwear in midair. Kurama said with a grin, making Naruto blush red as he remembered when Azuki's foot slipped Yan's bloomers and panties off in the air, revealing her bare bottom and other area, making him earn a major nosebleed, knocking him out from the sight. Funny enough, Naruto's nose suddenly shot blood from it, making everyone turn to him in surprise. As Naruto wiped his nose with a tissue, Kengo thought of what might have caused it, knowing it couldn't have been the thought of the girls in their swim uniforms, but when he remembered the word hockey earlier, he smirked as he realized the cause. Let me guess. You remembered the incident back during that hockey match in the pool? Kengo questioned with a smirk. His response was Naruto's eyebrow twitching as he flipped him off. I know him so well. Kengo said with a superior smile, and his arms crossed as Naruto glared at him anime style, with his fist holding the tissue, shaking as bluish-green flames danced upon his shoulders and back of his neck. Yan blushed red, remembering the incident all too well. At least 2 good things came from it. She knew Naruto was definitely attracted to her, and he helped her out by giving her a towel to cover herself before retrieving her undergarments. It was also nice of him to use his strong hands to grip Takaru and Kengo's faces to blind them from seeing Yan before she'd put on her undergarments. At least he helped out with that dilemma when that stupid game was over. Yan thought as she still blushed. Hang on a sec, President. Haruko exclaimed, calling Furin's and the others' attention. I've already received permission and notified the students about their schedule. You're not involved in it, so it's fine for you, but... Oh, Haruko-san, this doesn't seem like you. Furin said with her eyes closed, fingers locked and a smirk on her face. The second years are joining in this competition too. You have no confidence in winning against the first-year boys? Furin questioned with a smirk. No. Hell no. Haruko shouted. No way. Azuki said with a grinning smirk. No. Heimgami said with a cocky smile and her eyes closed. Then it's settled. Furin said as she then took a sip from her tea. Sweet. I'm so pumped for this competition. Naruto exclaimed with a grin. So am I. Chaa exclaimed as she suddenly hugged Naruto, smooshing his face into her breasts again. Well, now that that's settled, let's go, you guys, we have a strategy to discuss. Kengo said as he grabbed a blushing Naruto from Chaa, making Chaa glare at him with a pout on her face as he, Naruto and Takaru walked out of the room. Yuka then suddenly sighed dreamily as she watched Kengo strut out the door. Such a leader. Yuka said with a dreamy smile while holding her blushing cheeks. I will never know what she sees in him. Furin thought as she looked at her best friend with a bit of a weirded out look. Kengo then called for another meeting for the whole male student body to announce the good news. Well, that's about it. As a handicap, half of the second years will join. The opponents are chosen by the guys, but girl members are gonna be the top 6 most popular girls. Kengo announced. No objections. Takaru said. I hope there will be some accidents during the match. A student said with a perverted grin, hoping one of the girls would accidentally have their top portion of their swimwear slipped off. Excuse me, but would that mean that we're going to do the same thing? Because if so, then that would mean Naruto would be the #1 most popular guy in our student body. Kuragasa voiced. Excellent point, Kuragasa. However, we're not going to do the same system. Instead we will be drawing lots to determine who will be on the teams. Kengo said. Ah man, but Naruto's our best bet. A student called out with worry and disappointment with other students feeling the same way. That's also an excellent point. Which is why he's better suited to be one of the 3 students under one of our chosen horsemen. With his skills as a shinobi, strength, power, hand-eye coordination and instincts, he'll keep one of us safe. None of the girls have his abilities, so he'll be our greatest asset. Kengo explained. But then won't that mean he and the student he'll be protecting will be their number 1 target? A student asked. True, but I'm counting on it, as it will be their greatest downfall. Kengo said with a confident grin. Alright, now let's draw lots. Except you Naruto, you're already chosen to be a part of this competition. Aye, Taiko. Naruto said with a smirk and a mock salute. Now each team has to have 1 teacher in this match, so there will be 5 people as horsemen. Each team has 3 people as the horse legs. Naruto will be the front legs. Let's decide the riders first. Kengo said as he took out little paper slips for each student, except Naruto, to write their names on to put in a box on Kengo's desk. Question. Naruto said raising his hand. Yes. Have you already decided who will be our teacher horseman in the competition? Naruto asked. Oh that a euro yeah euro euro I chose Akaya sensei. Kengo said nervously knowing that Naruto wouldn't take it well. That douchebag. Do we really need his help? Naruto questioned with annoyance and despair. Sadly yes. He's the most capable male teachers in the staff, so his services are required. Kengo explained. Goddammit. Naruto sulked. It'll only be this once Naruto. I promise. Kengo said. But why not Kenway? He's technically part of the student body now. Takeru voiced. I already thought of that, but he's registered as a voluntary teacher, so he's technically not allowed in the competition. Kengo explained making everyone moan in disappointment. And he's so cool too. Kuragasa said. You can say that again, buddy. Naruto said. I am so lucky. Takeru exclaimed with a grin as he, Naruto and Kengo were walking together. That's the 14th time you've said that. Kengo said with a dull look. I know, but I really am. Not only am I a horseman, but I got Naruto here to be my front man. Takeru said as he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. I won't let you down. Naruto said with a smile. Same here buddy. Takeru said with a smile. Hey look. Naruto and Takeru turned to see Kengo pointing up at a window to the girls' locker room in the pool area. The curtain is open. Kengo pointed out. Shall we? Takeru asked with a perverted grin. Ma Euro well Yuka-chan wouldn't like me looking at other women, but what's life without a few risks? Kengo said with a smirk and a shrug. The two then looked at Naruto making the blonde have a raised eyebrow, but then he decided. Why not? Our group name would be trash if we all didn't. Naruto said with a shrug. Excellent. Takeru cheered. Wait. You guys. The 3 turned to see Kuragasa. What do you want? Naruto asked. Yeah, what's up? Kengo greeted. What's up? What's up? I just heard that you're peeping. Such an act is a disgrace to all guys. Kuragasa exclaimed with disapproval. And I expect better from you Naruto. Kuragasa said turning to the blonde. Naruto tried not to pay any mind to Kuragasa, but what he said made him feel bad. Do you think the hand-picked second-year opponents won't notice? No way. Hate to admit it, but Kuragasa's got a point. Naruto said. But Azuki-senpai isn't too right. Kengo asked, with a sleazy look. Oh yeah. Takeru said with a cocky smile and his index and thumb grasping his chin. Kuragasa and Naruto earned blushes and their noses bled as they suddenly imagined Azuki in her underwear. Plus this time there's a secret weapon here. Kengo said as he grabbed a by student who became nervous. Where did he come from? Naruto questioned as he, Takeru and Kuragasa wondered where Kengo pulled him out from since he was nowhere near them. He's Yusuya Kageshiro-kun and his Maken is able to conceal the target's presence. Kengo exclaimed surprising the 3 as they looked at Kageshiro with amazement at the power he possesses. Era Euro Irma Euro my Maken, chameleon, is able to hide your figure, but, till now concealing presence Isa Euro Irma Euro sorry. So if we make a noise or make any movement that involves sound, then we're screwed. Naruto simply put it, earning a nod from Kageshiro. Sorry. Kageshiro apologized again. Ehhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Against Harune and Kodama-san, if we can't conceal our presence, then we're screwed. I have experience. Takaru said with a disappointed sweat drop expression. Well, too bad for you guys that I'm used to concealing my presence so I can perv if I wanted to, but since you guys won't be able to do so too, then I got no reason to. Naruto said with his arms crossed. Damn. Come on, stop acting stupid. Let's head to the pool. Kuragasa said to the guys as he grabbed Kageshiro's head and dragged him to the pool entrance. Goo, this could be the end of Euro somehow. I have a bad feeling about this. Kengo sulked on his hands and knees with an aura of despair hanging over him, but then he was hit across the head by Naruto. Quit your bitching. Now get up. Because when we get in there, we have to be ready. Today, we're going to kick some ass. Naruto shouted with pure determination. Wow, Naruto-kun really is ready for this. Kageshiro said with a meek admiring smile as he and Kuragasa stared at the blonde. Yeah, but it's not because he wants to see all the girls in their swimwear every class. Kuragasa said with a serious expression, making Kageshiro look up at him in confusion. He's pumped because of the battle we're about to face. He's aiming for victory by giving it his best. I am honored to be his rival. Kuragasa said, having new respect for Naruto. You're his rival? Kageshiro questioned with shock, wondering how strong Kuragasa was since Naruto is the strongest student in school and now had new admiration for Kuragasa. You're right, Naruto. There's no time for moping. Kengo shouted with new vigor as he stood up with new determination. Now let's go win this. For the guys. Kengo cheered. Yeah. Naruto, Takaru, Kuragasa cheered with Kageshiro doing the same, but reluctantly and in a meek voice. The five then travel inside the building and headed for the boys' locker room, but as Kengo was the last one who was going to enter, he heard someone whistle, making him turn to see Yuka in her one-piece school swimwear. Kengo just smirked as he smoothed out his hair and made his way to his girlfriend. You called Dumpling? Kengo asked, making her giggle at the silly little pet name he gave her. Yes, darling, I wanted to discuss on making things a bit interesting for us. Yuka said with her casual smile. I'm listening. Kengo said with intrigue and a smirk as he grabbed his chin with his index and thumb and rubbed it with his index. I suggest we make a bet. If the girls win, then you'll have to promise to stop peeping on other women. Don't think I don't know Yusui-kun. Yuka said with her casual smile, making Kengo develop a nervous expression as he laughed nervously while scratching the back of his head. So what do I get if I win then? Kengo asked, developing a confident look as he rubbed his chin once more with his index finger. Well, Yuka looked to the side with her eyes open to reveal her hazel eyes as she smirked. She then leaned in closer to Kengo's ears and whispered something that made his eyes and smile widen as blood shot out his nose like a fountain. Seriously. Kengo's voice was heard through the area. All the male students had gotten dressed in their school swim trunks, ready to head out. All right, men. The time has come. Let us fight for our destiny. Kengo declared, making all the men cheer. Oh, and don't screw up or else I'll have your balls. Kengo said. Oh, we won't. The girls won't know what hit them. Naruto said with a grin. Especially with your plan. Takaru said with a smile. I have to agree. They all turned to see Akaya in one of his sparkling poses. Your plan to acquire victory truly is incredible, Yusui-kun. Akaya said with one of his charming smiles. Sadly for the students, mainly Naruto, he was only wearing Speedos. Ah! My eyes! I'm blind! Naruto screamed as he covered his eyes. No, you're not. Now get your ass out there! Kengo shouted. Everyone was in the pool area, everyone being excited for the spectacle that was about to occur. The teams then came out, making everyone cheer, especially the guys, for both teams. Aki-sensei's damn hot. Only in the DVD can you see Syria in her swimsuit. I'm happy to be here in Tenbi. All the guys were completely excited to see all the girls and the chosen women teachers in their swimsuits. Akaya, you're coming too? Minori questioned, really wishing he at least wore trunks instead of the god-awful thing he was wearing. Well, I am a teacher contestant. Akaya said with a cocky smile and pose. It's troublesome, isn't it? Aki said. Arg, well, I just don't get it. My breasts are big and it shouldn't lose out yet. Minori said with a tone and expression of annoyance as she grabbed her breasts. It also didn't help that the guys kept chanting Aki-sensei's name. Why are they only focusing on Aki? Minori wondered to herself. Oh. Then it could be that the problem doesn't lie there. Aki said, making Minori frown with even more annoyance. Yo. The look to see Naruto making his way to them. Since he was only in his trunks, the girls were eyeing him with hearts in their eyes as they took in his muscular body. It's Naruto-kun. He's so handsome tilde. Look at his muscles. They look strong enough to cut diamonds. I wish I could see him like this more often tilde. You can say that again, Akemi. The girls said as they watched Naruto make his way towards the other team. Oh, Naruto-kun, hello. Aki greeted her favorite blonde with a smile. What are you doing here, Fox Baka? Himegami asked with her usual uncaring expression. I just came to wish you all luck and may the best side win. Naruto said with a smile. How nice. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Aki said with a smile as she got close to Naruto and made her breasts bounce to catch his attention. Anytime. Naruto said with a small blush. That's nice of you and all, but you should really get to your side to help out your team. Minori said as she stepped up to Naruto, making him turn to her. Naruto's then had a hard blush as he saw Minori in her swimsuit. Ua euro y yeah. S Saria euro wow euro Naruto started to babble on a bit as he stared at Minori with a dazed expression, a huge smile and some going down the side of his mouth. Why, Naruto, are you eyeing little ol' me? Minori said with a seductive smirk as she made her breasts bounce, which made Naruto's nose bleed. Duha euro ua euro mwa euro, Naruto said before Minori flicked his nose playfully. Why you Luka euro really good, Minori-chan? Naruto managed to say as he continued to eye Minori and her body. Minori smirked victoriously. The rest of the boys might not be showing much interest in her, but it was clear that Naruto found her way more attractive than Aki, and that was the greatest personal victory she has ever gained. Aki's sulking and her depressed aura just made it that more satisfying. Yes, she is a gem, but you should head to your team. Akaya said, making Naruto turn to his sparkling form. Ah. Dear God. Wear some trunks. Naruto screamed as he looked away. I agree. Last thing we need is to see too much of you. Minori agreed as she looked at Akaya with an annoyed expression. Well, excuse me if you both cannot handle my presence. Akaya said with a superior smirk as he made another sparkling pose. Whatever helps you sleep at night, lurid lord. Naruto said as he walked away. Lurid. How dare you use such excellent vocabulary to insult me? Akaya shouted with anger as he pointed at Naruto with steam coming out his ear. It didn't help that Minori was laughing her ass off at the funny new nickname from her favorite blonde. God, I love that kid. Minori said with a grin. Then go make out with him then. Akaya said with annoyance as he walked away with his arms crossed. If he can make you act this way, then I'd gladly give him more than that treat. Minori said with a grin while Aki sighed. Lucky. Aki mumbled, finally being jealous of Minori at something. Himegami-sama, what does lurid mean? Anaho asked, wondering what the word Naruto used to describe Akaya meant. It means presented in a vividly shocking or sensational terms, especially giving explicit details of crimes or sexual matters. Naruto basically called Akaya shockingly grotesque. Himegami explained. Wow, Naruto-kun's vocabulary is so colorful. Anaho said with a cat-like smile. Naruto finally made it to his team as he stood next to Kengo and looked across to see the females. Look at them, Naruto. Soon enough we will be seeing them every swim class. Kengo said with a confident smile. It's too bad Aki-sensei won't be a part of those classes. Kengo said as he had tears of joy as he took in Aki's current appearance as much as he could. Honestly, I find Minori-chan way more attractive than Aki-sensei. Naruto confessed. Nani? All the males shouted with shock as they looked at Naruto as if he were crazy. Naruto blushed a bit as he felt embarrassed by all the stares he was getting. It didn't help that all the girls were staring as well. Seriously. You find Principal Minori more attractive than Aki-sensei? I didn't think it was possible. You got weird taste, man. That just blows my mind. Male students voiced on how unbelievable they found Naruto's opinion to be. Hey. What the hell is that supposed to mean, you little punks? I'll come over there if you keep yapping. Minori shouted with a pissed anime-styled expression and shaking her fist. Gomen. All the males, excluding Naruto, said in unison with an apologetic bow. Besides, you can't hate someone just because they have good taste. Minori said with a smirk of superiority as she crossed her arms and her index and thumb holding her chin. Aki and the other girls' sweat dropped at Minori's smug attitude just because the most popular and loved male in Tenbi found her way more attractive than Aki, which in turn meant he found her the most attractive female in Tenbi since everyone else found Aki as the most attractive one. Naruto Ayuro, you've earned my respect. Kengo said, placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder, making Naruto turn to him with a raised eyebrow. I truly am impressed and amazed that you do not care about the bust size that beautiful women possess, but the woman herself. For that I see you in a whole new light, my brother. Kengo said. Oh. Well, thanks, Kengo. Naruto said with a small smile. Any time, buddy. Now everyone get in your positions. Kengo said, getting nods from his fellow teammates. Once everyone got into their positions, Yuka, sitting behind a table, started with the announcement. There might not have been one in the manga, but I figured it'd be fitting in a competition. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. The competition between guys and girls cavalry battle for joint swimming lesson will now commence. Yuka announced, getting cheers. I shall now explain the rules for the aquatic cavalry battle. The team is out if its headband is snatched or if the rider falls off his horse and lands into the water. Not considered if in midair, of course. No using of fists on anywhere above the neck. Similarly, no constriction or elbow attacks. That's it for the rules for today's water cavalry battle, and normal rules for cavalry battles are unchanged. Yuka explained. Guys and girls representatives 6 for each team, please get ready. The team with all their cavalries defeated will lose. Representatives, please do your best. On the guys' army, the horsemen were Kengo Yusui, Takaru Ohiyama, Kai Kuragasa, Bio Tanaka, Chishio Atsui, and the teacher contestant was none other than Akaya Kodai. On the girls' army, the horsewomen were Haruko Amaya, Kodama Haimgami, Izuki Shinatsu, Anaho Kushiya, Siria Utsuka, and the teacher contestant was of course Aki Niju. Naruto was the front man holding Takaru. He was ready to do his part for his side. He was so excited to face strong opponents in such an interesting position that it made him grin widely. Goo, why do I have to be the legs when I'm known as the beautiful academy chairman? Minori questioned with annoyance. Really? It's just idiotic. The guys here have no eyes for things. I don't feel like going on. Yan voiced her disapproval. But according to the popularity vote, Chairman and Yan Min were ranked 6th with Azuki. Yuka said, changing Minori and Yan's attitude. Well, I'll take it lightly this time. Minori said with a big grin and blush on her cheeks. Why yeah, but I don't like the fact that I'm in the same rank as Azuki. Yan said with a satisfied expression and blush. Irma Euro Yuka-san. Well, Kimi started, but Yuka whispered to her. Liaisa Euro, actually, it was Demetra-san. Yuka whispered with her casual smile. Well then, the long-awaited match shall start in accordance to the versus map in place. Yuka announced through her microphone. Here are the pairs, the flow for the two, the path the two takes will not intersect for the sake of one's path, for the sake of proving oneself with all one's might, Shoten be your strength, the path of the sun child. Pledge it to the sky. Everyone shouted with pride. All right. Everyone do as planned. Kengo exclaimed. The strategy is simple and clear. It's to keep enjoying a numerical advantage all the time. To achieve that we shall do as planned. One-on-one, those as designated targets. Doing that, we will be able to attack and defend freely for a while. It's fine. So hang in there, all right. Kengo's plan echoed through all the male team's heads. Takaru, take down the team. Anaho then noticed Takaru's team charging at her own. Takaru-sama. This is bad for Anaho-chan since her opponent is Takaru, which she will not fight against him, right? Kengo's words echoed in Takaru and Naruto's heads. I don't really feel like it, but it's a sport so I'll do it. However, Anaho then punched him in the cheek. Takaru and Anaho then locked hands as they fought for dominance. Guu a euro that Yusui. The plan is gonna fail in any moment and such power in these thin arms a euro fingers locked. Takaru thought as he blushed at the sensation of feeling Anaho's fingers locked with his own. Damn, I'll be defeated if I think of these. In that kasi euro but just for the sake of preventing a counter-attack. I'll teach you with some magic words. Takaru then leaned in and whispered something into Anaho's ear. Anaho then screamed, allowing Takaru enough time to take the headband wrapped around her head. In a minute, the boys' team already defeated a girls' team. Yuka announced. Anaho cried anime tears as steam came from her head. What happened, Anaho? Haruko asked with concern. Takaru, what did you say to Anaho Imouto? Naruto demanded an answer, feeling rage build up from the sight of seeing his poor sister cry. Did your upper arms get bigger? I was Askita Euro and sorry tilde, Anaho said as she continued to cry. Well, it's true that Haruko senpai's cooking is delicious and I grew a little fatter since enrolling into school. Takaru, when this is over I'm kicking your ass for that. Naruto shouted as he glared at Takaru. Sorry Anaho-chan. Takaru apologized with much remorse. Nasty. Haruko said. Disgusting. Himegami said. Horrible. Yusui agreed. Yusui oi. Takaru shouted as he glared at the team captain. Don't be so worked up. Thanks to it, the plan is working. Takaru, change over. Kengo exclaimed. Damn. We'll apologize together later Taki. Haruko exclaimed. Well, I'm going to get Himegami senpai. Kengo thought as he turned to Kodama who had her attention on another band of boys. Naruto gave a glance to Himegami, who was facing off against Tanaka, the leader of her fan club, before the blonde and his fellow legs started making their way to Haruko's team. So what was the plan to deal with Haruko ne again? Naruto asked Takaru. Just get me close and you'll see. Was all Takaru said as he got ready. Why do I feel it's something perverted? Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Taki-chan, compared to the first day you came to school it seems your own sharp movements have been returning, but you are still unable to match me. Haruko said with a confident expression. I know that a euro, that's why a euro I have to do this. Takaru then suddenly grabbed Haruko's left boob making her blush red. Oh no, it's a crime of conscience. The crowd of girls is screaming. Yuka announced as the girls did just that. Goddamn you plan Yusui. Naruto thought with an anime look of annoyance. How dare you a euro in public a euro pervert. Haruko yelled as she threw an uppercut to Takaru's jaw, sending him into the air, but then she noticed that her headband was missing. My headband. Don't tell me. She stared up at Takaru's form to see that he had her headband in his grasp. He snatched the headband just before he was sent flying Yuka announced. Fine play. Kengo exclaimed as he held Himegami's headband in his hand that he managed to snatch while she was distracted with her fan club. Well then, it's up to those guys to catch him. Or should I say our favorite blonde knucklehead. Kengo said with a smirk as Naruto then rocketed into the air and caught Takaru onto his shoulders and landed back to the ground to meet with the two other legs. Naruto has done a great save thanks to his skills and athletic abilities and there's 5 teams remaining for the guys and 4 for the girls. Good job Takaru. Kengo complimented his best friend who was still a bit dazed from the punch he took from Haruko. I'll win that bet soon enough. Kengo thought with a grin as he rubbed his hands with excitement. Naruto then noticed that Azuki got sumo hand slammed by Kuragasa when she tried to grab his headband. Luckily for her, Chaa and her other legs saved her. You alright? Chaa asked. It's dangerous. Given his height, the only way to get that headband is to jump, but if I jump this time, I might get slapped down into the pool. Azuki said. What now, Azuki-san? Whining doesn't seem like you. Kai said. Huh? Azuki questioned as she stared up at Kuragasa with half-lidded eyes. Oh shit. Well, good night Kuragasa. Naruto thought with fear, since he knew Azuki so well, that what Kai said is considered taboo when referring to her. Who's the one whining? Azuki shouted as she balanced herself on her fellow female students. You guys better have not thought of any innuendo jokisa euro who am I kidding? I'd welcome it, and kicked Kurogasa straight in the gut, making him groan from the pain and start to lose his balance. Attacking using legs isn't prohibited. Safe. Kurogasa then started to fall forward as Azuki was trying to regain her balance. Syria, go get him. Azuki shouted to the female superstar. Demetra, let's go. Syria exclaimed. All right. Demetra then started to speak an incantation as the water around her and her team separated and formed a path leading to Kurogasa's team. Oh. This is new. Demetra is able to control the water without the use of a Maken cause she's a brilliant athlete. This is like Moses separating the water. They ran down the path and Syria managed to grab the headband from Kurogasa's huge head. Your headband. I got it. Syria exclaimed with a wink. Wait, we can use our elemental powers in this battle. Why didn't anybody tell me? Naruto exclaimed, feeling left out. With this it's hard to tell who's going to win. Azuki said with a confident smile. Azuki, above. Syria shouted, making Azuki look up, but she was too late as Akaya, who was balanced above her by one hand on her shoulder, took her headband. Don't even let your guard down, Azuki-chan. The match is still undecided. Akaya said with a smug look as he jumped off of Azuki, but managed to push her into the water before leaping back to his group. To be able to leap onto her shoulder and return to his horse, as expected from Akaya-sensei. Damn. Azuki thought with shame that she had let her guard down for even a second. Suddenly someone from above grabbed her by the arm and lifted her out from under the water. That someone being Naruto. You did good. Naruto said with a smile, but then his face was being pushed away by Azuki's hand. Thanks, but I didn't need your help. Azuki said with a smirk. Duly noted. Naruto said, before she separated her hand from his cheek and walked away and out of the pool. That's just like Akaya-sensei, posing for no reason. Yuka said as Akaya posed in victory and satisfaction. Right after he said don't let your guard down. Kengo said with a sweat drop expression at Akaya's sudden need to pose. But it's 4 versus 2 now. Takaru said. Aki-sensei defeated a team . The team that had characters that were never introduced into the story before and were only there to fill the space in the competition. So it's Aki and Minori, huh? There's no other way, I have to fight you. Akaya announced with gusto. I don't want it to be like this. Aki said. Such unsavory ties play with him. Minori said. Akaya-sensei, we shall assist you. Kengo shouted. Do we have to? Naruto asked, not wanting to even be near Akaya when he was wearing those pair of eye torture that he called swimwear. Suddenly Syria's group got in between them and Akaya's group. No Takaru-kun . You should only pay attention to me. Syria said with an open-mouth grin, a wink and a sideways peace sign over her winking eye. Oh once again the guys are booing. Yuka announced as the boys booed Takaru for getting serious attention again. We shall attack together. Takaru said to Kengo. Okay. Kengo agreed. They charged at her, but Syria grabbed their arms and lifted them into the air before slamming them back onto their legs. Takaru, you alright? Naruto asked. Yeah. What great power. For a second there, I thought my arm was coming off. Takaru said. What are you doing, having them return to their horses? Yen scolded her teammate. Yen it's just I can only stay idle for just this moment. Syria said. She's lying. Takaru exclaimed with anime-styled tears. It seems like the showdown between the teachers are set a draw. Naruto turned to see that both Akaya and Aki took each other's headbands. Ah man, I missed the best part. Naruto whined. If things go on, there will be no point in fighting. Kengo exclaimed. That's the plan from the start. Takaru replied. I showed such a difference in power. It's like there's no room for slacking. Takaru-kun is so cool. Syria exclaimed. What about me? Kengo exclaimed with annoyance that he wasn't getting any praise. Don't be merciful. Yen said. Alright. Understood. Let's go Demetra. Syria said, but Demetra did nothing. Demetra. Syria said her friend's name, but then she noticed the look in her eye. She followed her line of sight to see she was staring at Naruto, who had a serious demeanor on his face. The two stayed silent and were standing perfectly still as they were locked into a stare-down. Oh tilde, it looks like Demetra-san and Naruto-kun are staring each other down. The tension between the two is so thick that you can cut it with a knife. The only question is, who will make the first move? Everyone stayed quiet as they stared at the two powerful students who were locking their gaze onto one another. The noise, the hands of the clock in the area could be heard making its tick-tock noise as the two continued to stare each other down. After a few moments of silence, Demetra started her chant once more as the water around her rose as several whips of water surrounded her group. Oh my! Demetra has now summoned multiple whips of water to her aid. How will Naruto-kun defend against this? Easy. Hold tightly onto me, Takaru. Naruto said. Takaru took his best friend's word for it and held tightly onto him. I'm not wearing my weights. So this is a good a time as any for me to test out my punching speed. Naruto said as his fist tightened with the whips getting closer. I have been dying to try this out for a while now. Naruto thought as he cocked his fist back. As one of the whips came closer to him, Naruto thrust his fist, which was now flaming bluish-green energy, punched it, destroying it, turning it into steam. Aura! Naruto shouted, then shouted, Aura! Again as he punched another water whip. Then as more came, Naruto started sending flurries of punches fast than the eye could see, making it look like he had a numerous arms. Aura rao 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 ra. Naruto kept repeating as he kept punching the fast water whips with his insane speed of punches. Oh my goodness. The two are now locked in a heated clash of water meeting flaming fists. Who shall be the victor of this exchange? Everyone stared at the spectacle with wide eyes and their jaws dropped in disbelief at how powerful the two students were. Naruto and Demetra continued their attacks and chants as they stared at each other's eyes, with both of their own showing no signs of backing down. This was a showdown to see who the best is, and they were glad about it. Kimi looked on in amazement as she noticed that Naruto was punching like Star Platinum from Stardust Crusaders. She then took the mic from Yuka as spoke. Oh my goodness. Naruto-kun is punching just like Star Platinum from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. His punches have become so powerful, fast and precise that he could no doubt exterminate a whole horde of bees with his bare fists. No doubt all the training with 7 weights weighing either 50 pounds to a ton each wrapped around his arms have done wonders for him. Now the only question is how fast his legs without the countless tons of weight are. Kimi exclaimed into the mic, making everyone's jaws drop even further at how powerful and crazy Naruto was thanks to his insane training regime. 50 to a ton. Jesus, Naruto, how crazy are you? Uruchi shouted with disbelief. He's not crazy, he's just incredibly reckless. Haruko said with her arms crossed, but still feeling disbelief at how powerful her little brother was. I can vouch for that. Azuki said. Amazing. He truly is a perfect specimen of a man. Garrett said as she eyed Naruto in amazement at how powerful he was. You better stay away from him if you know what's good for you. Azuki thought as she glared at Garrett. 50 pounds to a ton. Now that's a real man. Yen thought with a smirk, but then she noticed that Demetra was sweating, making her eyes widen in shock. Demetra's sweat. But she's never been like this. Naruto's far stronger than I thought to actually push Demetra this far in such a short time. Yen thought as she looked at the blonde to see that even though his arms were moving at a great speed, he wasn't even winded yet. He's not even winded. Amazing. Yen thought with shimmering eyes of admiration and affection as she blushed. Unknown to many of the people in the area, Kenway came in time to see the barrage Naruto was delivering. He leaned against a wall as he stared at Naruto's barrage with pride and amazement at how far his student had progressed. Wow. Kenway simply said as he grinned with his arms crossed. I can't keep this up any longer. Demetra thought with narrow eyes. Demetra then tightly grabbed onto Siria's legs, making the Pinkett look at her in surprise before Demetra released her technique and dashed at Naruto. The violet-haired young lady timed herself and made it pass Naruto's punches without bringing harm to her and Siria as she then sent a kick to Naruto, but the blonde quickly blocked her attack with both arms as he skidded back a bit. Luckily the students behind him moved away. Sugoi. The exchange became so intense that Demetra-san and Naruto-kun have been separated from their other legs, making this an all-out chicken fight. Kimi shouted as everyone cheered in excitement. Takaru shook like a leaf as he held onto Naruto with the blonde moving his arms a bit so his eyes could glare at Demetra with intensity with the violet-haired Venus member staring at him with a serious demeanor. Despite Naruto-kun's amazing speed, Demetra-san had made it through his assault to deliver a powerful kick with not even a scratch on her or her horseman. Go Demetra. Kick his ass. You can do it girl. Come on Naruto. We know you can do it. Yeah. You got this in the bag. Uzumaki rules. Demetra is number one. Each side was cheering for their own representative with excitement and their utmost support. The crowd is going wild. And for good reason. Both fighters have been training longer than we have when it comes to their inner power. A face against a maiden prodigy with skills beyond many in Tenbi and a young man, who is so handsome I might add, with unfathomable determination and spirit, dedicating his entire life to hard work to get where he is, or fighting one another not to see who is better in strength and power, but for the thrill of a battle against a powerful opponent the like they have never faced before. Students of Tenbi, pray to the kamis that you were lucky enough to see such a battle up close with your own eyes. Wow Kimi-san, you're better at this than I am. Yuka said with her casual smile and gently clapping her hands. What do we do now Kengo? One of the legs beneath Kengo asked. Just stay back. Let Naruto deal with this. He's our ace in the hole. Kengo said with a smirk. But what if he falls to Demetra? What do we do then? Another leg asked. Easy. We charge in and take the headband, but only when I say so. We've got one shot at it, but we only do it if he fails. For now, let's get to the edge of the pool. We'll get crushed if we get in the way. Kengo said with a serious tone and demeanor as his legs did what he said. Naruto brought his arms down from his face and stared at Demetra for a moment before he brought them up and sent strikes to the air quicker than the eye could see and then finished off by lifting his left leg high and slamming it down on the floor causing a small shockwave that made the water move away from him to form a circle around Naruto who was immediately in a Muay Thai stance before the water came back, engulfing his body. Amazing. What a taunt and show of his power. Kimi exclaimed as everyone was amazed. I hate to admit it, but he sure is impressive. Akaya said with his index to his chin. Of course. He busts his ass every day. I'm not sure if there will be anyone to equal him by next year. Minori said with a smirk and her arms crossed. Still though, he is no match for Demetra. Akaya said with a smirk. What do you mean by that? Minori questioned with a raised eyebrow. Demetra has always been gifted. Her talents in elemental energy astounds me. If she wanted to I guarantee she could kill me. She's kind of like me in a way. Akaya said with a smirk. Hey. Is that all? Don't count Naruto out. He's gifted in his own way. His talents extended farther than in his training over his Maken energy and chakra. He's got the same strength that I got. Minori said with a grin. And that same strength would be? Akaya questioned with a raised eyebrow. Minori grinned to him before pumping her fist with her hand on her bicep as she answered. He has an amazing fight spirit. Minori exclaimed with pride and a wink. Was all Akaya said as he turned back to the fight. It's funny how they're basically rooting for the enemy in this instance. Heimgami thought with a dull anime-styled expression. Demetra stared at Naruto as his heart started to race. This has never happened to her before. The sweating so soon, the rapid heartbeat and the sensation she was getting from Naruto's glare. She felt excited. She has never been in a fight like this before. She actually wanted to face off against Haruko one day to see how strong she was, but the feeling she was getting from Naruto felt something else. She felt like she was a cornered animal. The feeling of fear turning into determination and endurance in a do-or-die situation. Such a feeling felt like ecstasy to her. Yan, who got out of the water along with the others who assisted Naruto and Demetra, watched with much interest. She had never seen Demetra in such a position. It was such a rare sight indeed, and all of it thanks to Naruto. She knew he was strong and his power was frightening, but to actually intimidate Demetra like this. She now knew that she must have him. Demetra glared as Naruto as her feet got ready to move. This was her her moment to face an opponent she had been waiting for. It's just too bad that they were restricted from having a real battle because of this stupid contest. Demetra used her power to make a path for herself to Naruto, while keeping him still engulfed by the body of liquid. Demetra dashed at Naruto at high speed. Demetra has once again used her elemental power to clear a path in the water again, but Naruto is still kept in it, which means his fighting skills will be slowed down. Does he still have a chance? Syria. Got it. Syria said as she then sent a jab to Takaru, but Naruto grabbed Takaru's legs and leaned back, saving Takaru, but the reddish-haired teen almost hit the water. Demetra went for a sweep kick, making Naruto leap, but the water slowed down his descent, allowing Demetra to roundhouse kick him, since he was vulnerable because if he let go of Takaru they would lose, if he didn't he would suffer from Demetra's attack. Naruto then tightened his grip on Takaru and threw him far into the air with him screaming all the way up. Naruto quickly grabbed Demetra's leg with both hands as he pressed his index and middle finger in a certain spot on her leg, making her groan from pain, before he spun and tossed her and Syria away. Naruto quickly dashed through the open path before the water started to take over. Naruto jumped high into the air and managed to catch Takaru onto his shoulders before landing into the water, keeping Takaru dry. Demetra managed to flip in the air and land in the water on her own 2 feet, keeping Syria safe, but she flinched as she felt the pain in her leg from earlier. Incredible. Such a risky move by Naruto-kun, but what else do you expect from Tenbi #1 unpredictable student? Kimi said with her eyes shining like stars. However, she then noticed the twitch of Demetra's eyebrow. Something seems to be wrong with Demetra-san, but I don't know what. Allow me. Yuka said as she had a new microphone in her hands. You see, right when Naruto-kun grabbed Demetra-san's leg, he had jabbed his index and middle finger into one of the pressure points in Demetra's leg right before tossing her and Syria-san away. Now Demetra-san is feeling the pain from Naruto-kun's precise attack, and if she is not careful, that pain could be her downfall in this competition. Yuka explained. Damn. What an excellent move. Akaya said with a serious tone. That's the way, Naruto. Show them how we do it here at Tenbi. Minori cheered with pride in her favorite blonde. Demetra's leg shook a bit every once in a while from the jab to her pressure point. She glared at Naruto for a moment, but then suddenly something happened that shocked Team Venus. Demetra smiled with excitement, shocking Yan, Syria, Ailalu, Lilu and Akaya. Demetra. Syria questioned, feeling nervous as she had never seen Demetra like this before. I see. She's feeling the heat and it's making her excited. Naruto truly is a powerful opponent. I think Demetra has found an opponent she can truly call a rival. Akaya thought with an intrigued smirk. Naruto couldn't help but grin at Demetra, loving the battle he was having with her. Takaru and Syria stared at each other and nodded, silently agreeing on staying out of the fight. It looks like Demetra-san and Naruto-kun are so fired up. It seems that Syria-san and Takaru-kun have decided to stay out of the fight since it seems they would just get in the way. Yuka said with her normal smile. How can you tell? Kimi asked, turning to Yuka. By Naruto-kun and Demetra-san's eyes. They have turned this cavalry battle into a personal match between themselves. Yuka said. Is that even allowed? Kimi asked with a sweat drop expression. As long as they don't go against the rules that were set, anything goes. Yuka said nonchalantly. Naruto got ready for Demetra's next move as the violet-haired maiden got ready for her assault. Demetra then shot forward towards Naruto by creating a water current behind her, making her jet towards Naruto. Takaru tightened his grip and locked down his legs, as Naruto put his arms up in preparation for the assault. Demetra sent a spinning kick to his head, forcing Naruto to block with his forearm as he was sent skidding to the side. Demetra bounced herself off the water and went for Takaru, but Naruto quickly grabbed his friend and right before Demetra's leg could connect, Naruto spanned Takaru around 360 degrees, making Demetra fly over his head. Sugoi. Naruto-kun saved Takaru by spinning him around his neck in a 360-degree angle. Kimi exclaimed with amazement. Luckily Takaru was still a little wet, or else that wouldn't have been possible. Yuka clarified on how the move was possible. Demetra turned in time to see Naruto tried the same with Syria, but Demetra jumped to the side, however Naruto was hoping for it, as his foot landed on the surface of the water. He used his agility to dash at Demetra and sent a roundhouse kick to Syria, making Demetra back away to save her friend, Then she moved back more as Naruto went for a leg sweep, almost getting her across the jaw. Then he leapt and flipped in the air to send down a heel kick. Demetra quickly summoned the water around her to separate and jumped away in time as Naruto's foot slammed into the pool's floor, creating a crack. Naruto quickly dashed again and sent a roundhouse kick to Demetra's torso, forcing her to move back, but then she was forced to bring a knee up as once Naruto's foot touched the ground, he balanced off it and jabbed a kick at her in an attempt to get her in the gut. Once Naruto retracted his foot, he and Demetra sent kicks that had clashed, blocking each other as their forelegs made contact. The two kept pushing forward, trying to win dominance, but they were pretty equal, or at least Naruto was holding back, seeing as the leg Demetra used was the same one Naruto had used his pressure point jab on. It looks like this is becoming an intense battle. Yuka exclaimed with her usual smile. Yuka-san, isn't that the same leg that Naruto-kun harmed with his fingers? Kimi questioned, turning to Yuka. Why yes, but it seems Naruto-kun is holding back. Is it because he is pitying Demetra-san? Hell number. Naruto shouted with annoyance as he and Demetra separated. I want this battle to last long. That's why I'm not going all out. I'm too excited. I don't want to take any chances with my full strength. I'm honored that you want our battle to last. Honestly, I feel the same way. Demetra said with a smile. Too bad it has to be during a competition, huh? We could fight the way we want to if we weren't carrying our friend. Naruto said with a smile. Agreed. Demetra said with a nod. Oh such excitement. These two truly are the definition of warriors. It must be killing them inside to not face each other under normal circumstances. Yuka said with one of her gentle claps. Yeah, no kidding. Naruto mentally agreed. Here I come. Demetra mentally said through her eyes, giving Naruto the message that he happily took. Demetra and Naruto threw Siriya and Takaru into the air, making them scream all the way up near the ceiling. Demetra then sank into the water, making Naruto tense. Demetra's leg then came up and came at him, with her foot aiming for his head, but Naruto blocked it and pushed it away, but then another foot came from the other side of Naruto, making his eyes widen at the sound of it rising, and as he turned he was kicked across the face. Oh my! Kimi exclaimed with worry as Demetra's legs kept appearing at a speed, making it seem like she had multiple clones of herself surrounding Naruto on all ends and ganging up on him with their legs. Naruto tried his best to block them all as best as he could, but he still felt a few kicks hit him, some earning direct hits or ones that managed to hit something after getting batted away. Unbelievable. It's like Demetra has created shadow clones to assist in her assault. What are your views on what is happening, Yuka-senpai? It may seem that there are multiple versions of Demetra, but really thanks to her element over water, she has created a current surrounding Naruto-kun, sending her circling around him at a great speed. Her power and control over water sure is astounding. Yuka explained. Wait, Yuka-san, I just realized, Demetra-san has been aiming her kicks to Naruto's face. Isn't that against the rules? Kimi asked. Technically I said no fists above the neck area. I didn't say anything about any feet. Yuka said with her usual smile and gently clapping her hands together. Suddenly Demetra sweep-kicked Naruto underwater, making him trip and fall in, however he managed to slam his hands onto the ground. He stared ahead to meet Demetra's gaze as they were both upside down. They stared into each other's eyes, before they then sent kicks to the other's legs. Naruto balanced himself with his hands while Demetra used her control over water as the two then had a battle of kicks. Oh my gosh. Now they're both fighting like Sanji from One Piece. It's like the battle between Sanji and Bon Clay, but only in the water. This is amazing. Kimi shouted with amazement. Naruto and Demetra then kicked it into overdrive as the spectators could now only see blurs as the two repeatedly clashed their legs over and over again. Up above, Takaru and Siriya had almost hit the ceiling, but then they started to descend to the ground. Naruto sent his chakra into the palms of his hands as he shot back to the end of the pool with Demetra following his lead. Once the two were at the ends, they stared at each other as they then shot back into the air heading towards each other, and once they got close to one another they sent a kick to one another. Everyone stared in amazement as they had passed by one another with one leg out. Like something from a martial arts movie. They both had groaned from the pain delivered from the other as they both had hit each other square in the ribs. They fought through the pain as they had managed to grab their teammates, getting them back onto their shoulders before they both landed back into the pool. Sugoi. This is the greatest match I've ever seen. Anaho cheered with her eyes shimmering like stars as she locked her fingers and brought them up to right under her chin. I can't believe these two. They're really skilled. Himegami said with wide eyes, but then they narrowed as she looked to the others and said. Don't ever tell Naruto I said that. No promises Tilda. Chaa chimed earning a heated glare from Himegami. They're both amazing, but I'm completely worried about Take-chan. What if they put too much force into one of their moves and accidentally break Take-chan? Haruko said with worry. I'm sure he'll be fine. Naruto will make sure he doesn't get hurt. He'll take a hit before Takeru earns one himself. Izuki said with her arms crossed. Yeah, that's true. Haruko said, but still feeling a bit worried, but then Chaa wrapped an arm around Haruko's neck making the violet-haired beauty turn to her. Don't worry Haruko. Have a little faith in Naruto-kun. Trust me, everything will be fine. Chaa said with a grin. Haruko blinked a few times before turning back to the fight, staring at Naruto and Takeru. Okay. Was all Haruko said as she continued to watch the action. Naruto and Demetra stared at each other, showing genuine admiration and respect in their eyes, right before their feet shifted a bit and then they charged at each other. They sent a kick at each other that clashed making a booming sound that echoed through the area making every student's eyes widen with shock as they saw them spun around and ended up switching places, before they started sending kicks that clashed and made banging and booming noises. Oh my gosh. They're going into third gear right now. Kimi shouted with amazement as she stood up from her seat with her hand slammed onto the table and her mic held up close to her face with the other. It seems that this might be the final round. Yuka said with her casual smile. Naruto and Demetra then balanced on one of their legs and sent a barrage of jabbing kicks with the other. Their legs being a blur as they moved at a high speed. They then brought back their legs, but Naruto was quick enough to kick Demetra in her leg making her leg bend from the attack as she tried to keep her balance. Because of the attack, Syria bent over trying to keep her balance to stay atop of Demetra's shoulders. Seeing that Demetra had lost her momentum and Syria was bent over, Naruto quickly went to grab the headband, but right when it was in his grasp, Demetra had quickly regained her balance and jumped into the air with her leg cocked back, ready to send an aerial roundhouse to the side of his head that would send him and Takeru into the water, earning her gender's victory. However, when she was in the air, she noticed a shadow at the door making her eyes widen as she recognized who that shadow belonged to. Minurva. Demetra thought, but then suddenly she felt Naruto's strong hand grasp onto Hera Euro Wella Euro Her Majesty. Demetra moaned as she felt Naruto grasp her under rein with his middle accidentally inserted a bit into her entrance. Naruto realized his mistake as his jaw dropped along with everyone on else's along his nose. Takeru's and all the male students and faculty's noses shot out blood. Naruto quickly retracted his hand back as Demetra released her hold on Syria to grab onto her sensitive spot as she and Syria fell into the pool. Oh my tilde, what a way to end a competition. So scandalous. Now that Syria has fallen into the pool that settles the cavalry battle. The guys' team wins. Yuka said smiling as she gently clapped her hands together. All the while Kimi was blushing red with her hands over her mouth as her eyes were replaced with swirls. The male students then cheered for their victory. Yes. We won. Kango cheered with immense joy as he had anime tears of joy. I won the bet. This is the greatest day of my life. Kango thought with immense joy. Oh well, I guess Yusui-kun wins tilde. Yuka thought with a wide smile. We won. Takeru cheered with his fists thrusted into the air, but when he relaxed he realized Naruto wasn't holding him so he fell into the water, back first. But at what cost? Naruto said as he sulked with anime-styled tears. What was worse was that he senses Izuki, Yan, Haruko, Himegami and Uruchi's menacing auras from the sidelines, which meant he was in serious trouble. Naruto dug his face into the palms of his hands in shame, but then he remembered that his left hand wasn't clean from what he had just done on accident. Naruto screamed as he separated his left hand and kept it far away from his face and then put it in the water, trying to clean in. Takeru rose up from the water and spit out some from his mouth and saw what Naruto was doing. You know, no matter what you do, that hand will never be clean ever again. Takeru said. I know. Naruto said sulking with a tone of despair and his head hanged in shame. Syria then rose from the water in the same fashion Takaru did. She pouted at their loss as Demetra rose from the water herself, also sulking from what had happened. She wasn't sulking because she had been violated, but because it was her fault that it had happened. If she hadn't lost her focus, she would have landed the hit initiating victory, but alas she failed hard. She then noticed Naruto extending his hand to her, but his head was still hanged in shame. Good fight. Naruto said, still feeling shame. Likewise. Demetra said, grasping Naruto's hand, but still feeling shame and having her head hanging in shame as well. I really wished it could have ended differently though. Agreed. The two along with Takaru and Syria climbed out of the pool. Naruto then looked up to see Azuki and Yan glaring at him. Sai, just get it over with. Naruto said, feeling like he deserved it. Azuki was ready to axe kick him in his head, but Demetra stood in between the two, making Azuki cease her attack. That won't be necessary. It was my fault. I had lost my focus when I was ready to send my attack. If it had not happened, then the little incident wouldn't have occurred as well. Demetra said. Azuki was surprised that Demetra protected Naruto, but she figured that she was right. After all, she noticed the look on her face before Naruto's hand made contact. Nah, I did wrong. I didn't stop in time. Naruto said. The blame was all on me. You don't have to apologize. You were not in the wrong. Demetra said. Well, I feel like I am. Hell, I deserve at least one whack to head. Naruto said, still feeling bad. Although he did get his wishes, Uruchi punched him in the back of his head. Ow. Thank you. No problem. Uruchi said with a smirk. Although I got to say, that attack of yours was perfectly timed. That really would have ended things. Naruto complimented with his trademark grin. Thank you. It was an honor to face you. Demetra said with a smile. Hope we can do it again sometime. You know, in a regular match without the same ending. Naruto said, extending his hand to her. I would like that. Demetra said, still smiling as she shook Naruto's hand. Once their hands separated, Kengo suddenly hugged Naruto and kissed him on the cheek, shocking him and the others surrounding them. Thank you, so much. Kengo exclaimed with a grin as he separated from Naruto and ran off, cheering and whooping with a leap and his fists thrust into the air. Naruto, Takaru, Demetra, Syria, Azuki, Yan, Haruko, Himegami, Chaa and Uruchi stared at Kengo with surprised expressions and wide eyes. What? Takaru said with a confused tone and expression and a raised eyebrow. No way, he's that excited because we won co-ed swim classes. Naruto said with his hands on his hips. They then saw Kengo make his way up to Yuka and say something with a grin as Yuka then giggled and said something back, making Kengo cheer. Yes. Bet. Takaru questioned with a dull expression. Bet. Naruto answered with his own dull expression. Demetra walked towards Ailalu and Lilu with Syria and Yan following her. Once they were alone, she had said something to them which surprised them, but then they developed looks of understanding as they now knew why Demetra had failed in her attack. 3 cheers for Naruto and Takaru. The students who participated grabbed Takaru and threw him in the air. They also wanted to do the same for Naruto, but he refused. Naruto walked away, but Kurogasa was in his way. Naruto looked up at the giant as he looked back down at him, before extending his hand and placing it on Naruto's shoulder. You going to be okay? Kurogasa asked. Well, I still feel a little shame for what I did before, but I'm sure I'll feel better soon. Thanks for asking. Naruto said. Kurogasa then presented his fist in front of Naruto, ready for a fist bump. Naruto looked up at Kurogasa to see him smiling, which made him smile back as he bumped fists with the giant. It seems the two had officially buried the hatchet. Kai then grabbed Naruto and threw him into the air, and as he descended, Kurogasa grabbed him again and tossed him into the air again. What are you doing, you giant baka? Naruto shouted. Like it or not, you're getting 3 cheers. Kurogasa said with a grin. Yeah. Takaru exclaimed as he and the other guys made their way to them. 3 cheers for the strongest guy in Tenbi. Our champion, Naruto. Takaru shouted as he and the others cheered for Naruto, who couldn't help but laugh at the cheers he was getting. Azuki smiled as she saw Naruto getting cheered on with Kurogasa, surprisingly, being the one to start it. Bakas. Azuki said in a fond tone as she smiled equally fondly. In the shinobi world, Jiraiya had watched the whole competition through a crystal ball with a clone by his side writing down the inspiration he got from seeing the girls in their swimwear, especially Aki, and of course Naruto's lucky grab. I'm proud of him. The original Jiraiya said with pride that Naruto had come far in his training and at his luck in the final moments of the competition. What was your favorite part? Jiraiya asked his clone. That would be the end of the competition. Jiraiya clone said with a perverted grin. No kidding. That was my favorite part too. The original Jiraiya said with his own perverted grin. Later that day, Naruto had called for all his fellow male students for a surprise meeting. The surprise was that he had prepared them all a banquet. I couldn't have done it all on my own. This is not only a bonus reward, but my thanks to all of you. My brothers of Tenbi. Enjoy. Naruto declared with pride as everyone cheered and whooped. To the victors go the spoils. You got that right, Kobayashi. Naruto said with a grin. All the guys helped themselves and thanked Naruto for the delicious meal. Hey, has anyone seen Kango? Yamada Shisuke asked. Now that you mentioned it, he kind of vanished after the competition had ended. Takaru said, however he and Naruto had a feeling where he went. Inside Kengo's room, moaning could be heard as well as panting. The bed rocked as female howls of glee were heard. Minutes had passed with the sounds getting louder. The bed was then rocking at a faster pace as the sounds of moaning, groaning and howls were getting louder. After more minutes, a female's scream of ecstasy roared throughout the room as the bed then stopped shaking. Yuka laid right next to Kengo, who had both his wrists tied to his headboard, as the two sighed with satisfaction at the act they had done. That a euro was a euro better than I could have ever imagined. Kengo said, feeling an indescribable feeling from finally doing the one act he has always dreamed of doing since he first learned about it. You were amazing, Yusui-kun. Yuka said with a smile as she rubbed her finger on Kengo's chest in a circular motion. I still can't believe it finally happened. Today a euro I am finally a man. Kengo said with true joy and satisfaction. Yuka couldn't help but giggle at Kengo's excitement of finally reaching adulthood. Thank you, Yuka-chan. If I had to start my life over and over again, I would always want you to be my first. Kengo said genuinely with an equally genuine smile. Oh Yusui-kun, you're so romantic. Yuka said with a joy-filled smile. She then untied Kengo's left wrist, allowing him proper use of it, but when Yuka went for the other he had stopped her. No, Yuka-chan. Leave it. It saves you the hassle of readying both for the next round. Kengo said. Oh Yusui-kun tilde, you're such a gentleman. Yuka said with seductive half-lidded eyes. Only for you, my love. Kengo said with a smile and half-lidded eyes. The two then locked lips once more that lasted for a few minutes, before they separated and took a little nap with Yuka using his head as a pillow. The two fell asleep, but it would not last long as they would soon wake up to go at it one more time. Oh yeah, Tilda. You bet your asses I just did that. The next day, after Naruto and Takaru separated from their roommates with Anaho following them, they headed for their classroom when they saw Kengo leaning against a building wall with a flower in hand and a wide smirk on his face. Oh boy. Naruto said. Anaho, why don't you go on ahead, we'll meet you inside. We have something private to discuss with Kengo. Takaru said. Alright Takaru-sama. I'll see you and Ni-chan inside. Anaho said with her cat-like smile before she left for homeroom. Naruto and Takaru made their way to Kengo, wondering what he no doubt wanted to rub in their faces. Hello children. Kengo said, still smirking. Children. What the hell makes you think you can call us that? Takaru questioned with a glare. An excellent question for juniors to ask their senpais. Kengo said smugly as he sniffed the flower in his hand. What's going on? What happened last night? Naruto questioned, wondering what has gotten Kengo in such a mood that he thinks that he could treat him and Takaru as his lesser. Oh, nothing that concerns the both of you. Kengo said, twirling the flower with his fingertips. Naruto and Takaru looked at each other before speaking. Try us. They said simultaneously with their arms crossed. Kengo just chuckled at their attitude towards him, so he decided to stop playing with them. E a euro have become a euro a man. Kengo said as he took in a deep whiff of the flower's scent. Naruto and Takaru's jaws fell to the ground as they stared at Kengo with disbelief. Nani? There's number way. Takaru shouted, shell-shocked by what he had just heard. On the contrary. Kengo simply said. You and Yuka? Naruto questioned. Who else would it be? She is my girlfriend after all. Iya euro I, uma euro my mind just a euro like wow. Naruto said baffled, unable to form a complete sentence. I still don't believe it. How in the world can you become a man before Naruto? Takaru questioned, still in utter disbelief. Well, as much as I'd like to continue our discussion, I must be going. I promised to give my darling love a kiss before classes started. Kengo said as he turned and walked away from his best friends, satisfied that he had rubbed his new form of high status in their faces. Sayonara. Kengo said his goodbye with a wave. Naruto and Takaru watched him walk off with their jaws hanging, still feeling complete disbelief at what they had heard. Motherfucker. Takaru shouted with new anger. Naruto and Takaru were kind of pissed off, despite being happy for their idiot friend Kengo for finally reaching manhood the fun way, but they had matching smirks as they saw him looking down at his work, sweating a bit, not daring to look up in fear of Tamiko somehow finding out what he and her little sister had down last night. I've never seen him this way. Takaru whispered to Naruto. This might be the best thing I've ever seen in this world next to half-naked and full-on naked girls. Naruto whispered back. Shut it. Kengo whispered with fear of Tamiko hearing them. Yusui-kun. Kengo freaked out, making some papers fall from his desk as he had a book up in defense. Everyone looked at him with surprise and confusion, while Naruto and Takaru tried to hold in their booming laughter that was threatening to escape their lips. Are you alright? Why yes, Tamiko-sensei. I'm a euro, I'm good. Kengo said as he sweated more. Are you sure? You seem to be sweating a lot. Do you need to go to the nurse's office? Tamiko asked with concern. Yes, I don't really feel so hot actually. Kengo said as he touched his sweating forehead. You're excused then. Tamiko said with a gentle smile. Arigato, Nei-chan. I mean, Tamiko-sensei. Sorry. Kengo quickly said as he then left the classroom, leaving a confused Tamiko while some students laughed at him, calling Tamiko Nei-chan. Naruto and Takaru laughed at this, trying their best to control the volume of their laughter. Naruto Ayuro Takaru. The two stopped laughing as they looked at Tamiko. Do you mind staying after class? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Tamiko said as her aura was purple and a bit menacing. Naruto and Takaru gulped in fear of what was to come. Their brains were in sync for a moment as they had thought the same word. Goddammit. Naruto and Takaru were walking with Kengo to the security committee room, the first two very tired after answer Tamiko's questions. So you guys didn't sell me out, right? Kengo asked. For the 100th time, we didn't rat you out. Takaru said with annoyance. Do us a favor, stop calling her Nei-chan, because that always gives her a clue on what's up. Naruto said with an annoyed glare. I'll do my best. Thanks guys. Kengo thanked his two best friends as he placed his hands on each of their shoulders in thanks. You owe us big time. Takaru said with a glare. You owe me some sake. Naruto said with a glare as well. The three then made it to their club's room and entered to see everyone there, but their president and accountant, Furin and Yuka. What's with you two? Had to run a marathon to avoid a rightful beating. Himegami teased with a smirk. Don't ask. Naruto simply said as he sat down with Takaru and Kengo taking the seats on both his sides. The girls wondered what was up with the three since Naruto and Takaru had annoyed, tired expression while Kengo was the only one smiling. Sorry to keep you all waiting, Tilda. Yuka chimed as she and Furin headed inside. As they were heading to their places, Yuka actually took a detour so she could kiss Kengo on his lips that he gladly returned. Naruto groaned with disgust after they separated, but then Yuka threw a kunai that stabbed into the table in front of Naruto, startling the blonde. I should just stop making noise. Naruto said with a defeated expression as he rested his cheek against his knuckles. It's a miracle. Kengo said with a smirk. I'll say. Himegami agreed with a smug smirk. Attention everyone. I'm afraid something strange is happening in Tenbi once again. Furin said, earning everyone's attention. There have been reports that some of the waters from the lakes around Tenbi are somehow being stolen. How is that strange? Takaru asked. It's strange because from a few reports, people have said that they have seen water flying in the air, like they were being called upon by the god of water. Obviously someone is taking all this water, but for what reason is still a mystery. This has been happening daily with bit by bit being taken. This is extremely serious. If water is being stolen then soon enough it would affect the town's supply itself. Many people's lives will soon be in danger if something isn't done. Furin explained. Hey Demetra, can't you somehow sense the water around Tenbi? Naruto asked. Yes. Honestly I have sensed a few instances here and there, but I figured it wasn't really much. I could sense the waters shifting, but I've never sensed them flying into the air. Whatever is causing this is using some other energy source. If it was the normal elemental energy source that I am used to I would have noticed the problem earlier. Demetra explained. Then it has to be one of those hybrids again. Heimgami said. No doubt it has to be that giant one. Uruchi said. The Sanbi one? Ailalu questioned. He sure is frightening. Lilu said. Let me deal with him. I've been taking these hybrids down pretty well. Naruto said cracking his knuckles. Denied. Furin said. Nani? Naruto, when you faced Abunai and Bishamon you barely survived. Granted Abunai played a dirty move, but if it wasn't for Matabi, Bishamon would have defeated you. If this hybrid is stronger than them, then it's best not to approach him just yet. At least not until we have a plan. Furin said. But when I faced those two I wasn't as skilled as I am now. I'm stronger, I'm faster, and I've learned new fighting styles since then. Naruto argued. Granted you've come far since your last encounter with a hybrid, but this one proved to be on another league than the other two. Our best bet is to come up with a plan before encountering it. Furin said. Agreed, but there's just one thing. We need to locate it first. Yan voiced. Wherever the water is going it has to all be in the same location. Demetra-san, do you think you can somehow find where all the water is heading? Furin asked the water mistress of Venus. I'll do my best, but I'm not sure if I can. If this is all carried by chakra then it might prove difficult. Demetra said. What about Kenway and Gen? They've been inventing some cool stuff lately. Maybe with a bit of Naruto's chakra, they can make a chakra detector or something. Takaru voiced his idea. Ma Euro that actually could work. Furin said thinking it over. Alright. We'll ask Gen-sensei and Kenway-sama to assist us in this endeavor. In the meantime we better come up with a strategy of attack. Naruto crossed his arms and glared to the side. As much as he didn't want to admit it, it is best to come up with a plan of attack. After all, the Sanbi hybrid had proved that it was powerful enough to equal him in strength and durable enough to take one of his Minori's waves of energy. Naruto. Naruto looked up at Furin. One thing is for sure. You are our best bet to deal with this hybrid. Furin said. Naruto smiled at this as he gave a nod to his president. Deep in the land of water, a few Konoha shinobi were traveling towards an area deep in the area of Kiri territory. Lee-kun, please slow down. Hinata called out as Lee was far ahead of the group. Sorry Hinata-san, but we must hurry. You never know when Kiri-nin might show up. Lee exclaimed as he kept his pace. Baka. Slow down. If you don't you could end up speeding into a camp full of them. Kiba shouted with Akamaru barking in agreement. Oh. Excellent point Kiba-kun. Lee said as he slowed his pace to meet with his fellow shinobi. Yamato sighed at his team's behavior. Lee was so much like Naruto on a mission, except more polite, yet was more hyperactive as well. Yamato then stopped making the others stop and turned to him as he placed his hand on a tree. We're near the location. I can sense the roots of these trees changing. Yamato said. Yamato then led the way as the four had soon enough landed in a swamp. A swamp. This is where the jewel is? Kiba questioned. Yamato nodded as he then stepped towards the edge of the water and did the hand signs that he memorized from the scroll they were given and slammed his palm against the water, which not only caused a ripple that spread throughout the water, but also a ding. The murky water had then started to become clear, sky blue and sparkling as the wind then picked up. After the water was completely clear and the wind died down, something started to rise in the center of the swamp. Rising from the center was a blue jewel hovering over a stand that was made from the roots beneath. Whoa! Was all Kiba said as he and his fellow Chunin stared at the swamp's new beauty. Everyone, tread lightly. Yamato said as started walking towards the jewel. They made their way to the jewel, being cautious with each step. As they had gotten closer to it, Yamato raised his hand making the Chunin stop their movement. Yamato continued on at a slow pace and when he was close enough, he reached for the jewel, but then he stopped as he sensed something beneath the water making him jump back as the water around the jewel exploded into a plume. Everyone, be prepared. Yamato ordered as everyone got into their fighting stances. When the plume finished, they saw that the root stand was replaced by a large arm made purely of water, with the jewel in its grip. Slowly coming out of the water was a large being made purely of the clear sky blue water. It was large, but lean, understandably since it was made of water, and instead of legs it had a tail like a serpent connected to its torso. Its head had no face, but it had gold glowing eyes and the top of its head had the water spiked up. I knew a few people would come along eventually. I felt 2 of the other jewels were already taken and by people with the same leaf symbol on their heads. The water being said as it tapped its finger atop its forehead, where the leaf symbol was usually found. What the hell is that thing? Kiba questioned, not believing what he was seeing. Isn't it obvious? I'm a guardian made of water. I thought that would be pretty obvious. Then again I do seem alien. The water guardian said as it looked at its right arm. I see. So we must defeat you in order to obtain the jewel, is that right? Lee deduced with his fist pumped in excitement. No. All you need to do is just take it from my hand. It's not going to be easy since we're surrounded by my element. The water guardian corrected. Understood. I will obtain the jewel. If I cannot do this then I shall do 10,000 push-ups with a boulder on my back. Lee exclaimed as he re-entered his fighting stance. Fiery one, aren't you? Alright then. Come at me with the intent to kill. I don't want to kill you guys, but I'm told to say that and not make things easy. The water guardian said. Understood. Lee said with a smile. He then vanished and went to grab the jewel while also sending a kick to the guardian's neck, but the guardian dodged to the side very fluidly, obviously. Yatsuga. Fang passing Fang, Fang over Fang, Kiba shouted as he and Akamaru attacked the guardian, but the creature sank into the water before the two could connect their attack. Don't rush in. Remember what he said. We're surrounded by his element. Yamato shouted. So true. The guardian said as a giant water tentacle slapped Kiba and Akamaru away. A claw then rose to attack Lee, but the young taijutsu specialist bounced back, but he was forced to continue to leap away as a row of claws chased after him. Yamato quickly summoned rows of vines that intercepted the claws, however when it did Yamato was then punched in the face by water that came out of vines he created sending him flying into a tree. He can connect with the water within my Mokuton would release jutsus. Looks like I can only use earth-style techniques. Yamato thought. His eyes widened when water came out in front of him ready to strike. Luckily he rolled away in time before the water formed numerous spikes that stabbed into the tree he was up against. Yamato leapt away and noticed rising water behind Hinata. Hinata. Behind you. Hinata quickly spun to see a human-shaped being of water send a punch at her, that she ducked under then striked with multiple jabs. She then flipped back as a plume of water exploded where she stood. Yamato then had to jump back as the same happened. He noticed that everyone was jumping away from water plumes and claws that would have led them all to be back to back. Everyone, change direction. It's leading us into a trap. Yamato shouted as they all then quickly changed direction, but their legs were grabbed onto by water tentacles that then sent them flying into each other. Once they all impacted with one another, a dome of water captured them. Damn. It was hoping we'd notice. Smart creature. Yamato thought. Seeing how dangerous this opponent was, Lee decided that the time to play games was over. After all, like the creature said, unless he came with the intent to kill, they would fail, and he would not fail his comrades. Hachiman. Toman. 8 gates. Gate of limit closing, Lee's skin turned red and his chakra then burst causing dome of water to exploded. Lee dived into the water and found the jewel. He kicked the water to send him traveling fast straight at it and right before he could grab it, the jewel sped away. Lee continued to chase after the jewel throughout the water, until when he got close, he sent a kick that sent the jewel skyrocketing into the air. The jewel! Yamato shouted. Suddenly Lee rocketed into the air to give chase, but a large stream of water rocketed into the sky as well to grab it. The stream also created tentacles that attacked Lee, but the green-clad shinobi just kicked and punched them away as he continued up, but that little distraction gave the stream enough time to get ahead. The water was about to beat Lee to it, but Kiba and Akamaru used their Gatsuga on it, breaking it up, keeping it from the jewel, but right when Lee was about to grab the jewel, a water tentacle grabbed his leg and threw him into the water below. The water then grabbed the jewel and brought it back down towards the water, but Hinata quickly sent a palm strike, breaking the water apart, but the Guardian noticed the attack. However, it couldn't dodge in time, so it shot the jewel away before Hinata could grab it. Yamato used this chance to create a tree vine that he used to throw him straight at the jewel, but right when it was about to be in his grasp, he was hit by a plume of water, sending him flying as the Water Guardian grabbed the jewel. Yamato was starting to descend to the ground, but Akamaru managed to catch him by letting him land onto his back. They all regrouped together as the Water Guardian then rose back from the water with the jewel still in its hand. "You bunch are pretty good," the Water Guardian complimented. "But are you still able to go on?" it questioned as numerous spiky tentacles appeared around it. "Damn it. How can we beat this thing? If only any of us could use." Yamato then heard a sound that sounded like Kia Euro 1,000 birds chirping. He looked up to see someone with lightning in their hand, ready to descend into the water. "Everyone, to the trees!" Yamato shouted. Everyone did what they said, confusing the Guardian. When it heard the chirping-like sound, it was too late as someone landed onto the water, slamming their hand covered in lightning into the water, causing the entire body of water to get electrocuted along with the Guardian. The Water Guardian screamed from the pain of being electrocuted. After a while, the electricity died down, and as it did the Guardian was falling over, but the person took the jewel from its grasp before it hit the water. "What the hell?" Kiba shouted. "Well, I didn't expect to see him here, let alone be our backup," Yamato said as he stared at Sasuke, who was standing in the middle of the body of water. Sasuke stood in the middle of the water, staring at the jewel in his hand. He stared at it with one thing in mind. "One step closer. Sasuke-kun," Lee shouted as he and the others landed atop of the water. "What the hell are you doing here?" Kiba shouted, not happy to see the Uchiha. Sasuke glanced at them before tossing the jewel to them. Hinata was the one who caught it and looked at the jewel that was in her hands now. "Take that back to the village," Sasuke said. "Hi," Hinata said with a nod. She then looked at the jewel with somber eyes. "Naruto-kun. Yar yar. Good grief. Also could be pronounced yar yar days." The Water Guardian spoke as it rose back from the water. "That was a bit of a dirty move. Then again, I should have seen it coming since I can sense things through the water in the plants," the Water Guardian said, rubbing its neck. "Sumimasen. We didn't expect our friend to come help us." Lee apologized with a bow. "He's not my friend," Kiba said as he glared at Sasuke. "Well, it doesn't matter anyway. I'm actually very thankful," the Water Guardian said. "Really?" Lee questioned. "Yeah. I've been stuck here guarding that thing for eons. At least I think it's been eons. Honestly, I've been in this spot so long I can even remember how long it's been," the Water Guardian said, rubbing its head. "Although, I do kind of recall someone like your friend here. Yaya Euro, I think his name was Euro Indra." "What kind of name was that?" Kiba asked, wondering who would be dumb enough to name their kid such a weird name. "I don't know. I guess I should have asked his father, Hogo a Euro Mo. Hogoto. Hogo a Euro I don't remember his name. The only thing I could remember were his eyes. All purple with a ripple pattern." "En Nani. You mean you met the Rakuto Sennin?" Yamato exclaimed with shock, shocking the others. "Oh yeah. That was the name they gave him. Don't remember what they called his brother, but I always felt he should have got some recognition for helping his brother beat the 10-tailed monstrosity," the Water Guardian said with its index to its chin. "A brother. And a 10-tailed beast. Unbelievable. How old is this creature?" Yamato wondered with wide eyes. "So a Euro, you've been around since the Rakuto Sennin." "Oh, long before him. Long before people used the elements as weapons too. That's why I can't remember how long I've been in this world. I was the only being who could use water techniques before that woman took a bite out of that special fruit. Then look what happened. She had 2 kids, they had kids, then those kids had kids. A recycling process. You humans make children like rabbits a Euro, only slower." The water guardian said, shaking its head. This guy's a bit of a weirdo. Kiba mumbled with wide eyes. He is strange, but to think a being like this existed even before chakra ever existed is remarkable. Yamato thought as he could keep his eyes off of the water guardian. Anyway, I think I've occupied enough of your time. I'm heading out. The water guardian said as it stretched, which is strange considering it doesn't have any muscles or bones, so there was no need for it to do so. Where will you go? Lee asked. Anywhere that isn't here. The world's changed and I want to see how much of it has. Yane. The water guardian said before sinking into the water. After it vanished, Hinata looked at the jewel once more before closing her eyes and tightened her grip on it. Thank you for the assist, Sasuke-kun. Lee thanked Sasuke, but he had vanished as well. That douche. Can't say I expected anything else from him though. Kiba said with Akamaru barking in agreement. Hinata didn't bother to notice as she continued to stare at her fist that held the jewel. One step closer to Naruto-kun. Hinata thought with new determination in her pearl-like eyes. You what? Naruto questioned. After being informed about the situation, General told Naruto to meet him in Aki's office. I said we just need some of your blood. Since we need to make a device that can detect chakra, we need chakra use for the machine, and since you're the only one here who can use chakra, we'll need your blood. No doubt there are traces of chakra in it. Jen explained. Alright. Naruto said, feeling a bit hesitant, wondering if the procedure would involve needles. Okay, I've got the syringe. Aki said with a smile as she held the syringe in hand. Yep, that answered Naruto's question. Couldn't I just cut my palm with a blade or bite my thumb? Naruto questioned. Oh come on, don't be chicken. General said. You watch it. Naruto said with a glare. Please take off your coat, Naruto-kun. Aki said. Naruto did as he was told and then lifted up his sleeve. Aki applied alcohol onto Naruto's arm and then gently inserted the needle into his skin and took some of his blood. Once it was over, Aki bandaged the wound, allowing Naruto to roll down and button his sleeve, and right when he was putting on his coat, Aki suddenly kissed him on the cheek, surprising him and Jen. Yuro, why did you do that? Naruto asked. I figured that you deserved something special for being brave, but since I don't have any lollipops, I figured that would be a good consolation. Aki said with a smile. Oh, thanks. Naruto thanked Aki with a small smile and blush as he scratched the back of his head. Never thought I'd see the day that Aki would lie for a personal desire. Jen thought as he sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yar days. I hate those things. Always reminds me of when those doctors purposely screwed up with those things just to give me pain. Assholes. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his neck out of habit. He then suddenly bumped into someone, who tripped and landed against his body. Whoa, sorry. Are you alright? Naruto asked, but then he caught her scent and sensed some sort of extraordinary power within her. Yes, my apologizes. I'm so used to this, I don't know how this could have happened. The young girl said with a smile. Naruto noticed that her eyes were closed. Naruto sensed so much power hidden behind those eyes. It kind of reminded him of Hinata, except even though this girl's hairstyle seemed similar, but her hair color was sky blue with bands tied at the ends of her side bangs, and a blue hat atop her head. This girl Yuro, she has so much power, Yuro, a unique kind of Yuro, it's extraordinary. Suddenly he felt the girl's hands feel up his pectorals, making him blush. My, such muscles. I can see you're a man who values taking care of his body, Tilda, the girl said, still smiling as she then felt Naruto's abs. Oh Tilda, and what nice abs too. The girl said with much delight. She then started going lower, making Naruto's face turn red. Halt! A voice exclaimed, making them turn to see Garrett with her Maken magic sword out. Take your hands off of Naruto-kun's body. You were not given permission to perv on him, so release him or else you will have to face me. Garrett said with a glare as she was prepared to teach the girl a lesson for touching Naruto inappropriately. Oh my. You have such a beautiful girlfriend. The girl said with her right hand on her cheek. Girlfriend. Naruto thought as his blush lessened, but his cheeks were still red. Oh. Such a ring to my ears. Garrett thought with a smile and closed eyes as she held her blushing cheeks. Well, I won't bother you any longer. The girl said, but then she gripped Naruto's chin, making his blush intensify a bit. Still, you are impressive. The girl said with a smile. Thanks. Naruto said with a nervous smile. The girl then released him and started walking away, but he spoke up. Oi, he said, making her turn towards Naruto, who got over his nervousness and had a stoic look on his face. He sure changed personalities quite quickly. The girl thought. She then grew a bit surprised when he bowed to her. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto greeted as he stood up with a smile. Martha Minerva. The girl now known as Minerva greeted him with her own bow, with her hands gripping the side of her dress courteously. If you bump into Yan or Demetra, tell them I said hi. Naruto said. Oh tilde, so I see you know I am a part of Venus. Minerva said with a smile. Yeah, you got their sense and your powers impressive, so I took a guess. Naruto said with a smile and his hands in his pockets. Oh tilde, such a lover boy. Being so intoxicated by my friend's sense. You must really feel for them very hard. Minerva said with a lively smile, and as she held her blushing cheeks. Naruto's face became completely red once more at her claim. You no, I mean. I'll tell them how much you long for them. Goodbye Naruto-kun. Minerva said her farewell with a wave as she left a red, flustered Naruto. What kind of girl is she? No one has ever made me feel like this. Naruto thought, making a mental note to beware of Minerva. Suddenly he felt someone wrap their arm around his own, making his face lessen its color to his cheeks as he turned to see that it was Garrett. I'm so happy she is gone. The way she up and grabbed you in such a manner. How rude. Garrett said as she leaned into Naruto with a smile and blush. Yuro, yeah. Thanks for coming when you did. Naruto said with a nervous smile and blush. But of course. Garrett said, still smiling, but then she leaned up to Naruto's face. I'd do anything for you, Naruto-kun. Garrett said with shimmering eyes and a blush as she leaned in closer to Naruto's blushing face. Naruto's cheeks turned red as he sweated a bit, feeling nervous as Garrett came closer, but then suddenly someone grabbed Garrett's face, getting in between their faces. Oi. Don't act all high and mighty when you're acting lewd as well. Azuki said as she pushed Garrett away. Come on Baka. Azuki said as she grabbed Naruto by the ear and dragged him away. What is up with today? Vanishing water and 3 girls grabbing me up in a row. Naruto thought as he was being pulled away. Bye Garrett. Thanks for the help earlier. Naruto said as he put up a smile and waved farewell to the brunette. Yane, Naruto-kun. Garrett said with her own wave and smile, but when Naruto and Azuki rounded the corner, she turned around and had an agitated look on her face as her fist shook near her face. Curse you Azuki. Always a hinder. Garrett thought with agitation as she gritted her teeth. After Azuki and Naruto were further away, Naruto pulled himself away from Azuki. Quit feeling flustered and stand up for yourself. Girls like Garrett won't hurt you. Not as long as. Suddenly Naruto wrapped his arm around her back with his hand on her arm and then brought her close to him with the side of their bodies making contact. Azuki blushed at the sudden closeness Naruto boldly brought to themselves. Arigato. Naruto thanked, making her look up at his smiling face. I know I should stand up for myself during those types of situations, but I'm not as brave as you. So thanks for the help. Naruto said as his smile widened a bit. Azuki blinked in surprise as her blush reddened a bit. Why yeah. No problem. Azuki said, looking away in embarrassment. Let's go home. Naruto said as he started walking with Azuki still close to him. Baka. Let me go. Azuki ordered from embarrassment at being held by Naruto so closely. Euro no. Naruto said with a small smile. Nani? Azuki questioned, surprised by his bold answer. I said no. Naruto said with a smirk. You're being bold now. Why Euro damn it, I've already overused that word. Azuki just looked away with her eyes closed with an agitated expression, but her blush was still present. Naruto couldn't help but laugh, which made her blush redden a bit. Don't laugh. Azuki said, letting go of her expression. Sorry. Naruto said. But why are you so worked up? We've Euro other things that make this little. Naruto said with his own blush as he looked to the side. I know Euro, it's just Euro. Azuki mimicked Naruto's action. It's not easy for me to show my feelings. No kidding. Hey. Naruto said. It's funny. How's it funny? Azuki questioned, not daring to look at Naruto. Because I feel the same way. Naruto said, shocking Azuki as she looked at him to see his blushing face facing forward, but his eyesight still refused to look at her. Actually, my heart's been beating 1,000 times a second since I did this. I'm surprised I still haven't vomited from being this close to you. I mean I never really was confident in showing these kinds of feelings. Naruto said, still looking away. Azuki's eyes widened a bit at this, but then she smiled as it was her turn to laugh. Nani? Why are you laughing now? Naruto questioned as he looked at her with a raised eyebrow as his blush reddened. I never thought I'd ever hear Uzumaki Naruto admit that he's not confident in something. Azuki said with a smile, making Naruto groan as his eyes looked away, but then he developed a shock look as he felt Azuki's head on his shoulder. Thank you, Naruto. Azuki said, happy he confessed his feelings to her. Naruto blinked in surprise, but then smiled as he held her closer with more affection. Anytime. Naruto said, happy to hear Azuki thankful of his confession. Jen went to Kenway's shop and went into the back to see him in front of a graph of the machine they were ordered to build. I've got Naruto's blood right here. General said. Huh. Oh yeah, sorry, I was in thought. Kenway said. About what? Jen asked. I've been curious about these hybrids. Hasn't it occurred to you on how they had obtained the chakra of the first three-tailed beasts of Naruto's world? Kenway voiced, turning to Jen. Sorry, but no. I've never really been into Naruto's manga or his anime. Jen admitted. Well, you see, from what I've heard, he had found Sasuke at the aftermath of his battle with his elder brother Itachi. By then the Ikibi had been ripped out of his friend Gaara along with the Nibi from its Jinchuriki, and the Sanbi had been separated from its Jinchuriki long before those two, although it resided in a lake it was soon captured as well. It's been boggling my mind lately. How can Mayonaka Moon Shikai have the chakra of those three if they were already in the clutches of the Akatsuki? Kenway wondered. Maybe they had already obtained the chakra long before then. They could have gotten it from their blood. Jen suggested. I'm not so sure. The only way to obtain a Biju's chakra is to either rip it from their host's body or obtained it in battle through some sort of seal or weapon used to capture chakra. Akatsuki had already did the first one, and it wouldn't seem like Mayonaka Moon Shikai would cause a ruckus that could attract attention to themselves. Kenway said. I guess, but I don't think we'll find out anytime soon. After all, we don't even know where Mayonaka Moon Shikai's base of operations resides. The only thing we should focus on now is the problem we're facing now. General said. I know. I just can't help but worry that maybe that they're not being serious with us. Kenway said. Now that made Jen sweat. What if he was right? What if these hybrids were just pawns in a game of chess? Such a thought scared Jen. Come on Tilda, let's all sleep together again Tilda, Chaa chimed as she leaned against a blushing Naruto. What is with you and wanting us all to sleep together? Azuki questioned with a tired tone as she scratched the top of her head. Well, since we're all going to be together forever, then why not all sleep together? After all, we are going to be Naruto-kun's wives Tilda, Chaa said with a big smile, making Naruto, Azuki and Kimi blush red with surprised looks on their faces. WWW wives. Naruto stuttered. Hey, I never agreed to be his wife. Azuki shouted. Oh come on Azuki, how else would we spend the rest of our lives with Naruto-kun? Chaa questioned, leaning more into Naruto with her boobs pressing against his face. Actually, we'll probably have to discuss this whole being together forever thing. Azuki said with her arms crossed. Chaa looked at her red-headed friend with a wondering expression. We all can't be together. A man can't have 3 women, let alone 3 wives. Azuki said. Says who? Chaa questioned. Society. Azuki plainly said. Chaa blinked a few times before she responded. Well then, this is what I have to say to society. Chaa said with a grin as she raised her middle finger high and proud, shocking her roommates. I knew I loved this girl for a reason. Naruto thought with an aroused smile as he had hearts for eyes. This girl. She's something else. Azuki thought with her eyes closed with her lip out. Meow. They all turned to see Matabi clawing at the door with her cute little paws while Shukaku sat near her growling a bit. Meow. Meow. What's wrong, Mata-chan? Kimi asked as she made her way to their pets. Naruto wondered what was up with Matabi and Shukaku. No doubt they sensed something, but what? An enemy maybe. You want to go outside, girl? Kimi asked as Matabi continued to claw at the door. Kimi opened the door, allowing the two to run out until they were up to the railing where they looked up at the sky. Kimi followed their line of sight only for her eyes to widen in shock. Guys! Come out here, quick! Kimi shouted. Naruto, Azuki and Chaa went outside to see Kimi picking up Matabi as they and Shukaku looking up. When they walked next to them, the three looked up only to be in shock as they saw a body of water floating in the sky, heading somewhere. It's just like in the reports. Kimi exclaimed. Naruto glared at the water, then jumped onto the rail and was about to follow it to face off against the Sanbi hybrid, but before he jumped off, an arm grabbed his arm, making him turn to see Azuki. Don't you dare! Azuki said with a serious expression on her face. Naruto stared at her before turning his head and groaning. Naruto decided to listen and landed back next to her and Shukaku. Where do you think this water came from? Chaa wondered. I got a good guess. Naruto said. That monster. Kengo said as he and his fellow male students stared at the now empty pool. No. Kengo screamed as he fell to his knees. Does the beast possess no heart? How dare he do this? Kengo shouted with anger. Calm down. The pools will be refilled soon enough. Naruto said with his hands in his pocket. But that means the class that was coming up will be cancelled, till then. Kengo shouted as he stood up with new fire in his eyes. I'll make this bastard pay for this. Kengo shouted. Why are you crying? Yuka said that she gladly models swimwear for you. Takaru pointed out. This isn't about swimwear. Kengo said, shocking his fellow men. This is about all our hard work on the competition going to waste. Everything we had gone through, down the drain, because of this hybrid asshole. Who's to say he won't steal the water the next time the pool is filled? We'd just be in a never-ending cycle where we'd be the ones feeling the true pain as all we went through has been for nothing. I refuse to accept such a fate. Kengo shouted as a fiery aura burst around his body. Kengo's speech was so moving that all the other men, minus Naruto and Takaru, shouted in agreement. Hoo-ha, Euro, guess it's official. Kengo is the boss of our male student body. Naruto thought, surprised by the turnout. Where is this guy? Yeah, let's beat him down. We'll show him not to mess with a man's dreams. Let's go. You've made these guys into a Spartan army, Usui. Naruto said. This is the spirit of the males of Tenbi, Naruto. Now are you with us or not? Kengo exclaimed with pure determination. No. Naruto said, shocking the others. What the hell, Naruto? Shishio Atsui shouted. Yeah, I thought you'd be behind us on this. I mean, you are a fighter and fighters can't resist a challenge. Kurigasa shouted. I said no, because I won't be a part of an army that could lose their lives. I'd rather deal with this bastard on my own than let my friends get killed by a force they don't even have a chance against. Naruto said with a serious demeanor. What do you mean? We can handle anything. Shishio shouted. Kengo on the other hand knew Naruto was right. He doesn't want to lead his fellow students to their graves, especially when the hybrid behind this is that giant that matched Naruto in strength. Really? So you can handle a Euro this? Naruto said before he transformed into the giant cloaked hybrid, shocking the other students. Holy shit. That's the guy who stole our water. He's even bigger than Kurigasa. Suddenly Kengo made his way up to the transformed Naruto and stared up at him. You're right. I don't want my friends to get hurt a Euro, but I'll make him pay personally when I see him. Kengo shouted with pure determination in his eyes, shocking the others. Naruto dropped his henge and stared at Kengo's eyes to see no doubt or reluctance in his eyes, only pure conviction. You've either got some serious balls or you have shit for brains. Naruto said. Half the time I think the same about you, Naruto. Kengo said. Takaru stared at his two friends. Apparently now they both are willing to go on a suicide mission just to take down the Sanbi hybrid. Luka Euro, I want to beat this guy too because of what his actions are doing to Tenbi. Or at least soon will a Euro, but we can't act recklessly. Besides we still can't track him. Takaru said, being the voice of reason. I do. Naruto said, shocking the others, although Kengo kept his serious demeanor. Matabi and Shukaku sensed the water that flew over our dorms. Last night. Why didn't you call me and the girls? Takaru exclaimed. Wouldn't have done much good. If Azuki-chan wasn't going to allow me to chase after that water, then there would be no point to tell you guys. Naruto said. Don't act all cool. Takaru complained. They can find this guy, right? Kengo asked. Yeah, but I'm worried. Naruto said, surprising Kengo. They are important to me and I'm not sure I want to bring them near that thing. Especially if it's a trap to take them away from me. Naruto said. So we still have no way to find this guy. Kengo said. Actually you do. They all turned to see Gen leaning against the doorframe with a smirk and his arms crossed. Kenway and I do quick work. Ta-da! Gen exclaimed as he introduced an armored elbow-long glove in the security committee's room. Presenting the Chakra Tracker Gauntlet. Or CTG for short. So this is it? Minori questioned with a dull look. Don't act all unimpressed. General said with an annoyed expression. Actually it is unimpressive. Kenway said, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. In order to use such a device the user must possess chakra as well. So only Naruto can use it? Yuruchi asked rhetorically. Yes, but someone else can use it as well. Kenway said with a smirk, shocking everyone, but a smirking Gen. Really? Who? Azuki asked. Takaru. Kenway said, pointing to the reddish-haired teen. Nani? Everyone exclaimed with shock. Allow me to present another invention of ours. Our prototype called just the chakra detector, or just CD for short. General said, presenting a weird device that was a small screen with two antennas and a handle to grip. Think of those PKE meters that the Ghostbusters used to detect ghosts. General turned on the device as he then aimed it at Takaru, which caused a sound and the antennas to move a bit. See. When the antennas move, that means it detects chakra, and with this screen, you can see the amount of chakra the target possess. See. Takaru has 2 bars amount of chakra, still in the green zone, and when I turn it to Naruto. Gen then faced his device to Naruto, making the antennas go crazy as the meter reached the red zone, but then it started to go haywire as the screen cracked, worrying Gen as he turned off the machine. I guess it's too much for the CD, but you get the idea. General said. But how come Takaru-sama has chakra? Anaho spoke, the question on everyone's mind. It took a couple of moments, but Takaru realized the answer. Naruto. Remember when you first encountered Abunai? You gave me some of your energy so I could make my mad dash for backup. Takaru said, surprising the others. Oh yeah. You're right, I did do that. Naruto said with a smile as he pounded the bottom of his fist against his palm below it. It seems that Naruto also has the ability to not only give people an extra power boost, but also alter a person's system of their life energy. Because Takaru was born of this world, he only possessed pure Maken energy, but seeing as it is so similar to chakra, his system was able to accept the change and now it's been permanently placed as a part of his system. Kenway explained. That would explain why I've felt more energized than usual. My strength and stamina have changed at a quicker pace than expected. Takaru said, looking at his right hand. Awesome. Chaa screamed with joy, startling everyone. That means we can all use chakra thanks to Naruto-kun. Chaa cheered, pumped with so much excitement. True, but it's not so simple. You see, Takaru may have chakra now, but from my best bet he only has the chakra of just an academy student to genin from Naruto's world. The only way for it to grow it is to train. Kenway explained. No problem. I already have my kunoichi uniform on. Chaa proclaimed as she was suddenly in her ninja attire, the same one from chapter 4 of the manga. Check it out, it's pretty cool. Not being a pervert, okay, maybe a little, and had her katana unsheathed and held high. When did how did she do that? Gen questioned with disbelief. I've known her since she first came to Tenbi, and even I still don't know a few things about Chaa Akaza. Kenway said, still not sure how Chaa can perform such unbelievable feats. Naruto stared at Chaa with hearts for eyes, along with hearts dancing around him as his nose bled like a sink as he drooled at the sight of Chaa's kunoichi attire. Humuna guu humuna wow so ua humuna. Naruto could simply say as he eyed Chaa's entire form from her legs, to her hips, to her enormous bust. Now why couldn't this be the standard kunoichi attire where I come from? Naruto thought. Azuki grew annoyed with him as her eyebrow twitched. She then punched him on the head to get him out of his love mode. Baka. Azuki muttered with her fists to her hips. I'll just look over here. Naruto said, blushing red, worried that he might re-enter his trance if he stared at Chaa again. All the while the mocha-skinned girl grinned in delight that she aroused her Naruto-kun. Naruto, a euro, how exactly did you give Takaru your chakra? Minori asked. Huh. Oh yeah. All I did was place my hand a vera euro. Naruto's blush then reddened as he realized something. Over where? Syria asked. Naruto just stayed silent for a few moments before gulping. You going to spit it out or what? Himegami questioned, annoyed with Naruto's silence. Of course he is. Minori exclaimed as then cracked her knuckles, making Naruto look at her smirking face with new fear. Or else I'll have to punish him. Minori said, smirking. Naruto gulped as he decided to avoid Minori's wrath. He then tapped the left side of his chest, getting everybody's attention. Right, Haria Euro, where the heart is. Naruto admitted. Makes sense. The heart is the main source of life and chakra is a life energy. Kenway said as he cupped his chin with his index and thumb. Oh. Why were you so scared to just answer us? Haruko asked. Well, because I pumped the chakra right where the heart is. Naruto said. And? Haruko asked as she and the others still weren't getting the picture. Well, a euro, if I do it to a man, there's no need for awkwardness, but since you're all girls. Naruto said. The girls were all confused, but then they realized what he meant. If they wanted chakra, they'd have to let Naruto touch their left breast. That made them all blush and cover their breasts. Yeah, see. You get my point. Naruto said, but then he felt someone grab his hand and place it over something soft. You can pump as much chakra as you want into me, Naruto-kun tilde. Chaa said with a seductive smile as she pushed Naruto's hand deeper into her left bosom, making his entire face turn bright red. Chaa, quit it. Azuki exclaimed as she slapped their hands away. You're still a party pooper, Azuki. Chaa said with a small frown. So you can only place chakra into a person's body through pumping it into their hearts, right? Demetra asked to be clear about the situation. Ooh, a euro, yeah. Naruto said as his blush lessened. Then pumped some into me. Demetra said. And just like that his face turned entirely red again. Nani? Naruto questioned in surprise. Oh my tilde, they all turned to see Minurva. It looks like I came at such an inappropriate time. Minurva said with her lively smile as she held her blushing right cheek. Oh hey, Minurva. Naruto greeted the brunette. She's already informed us of you both meeting. Demetra said. Ah, who's she? Kango asked Yuka. This is Martha Minurva. She's Venus's final member. She was a bit late in her arrival. Yuka said to her boyfriend. Can't imagine why. Kango thought as he saw that Minurva continued to keep her eyes closed. May I ask, how come this device can only be used by someone who possesses chakra? Minurva asked Jen and Kenway. She's been listening in on us this whole time. Kango thought with a surprised anime face. Well, you see, chakra and Maken energy may be similar, but they're not exact, so it's rather difficult for us perfectly sync the CTG for those who use Maken energy, but thanks to Naruto's blood we were able to sync chakra into it quite perfectly. Jen explained. So Naruto-kun can use it? Minurva asked rhetorically. That's true. Hand it here. Naruto said, extending his hand. No. Jen and Kenway said with stoic expressions. Nani? Naruto shouted with a pissed anime-styled expression. No offense, Naruto, but we don't trust you at the moment. Kenway said. Nani? What the hell? Naruto shouted as he got angry. Alright. No more bullshit. Who else doesn't trust me? Naruto demanded answers. Sadly he got them as everyone raised their hands, shocking him. What? You all don't. Naruto, you're brash, reckless and charge into a battle without a plan beforehand. We can't have you go in to fight an enemy that we can't face without a strategy. Minori said. What strategy? He's a hybrid whose tailed beast power is about might and water techniques. What strategy would we? Naruto then stopped as he realized something. He then smirked as he had an idea of what was going on. I see now. I get it. Naruto said, still smirking as he had his finger up, making Minori raise an eyebrow. You guys are scared. Naruto said, surprising everyone. Because of the last time I clashed with him, he equaled me in strength and he took Minori's blast head on without flinching or even a scratch on him. Since then you've all been afraid because you think I can't take him. You think I'm just a pushover to him because I got my ass kicked before by a regular Spaniard prick with a unique Maken. And here I thought you guys were my friends. How dare you underestimate me? Naruto said with a heated glare. Baka. Quit acting so immature. But Minori was silenced as Naruto placed his finger onto her lips. He then leaned in close to her ear before speaking. Calm those gorgeous lips of your, Minori-chan. I can read you like a book. Naruto whispered, making Minori blush from the sensation of his hot breath against her ear. Naruto then separated from her as he then made his way to the door with his hands in his pocket. Where are you going? Minori demanded an answer. I'm heading on my own. I'll find that guy and beat him on my own. Naruto said as he opened the door. Baka. Quit being such a brat. We're trying to help you. Azuki exclaimed. Now get your ass back. Urusai. Naruto shouted, shocking everyone. He then turned back to them, glaring at them. Quit underestimating me. I'm done sitting by doing nothing. Naruto said before leaving, slamming the door shut. Azuki shook her fist in anger. Baka. She muttered, but then her fist fell and untightened as she had a worried look in her eyes. We're just worried about you. She thought, trying to keep her emotions in check. Nobody in the room ever noticed that when everyone raised their hands before that, Demetra was the only one who didn't raise her hand. Naruto had been walking away from Tenbi, wanting to stay away from his friends as far as he could. He continued down his indirect path when a thought finally came to mind. Now how the hell am I going to find that fat bastard and all that water? I had a lead last night, but Azuki-chan stopped me. Why the hell did I listen to her? Naruto sighed at the thought. Who the hell am I to deny her? I may have gotten ballsy a while back, but I'd still do anything for her. Naruto thought as he looked to the sky. Sucks I'm not a sensory type like that cousin of mine. Karen, I think her name was. Wish I could have met her. She seemed annoying at time, but I think that's why I like her character so much. Makes me think we could have been like a perfect brother and sister. Naruto thought before closing his eyes and sighing with his arms behind his head. Oh well. Guess it's just wishful thinking. Naruto thought. He then heard Kurama sigh within his mind. Your mind is all over the place today. Kurama said in a tired tone. Yeah, sorry. Now how do I find this punk? I can't sense his chakras since I'm not a sensory type and there's no flying water in sight. Naruto thought as he pressed his index against his chin. The only other way I could think of is to get Matabi and Shukaku to search for the chakra source. No doubt they can sense Biju chakra better than Ikana Uro, but I don't want to risk losing them to Mayanaka Moon Shikai. They're too important to me. Actually a Uro. Naruto then stopped and spoke aloud. Shukaku. Matabi. Naruto shouted. Soon enough a yellow and blue energy source rocketed to him, but Naruto put his hand up, signaling them to stop. Shukaku and Matabi instead landed in front of Naruto and looked up at him. Go to the others. I don't want you two to be alone right now. Naruto ordered. Meow. Raf. The two voiced before rocketing into the air straight to Tenbi. I don't want to lose Yubatha Uro ever. Naruto thought as he watched the fly away. You're very kind to all species. Naruto heard, making him turn to see Demetra. Don't tell me you came to knock some sense into me. Naruto said. Demetra stayed silent before she pulled something from her back, shocking Naruto. How did Ua Uro did the others notice? Naruto asked as he stared at the CTG. No need to worry. I've done this before. Demetra said with a small smile. Naruto looked up at her and blinked once in surprise before reaching for the device only for Demetra to retract it from his reach. I think it's best I should be the one to use it. After all, you're the one who rather settle things with fists. It would be a shame if this got destroyed in the fight. Demetra said. Hoo-ha Uro, you make a good point there. Naruto said with his trademark grin as he scratched the back of his head. You may go on then. Demetra said, standing firmly with her eyes closed, making Naruto raise an eyebrow in confusion. You may pump my heart with chakra at any time. Demetra said. Oh you're right. Naruto said with a blush. He then hesitantly reached for Demetra's heart. His heart was beating 1,000 times a second and his blush intensified as he reached for her left breast, but right before contact he stopped. What's the problem? Are you embarrassed? Demetra asked with her eyes still closed. Well it's just a euro well a euro you know a euro what happened before. Naruto said, but then his wrist was grabbed by Demetra surprising him, but then he held his breath as Demetra's eyes suddenly opened and stared at him. Don't let that moment cause you hesitation. It was a mistake on both of us. This is for us to help one another. Demetra said. Naruto then blinked at this as he developed a neutral expression. Help one another. Are you saying you plan on using the chakra for future battles? Naruto deduced. That is correct. Demetra said with a nod. The two looked at each other with neutral expressions in silence for a few moments, before Naruto then placed his hand right onto Demetra's left breast. Despite years of keeping her face composed, Demetra couldn't help but blush as she felt Naruto grip her bosom. Naruto then pumped his energy into Demetra. Demetra's eyes widened in shock at the power she was being given. She felt her body become electrified. She felt herself a euro renewing. Once it was done, she gasped as she held her hand over Naruto's. Sa euro sugoi. Demetra said in amazement. All the while Naruto's face was still composed and neutral. He took his hand away and continued to stare at her. Demetra placed her hand over her heart with her eyes closed as she felt the power coursing within her. Amazing a euro with this power. Demetra thought before reopening her eyes and staring into Naruto's. Arigato. Lead the way. Naruto said. Demetra nodded as she put on the glove, but before she turned it on she spoke again. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine. Demetra said making Naruto raise an eyebrow, wondering what she meant. I saw through you as well. You are afraid too Naruto. Just as much as they love you and worry about the hybrid, you feel the same about them. You'd rather deal with this thing alone than have those you love risk their own lives to fight with you. Demetra said surprising Naruto. You are not the only one who can read people. Demetra said. I guess I was just another open book. Naruto said with a smile as he scratched the back of his head. Demetra smiled at him, before she turned on the CTG. It's sweet though, how much you care about them. Demetra said turning the gauntlet. The gauntlet pointed Demetra's hand in a direction that they followed, not noticing that someone was following them. Naruto and Demetra had been traveling for a while now, with the both of them being silent the whole travel. Naruto every now and then glanced at Demetra, not because he liked eyeing her beauty, but because he was curious of her. Out of everyone from Venus, she was the most mysterious, and for good reason. She always had a neutral expression, rarely showing any emotion at all, and he means rarely, and she is always quick to the point and is mainly interested in serious business. Actually she's kind of like the female version of Shino, but you can tell past her blunt, neutral yet serious attitude that she does enjoy a good fight here and there. The question that was bugging him wasn't why she decided to take the chance at fighting the hybrid, but why she wanted to help with Naruto as her only partner and backup. Why was she interested in him? He was so curious that he subconsciously asked. Why? I understand your curiosity. Sorry for the interruption. Demetra said. No problem. Naruto said. Honestly you do interest me, but I feel it's because I see us as kindred spirits. Demetra said shocking Naruto. Is that comedy? I know I might have sounded like a dick, but I don't see how that is possible. Naruto said still shocked by what Demetra said. Demetra stopped making Naruto stop as well, but with caution on what she was planning to do. I was also an orphan. Demetra said shocking Naruto. Ever since I was young I've had this power. My element. Originally to be a gift from God, the sister saw it as something different. Something they didn't like, but I cannot see the reason why. People had become interested in my power, one of them being Akaya, but of all of them he seemed to be the most genuine when it came to myself and not just my power. I always figured that people would consider that power to define me. And that's what you didn't like. People only thinking they need to know the power you hold to know you in an instant. Pretty much. And you just hated that. I wouldn't say hate. More like annoyed to it. You wanted people to actually get to know you. Naruto said taking a step closer. Yes. Sadly, because of my power, no one bothered to do so. Like they were afraid of me. You felt alone. I definitely know how that feels. I've always had the head sister to watch over me. She cared for me, taught me responsibilities. She did much for me the best she could. Euro was thankful to her. You saw her like a mother. More like a grandmother. I had people care for me, Buddha Euro. There was still this part of you that still felt sad. You wanted more. To feel a Euro full. Instead of empty. Naruto said with sympathetic eyes. I wanted a home. Something that makes you want to fight for it. Until your last breath. A purpose to go on. Naruto said. He then placed his hand on her shoulder. You don't have to go on. I feel like I want to. Honestly, I didn't expect myself to tell this to anyone. I feel so comfortable with you. Because we're kind of the same. Naruto said as she then placed her hand onto his own over her shoulder. Yes. And because you make me envious. Huh? Naruto questioned with surprise. You had worse turmoil than I had, without a doubt, and yet somehow you found a place you called your home through people who got to know you. Who loved you. You felt fulfilled. Demetra said as her grip on his hand tightened. I want that. Naruto stayed silent, before smiling. You're right. I did find a home. Naruto said as he leaned in closer to her ear. And it's called Tenbi. He said, shocking her before leaning back. I may be known through my manga, but these people wanted to know me, with some of them knowing my burden. They may know that I would try to stop the malice power I have inside, but I'm still a threat, and yet they'd rather take the chance to know me. I'm grateful to them. Naruto said with a smile. But what of those back in your world? Demetra asked. I still consider that place my home as well. Some know about my burden and welcome me with open arms. I think that's what defines a home. People who welcome you with open arms. Naruto said. So you feel people can have more than one home? Demetra asked. Yeah, why not? Naruto simply said with a grin and shrug. What do you see as more of a home to you? Demetra asked. The place that means it more. Naruto said. Demetra lessened her grip on his hand, but she still held Ida very gently. I like that answer. Demetra said, turning to Naruto with a genuine smile. Naruto's smile widened as he stared at her. Let's continue. Agreed. Naruto said with a nod as they both released one another and continued to walk, but this time side by side. I used to hate flowers as well. Same here. I'm shocked. Well, what can I say? I envied how much people loved them. I think I did too. While they had traveled and talked, the CTG glowed bright bluish green. We must be close. Demetra said. Suddenly there was a huge shadow over them, making them look up to see water flying in the air. They followed the water to find it going into a giant body of water. Well, we found it, but is the hybrid in there? Naruto wondered. Suddenly the Sanbi hybrid jumped in front of them and slammed Naruto into the ground with its giant fist. Demetra quickly summoned her Maken Jingu, trident, and went for a stab at its stomach, but it quickly jumped back into the water. Naruto groaned as he sat up. Damn it. What's wrong with me? Years of shinobi training and I let my guard down that easily. Naruto berated himself as the Sanbi hybrid rose a bit, exposing its head and bare spiky armored shoulders. Demetra offered him her hand, but he waved his hand to signal he was alright right before he stood up and dusted his clothes. So how do you want to do this? Naruto asked. With my Jingu, trident, I can control any kind of water quite easily. However, no doubt he's expecting that. Demetra said. You think so? Naruto questioned. He's not the type who just thinks with his fists. I can see it in his eyes. He knows a brief overview of our strength. Demetra said. Makes sense. Azuki's brother did say that Mayonaka Moon Shikai has been watching me, so no doubt they somehow caught our fight. Naruto said. The hybrid patiently waited for their move, staring at them. I'll make the first move. Naruto said. Understood. He's obviously following the law of the turtle to be steady and patient. I'll come up with a strategy while you do your warm-up. Demetra said. Thank you. Naruto said with his index and middle to his forehead and pushed it off a bit as a gesture, before dashing onto the water and straight at the Sanbi hybrid. The giant man-beast jumped onto the surface of the water with a roar as Naruto sent a punch to the torso that it dodged before sending its own punch that Naruto dodged, then an uppercut making Naruto leap back, but then it stomped its foot causing the water around him to shoot into the air sending Naruto flying. As Naruto descended, he flipped into the air, ready to land, but the beast charged at him with its spiky armor-plated shoulder hitting him, sending him rolling back. Once Naruto stopped rolling, he skidded back on one knee and a hand onto the water before stopping. Naruto looked at the hybrid to see its full form. The hybrid's body was covered in gray spiky armor on the back of its arms, its shoulders, its back, its lower jaw which covered all its face but its eyes which were pure white, red eyebrows, fair-skinned forehead and red spiked-up hair. Its hands were gray with its bare feet being gray as well with spiky toes, and its muscular torso and front of its arms were red muscle-like tissues. Its clothing was just a pair of black pants and a black belt with a silver belt buckle. I was inspired by his design by Killer Croc from Batman Arkham Asylum, but of course my character's taller than 8'9". Naruto glared at the 12-foot giant with his fist tightened, before he dashed at a great speed and went for a punch only for the beast to slam its own fist into his. Naruto grabbed its fist and used it to raise himself to deliver a kick to the top of the creature's head, the only part that seemed human, but the creature grabbed Naruto's foot, raised him high then repeatedly slammed him into the water that was surprisingly hard, but Naruto managed to shoot his mouth cannon at the hybrid's face making it roar in pain and grab its own face before throwing Naruto back out the water, skidding on his back next to Demetra. I've come up with a strategy, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on him to see if it's good enough. Demetra said as Naruto stood up rubbing his neck. Guy's strength matches mine, has the ability to control the water. He even made it harder while it still remained fluid, probably affected it on a molecular level. Other than that he seemed straightforward, still unknown if he could handle the both of us, but he would most likely see me as the real threat considering my strength and jutsu are a definite not to be taken lightly. Also he only fights with his fists from the looks of it, most likely because his mass is so great that his ability to balance on one leg for even a second is painting a target on his head as he'd collapse to the floor. Naruto said his views on his opponent. Interesting analyzation. I believe my plan might work. Demetra said. Demetra then brought him close and quietly talked about her plan. What would be plan B if it fails? Naruto asked. She then whispered in his ear making him grin from the information she shared. I like plan B better, but you're the boss. Naruto said giving her a momentary mock salute before pushing it off a bit from his forehead. Naruto then got into a track runner's stance with his hands on the ground before concentrating his energy to his body and then dashing at the hybrid at a high speed. Then once he was up to the creature's torso, Naruto sent a barrage of fast punches like he did back in the competition against Demetra's water whips, but this time his punches slammed against the Sanbi hybrid's torso making its eyes widen from the impacts and pain. Then Naruto slammed two fists into its gut making it skid back, but not by much. The beast then glared at Naruto as the blonde ran up to it and went for another barrage of punch, but the hybrid slammed its fists against all of them at a matching speed. Demetra then suddenly appeared next to the hybrid and went for stab, but he jumped away. Demetra, standing on the water thanks to her new power over her element courtesy of Naruto, then slammed the bottom of her trident down onto the water causing 1,000 little drops of water to rise. Naruto used his precise skills with his fists to punch the drops straight at the hybrid like bullets. Once it felt the holes in its torso, the hybrid rolled up to use its shell to protect itself from the bullet-like particles. Naruto then dashed at the beast and flipped over him and wrapped his arms around its torso the best he could and used his monstrous strength to lift it up to expose its torso, before making a mad dash to Demetra who met him halfway went for the stab, but the creature used its hands to stop the tri-tip of her weapon. After a while, Demetra then pulled her Maken back and spoke. You may stop now Naruto. Demetra said as she turned and walked away. Naruto released his hold on the hybrid as he followed her. The hybrid was still, his body unmoving with its eyes wide with shock. Have to say you got one kick-ass power Demetra-chan. Naruto said with a grin as they stopped away from the hybrid and turned to the hybrid. The hybrid stared at them with its wide eyes before its arms shot to the side and he stood up. Its muscles were twitching and it moaned from the attempt of using them. Do you know how many people in my world wish they had the control you have? Powerful enough to control blood. That's very dangerous to come across in battle. Naruto complimented with a smirk. Honestly, this is a first, but with the power you gave me I have more control over my element and my power over all liquid is better than ever. I have you to thank for our victory. Demetra said with a smile. Aw shucks. You're going to make me blush. Naruto said with a modest grin and a blush as he scratched the back of his head. Looks like I succeeded. Demetra said, still smiling. So are you going to kill him? Naruto asked. I'll only drain about 18%. That way he'll live but still be unconscious so you can acquire the spirit inside of him. Demetra said. How thoughtful. Naruto said with a smile and his fists to his hips. Suddenly the beast roared as his blood shot from the holes in his torso from earlier and shot towards Demetra. Look out! Naruto shouted as he pushed her away. Demetra fell to the surface of the water thanks to Naruto's great strength, but she looked up with wide eyes as she saw the blood shoot through his body in various places all over his body like bullets. Naruto! Demetra shouted, but then she noticed her form was shadowed, making her look to see the hybrid with its hands up, ready to strike at her. Damn, I lost my concentration. Demetra thought as she prepared for the pain, but Naruto appeared in front of the hybrid and pushed it back with his arms wrapped around its torso, but it took the chance to grab Naruto by the shoulders and dive into the water. Demetra was in shock as she then looked down into the water and as she sensed the commotion below. Naruto held his breath as the hybrid swam down into the depths of the lake, which surprisingly was deep, and then bear-hugged Naruto's body, squeezing tight enough that he screamed in agony. Then the beast pulled him away and started pounding his face with its fists. Once hitting the lake floor, the hybrid continued to punch Naruto's face, making him bleed. After a while the hybrid grabbed Naruto's arms and was going to pull them off, but suddenly Naruto's blood from his nose shot towards the hybrid's head. The beast managed to move its head back to only have its forehead grazed, making it moan in pain before releasing Naruto and swimming away at high speeds. Naruto mentally sighed as he wiped his head of sweat out of habit. Damn. That was a close call if I ever seen one. Naruto thought. His eyes then noticed through the clear blue water, and because his eyesight had become so advanced, Demetra to be staring at him with a sigh of relief. She really saved my ass. She's freaking incredible. Naruto thought with a grin as he gave her a thumbs up, which she nodded in response to. Naruto then stood up and thought about his situation. Akaya Euro, I need air, but most likely if I shoot up to reach the surface, even with my Muko energy, that thing will probably get me before I can make it. So what to do? Take the risk or get Demetra to help? Maybe a little bit of both. Naruto thought, but then he noticed the hybrid swimming at him at high speeds, roaring a battle cry as it charged at Naruto. Shit. My attacks are too slow to take him on down here. Naruto then looked at Demetra as he gained a serious expression. Demetra knew he wanted her to cooperate with him on something, but what was he planning? Naruto suddenly ripped open his shirt and from the back of his pants where he kept Chaa's knife, cut his bare torso with it, causing him to bleed. Demetra's eyes widened with shock at Naruto's reckless decision, but she hurried into action as she used her Maken to control Naruto's blood from within his body and shot spear-shaped blood from the wounds he inflicted onto himself and shot them point blank at the hybrid, stabbing it right through its body, making it roar as it swam away. Naruto felt a little weak from the blood loss, but was still alright to fight. Suddenly he saw Demetra start to separate the water above him, but knowing she wasn't strong enough to take away it all, he took his chance to shoot straight up to meet her halfway. He managed to escape the water and end up surrounded by a spiraling whirlpool. Naruto took in a big gulp of oxygen as he flew straight up to be above lake level, but the hybrid's hand burst through the whirlpool and grabbed Naruto's torso and squeezed him, making him raise his voice from the pain. Demetra jumped down and landed onto Naruto's shoulder as she then stabbed into the hybrid's tissue on its arm and tried to control its blood to release Naruto, but the hybrid fought against the control, so Naruto took in a deep breath, opened his mouth and shot his mouth cannon at the hybrid's face, making it release him and allowing Naruto to shoot back to above the lake's level. Once they were above the lake's surface level, Demetra released her hold over the water, letting it return to normal before Naruto's feet touched down. Plan B then. Naruto said. Risky move you did down there. Demetra commented. What? It was the only thing I could think of. My combat speed is lessened in water while his gets greater. Naruto said as he rebuttoned his shirt and fixed his tie a bit. The hybrid then shot out of the water with a giant roar as it stared at the two. Well, looks like you're on top. Can you deal with that? Naruto said to Demetra with a smirk. I'll manage. Demetra said as she twirled her trident in hand. The hybrid dived back into the water as it started circling them at a high speed. Jet fall. Demetra shouted as she then controlled the water by shooting up the water from the current the hybrid creating a ring-shaped wall of rushing water making the beast roar in pain. I used the principle of how a water cutter cuts through objects. I made this by spinning the water at extremely high speeds, but I lessened it a bit so you won't die. Demetra explained as the hybrid jumped out of the ring, into the center as it then charged at Naruto and Demetra. Naruto flipped over it as Demetra then stabbed into its trapezius muscles before releasing her jet fall and they landed behind it as Naruto sent a hard, Muko-enhanced kick to its legs making it fall. Naruto jumped and stomped onto the hybrid's stomach where Demetra stabbed into its torso at a fast pace, before it shot up making Naruto jump back. It charged, but Demetra shot water into its face with force behind it, decking it with the water making it lose momentum, allowing Naruto to send his blinding barrage of punches while Demetra stabbed into its chest while summoning water to hit the hybrid at all ends. The hybrid then gave a mighty roar that created a shockwave that sent the two flying, but Naruto was in control as he quickly positioned Demetra piggyback style so she wouldn't have to deal with force head-on like him. Then he landed on the surface of the water and skid back, but another giant hybrid rose from behind them ready to grab them and crush them. Shit. Is that a Bushin? Naruto thought with shock. However, suddenly the creature was stabbed through the head by a javelin making it turn into water and fall into the lake. Huh. Naruto thought with confusion on where the attack came from. For the male student body. Naruto and Demetra heard making them turn to see an acorn thrown over the real Sanbi hybrid's head and hen in its place became Kengo who slammed a Bakken atop of the creature's head, adding element to it before impact, causing the creature to moan in pain as the Bakken broke apart on impact. Before Kengo hit the water he threw another javelin straight into its side, into the muscular tissue making the hybrid roar in pain. Naruto took the chance and ran at the hybrid with its hand forming a Rasengan with added wind element. Futon. Rasengan. Naruto shouted as he charged and slammed his jutsu into the hybrid's torso making it roar as its stomach felt the full force of the technique and it was sent flying back far before it fell into the water and floated onto its back. We did it. Kengo cheered as he floated in the water with his fist pumped. Thanks for showing up. Naruto thanked Kengo as his dark-haired friend swam to them. Oh hey, are you alright Demetra? Naruto asked. Yes. Thank you for keeping me safe from his previous attack. Demetra thanked Naruto with a small smile. We missed it. Ah man. Naruto turned to see Kimi, Takeru, Chaa, Azuki, Haruko and Yuka. I really wanted to see the fight. Chaa whined. Oh hey. How did you two find? Naruto then noticed Kimi holding Matabi who gave a cute little, meow. Oh. Naruto said realizing that Matabi must have led the way. Oi Yuka. Naruto called out getting her attention as she noticed him grabbing Yusui by the collar. Looking for something? Naruto asked rhetorically with a smirk. I have been actually. Yuka said with a smile. You should be proud. He saved our butts and helped me out with finishing him off with my final attack. Naruto said as he tossed Kengo over to them. Once landing on his butt, Kengo rubbed his lower back from the impact he felt. Whoa. So you were serious about going up against that giant. Damn Yusui, you really do have some serious balls. Takeru said in surprise. When I said I'd make someone pay, Kengo Yusui keeps his word no matter what. My passion runs deep. Kengo shouted with fire in his eyes as his fist shook with pride. Oh Yusui-kun, such determination tilde. You're so amazing. Yuka said dreamily crouching down next to him holding her right blushing cheek and her other hand on his shoulder. Wow you're more passionate than I thought. Takeru said, impressed by his friend's conviction. Naruto smiled at the others, but then he turned back and glared at the floating form as Demetra returned back to her position atop his shoulders. You sense it too? Naruto asked his partner. Yes. My senses have excelled a bit thanks to the chakra in my system. Demetra said. Suddenly the hybrid stood up and roared as the water around him wrapped around him like a cocoon. Everyone stared at the watery cocoon, before it expanded greatly to monstrous proportions and exploded to reveal the hybrid's full Biju form. Euro, I just realized that this is your first time facing a Biju-formed beast. Naruto said with wide nervous eyes. Naruto. Do you trust me? Demetra asked. Huh. Yeah, I do. Naruto said. Then combine your power with mine. Demetra said. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at Demetra's suggestion, but he nodded, trusting her. Naruto closed his eyes and took in a deep breath through his nose as he waited for Demetra to prepare. Demetra spun her trident in her hand in front of her before stopping it and gripping it with both hands as she held it vertically with the tri-tip up to the sky. Demetra closed her eyes as she focused her Maken energy and chakra to circulate around her body before an aura of royal blue surrounded her body. She then concentrated on connecting her energy with Naruto's. What are they doing? Azuki wondered. Connecting one another's energies. Azuki turned to see Yan make her way to them. Demetra's so lucky. She now has chakra within her system. I can feel it. Yan said with her arms crossed. How can you feel chakra? Takaru asked. It feels similar to our energy, but still a foreign. It's not hard to recognize for someone who can sense other energies like myself. Yan said. Azuki stared at Yan for a moment, feeling jealous of her abilities, but then she heard the Sanbi hybrid roar as it started making its way to Naruto and Demetra. Guys, run! Takaru shouted. Shut up. Your words have no place in this fight. They're relying on each other, their brains and instincts. You're just wasting your breath. Yan said, still staring at the scene. She is right. We're going to have to trust them. Haruko said as she stared at the two with worry in her eyes. Demetra continued to concentrate her energy with Naruto's, but it was difficult seeing as his power was a bit much to connect with. Luckily Naruto figured out the problem and lowered his energy output and managed to connect with Demetra's. Now, don't hold back, Demetra shouted. Naruto then started to raise his voice as his power started to rise. His power surrounded him and Demetra as their clothes were moving with the intense width that was picking up. Demetra felt the Muko energy alight within her system, combining the two powers together. My body is burning up. I've never felt such a power before. Demetra thought with wide eyes. Suddenly a wound opened up on her arm and bled, shocking Naruto as more opened up around her body. Demetra. Don't stop. I can control it. I'm almost there. Demetra exclaimed as her grip on her Jingu trident tightened. Naruto still felt unsure to continue the power rise, but he trusted Demetra's intuition so he continued on. Can't stop now. I'm almost ready. Demetra though gritting her teeth as the water around then started to move violently. What are they going to do? Takaru wondered with wide eyes. I'm not sure. I've never seen Demetra do this before. Yan said eyeing the technique with interest. Keep going Demetra. Naruto thought as his eyes became completely white. Control it. Demetra thought as her Jingu trident started to glow even more as her hair became untied to let her mane fly with the wind and her shirt became unbuttoned by the force. Form it. Her forehead then gained a vein on it that started to beat as her eyes became completely white. Maintain it. Demetra thought as her Jingu trident became surrounded in a complete royal blue aura making it look like it was made out of water and as the water surrounding them grabbed a hold of her and Naruto, putting them both in a cocoon. The Sanbi hybrid came close enough for its hands to come on either side of them, ready to crush them. Now release it. Demetra's mind yelled as the cocoon of water exploded into a giant explosion of water, sending the Biju-formed hybrid flying back onto its back into the water. Everyone looked in shock as they saw the water start to fall to the floor, but in the center of the lake was the top half of a muscular being made of pure water with long flowing hair and a beard made of pure water. What in the euro, was all Haruko was able to say as she and the others stared at the being with shocked expressions, but then they all noticed Naruto and Demetra in the center of the water behemoth's chest. Koten, Gurishimizu no Kami, Poseidon. Beyond release. Greek water god. Poseidon, Naruto and Demetra's voices were heard as the water being brought a fist up to its chest and another to the right side of its face. They combined one another's power to make that. Yuka exclaimed with genuine shock. I've never seen such a collaboration of elemental power. Haruko shouted in shock and amazement. Yan looked up at the being with shock and disbelief that chakra and Maken energy can create such a powerful technique. She then gave small grin, excited to try it out with Naruto after the battle was over. The Sanbi hybrid stood up and roared as it glared at the giant water being. Bring it! Naruto's voice was heard as their water avatar thrust its right fist forward. Naruto, we have to be in sync in our combat. Demetra said. How's this sound? I control the fists and you control the water itself. Naruto suggested as he commanded their avatar to send punches and strikes at a blinding speed to taunt the Biju-formed hybrid before the arms stopped in a Kung Fu Panther-style form. I'm okay with that. Demetra's voice spoke. The Sanbi hybrid roared as it charged at them, but the avatar dashed at the hybrid and spun to deliver a back fist to its face, then an upwards punch to its jaw making it lean back from the impact. Then the avatar leaned in closer to deliver a palm strike to its stomach. Then the avatar grabbed it by the she then lift the hybrid over its shoulder and slammed it down onto the water that Demetra densified to make the impact harder. Then the avatar did it twice more before throwing the Biju-formed hybrid across the lake. But then a new pair of arms generated from the avatar's back, grabbing the shelled behemoth and slammed it onto the hardened water, creating a giant wave upon impact. Holy crap! Takaru and Kengo shouted in amazement. They're amazing! Kimi exclaimed. They kick ass! Chaa cheered with a grin and her fists thrusted into the air. Yen stared at the water avatar with a smirk as his arms remained crossed. Yes they do. The Chinese maiden thought. Suddenly a blast came from the hybrid, blasting the left half of the water avatar apart. Naruto! Demetra! Haruko shouted with worry. Luckily Naruto and Demetra had moved their avatar to the side, saving themselves from getting caught in the attack. I got this. Demetra said as she rose their right arm up as a giant trident made of pure water generated from it, and then it started turn into ice, but only a third of became ice. Damn, not enough control. Demetra thought, struggling to freeze the water in hand more, but her control over her synced power with Naruto wasn't excellent. She may be skilled, but she wasn't perfect. This is good enough. Naruto exclaimed as he concentrated on the Biju hybrid that then rose from the water and roared. Naruto then threw the giant trident at the beast, however it jumped away, only being grazed on its underbelly. Again. Naruto shouted as Demetra concentrated to create another giant trident, but this time only its tips were frozen. Naruto quickly threw the trident, managing to stab the Sanbi hybrid in the stomach, making it roar in pain. Alright. Now let's go. Naruto shouted with a grin as their avatar then started charging at the being, getting ready to slam its fist into the beast, but suddenly they stopped and almost tripped, shocking everyone. What the euro? Naruto then saw blood floating in front of him. Ba euro blood. Naruto thought with wide eyes, but then he looked up to see Demetra was unconscious with her Jingu trident start to fade away as her grip on it loosened. Oh shit, Demetra. Naruto said, but the water went into his mouth. Damn it. Our control over the water has stopped. She's out. Naruto thought as she then floated off of his shoulders, but he managed to grab her as their avatar started to fall apart. What happened? I thought we were doing fine. Naruto thought. No, you weren't. Naruto, your chakra output is so massive that her body couldn't take it for long. Throughout using this technique she had to pour out as much power as she could to connect with yours, and she had to overwork her brain to keep up the concentration of keeping the form, even with her Maken in her hand. She couldn't take it anymore. Now she's unconscious and her body is greatly damaged. I don't think she'll be able to fight anymore. Her career is over. Kurama explained. Damn it. I didn't want this. Naruto thought with guilt as tears formed from his eyes and became one with the depleting water avatar. Isn't there anything I can do? Naruto thought, but then a new idea came to mind. Wait, what if I use my energy to regenerate the damaged cells of her body? Naruto asked his nine-tailed friend. Not a good idea. Kurama simply said. Please explain. Naruto said. Your regenerative powers still are connected to me, even if without me you can still do so. It's still not a good idea to pour in that energy inside her because it will either damage her body even more or my chakra would make her go crazy, considering you haven't defeated the darkness within you yet to obtain my benevolent chakra. Kurama explained. Naruto looked at Demetra's face with sad eyes as the water lessened even more, giving them less water to surround them. Tell me immediately when I'm causing more damage. Naruto thought. Kurama sighed but decided to listen to the blonde as they both then started leaking their red and bluish-green chakra into her body. Naruto concentrated as he only thought of fixing her. After a few moments, the water only surrounding them in a small cocoon. Come on a euro, I know you're not done yet. Wake up a euro and we'll finish this a euro together. I promise. Naruto thought as they both were surrounded by red chakra. What in the hell? Kengo shouted with shock. Naruto-kun must have given Demetra his Kyuubi chakra. Kimi deduced. They had all noticed Demetra in bad shape, which worried them all, but now they were even more worried about what was going to happen to Demetra now that she had Biju chakra flowing within her. Should we run? Takaru asked. I'm not sure. Haruko said, unsure if they should stay near as backup just in case or just run in case things got out of hand. Suddenly the Sanbi hybrid landed onto the lake and charged at them, slamming into them and sending them flying. Naruto held Demetra close to him, prepared to take any impact for her. After a few moments, Demetra's eyes widened as her iris turned crimson as she exploded with red energy. The lake below exploded underneath them and surrounded them in giant plume of water, and then in its place was a muscular six-armed being of pure water and long hair with two strands framing its face, and unlike the previous avatar it had no beard. A pair of tridents being held by in its chest had an orange glow surrounding Naruto and Demetra. Koten. Asura Sujin. Demetra's voice was heard. Naruto floated next to Demetra with his hair even more unruly, his cheek marks more defined, his iris blood red and pupils slit, and he grew a pair of fangs. Naruto then felt a hand on his shoulder, making him turn to see Demetra smiling at him, noticing the only thing that changed about her was that her body was completely healed and her iris became red. Thank you, Naruto. Demetra thanked her blonde partner. Anytime. Naruto said. The Sanbi hybrid then charged at them and charged a Biju-dama tailed beast bomb, but one of the arms holding a trident thrust forward and extended at the Biju-dama with frozen tips, stabbing into the bomb, making it explode in the hybrid's giant face. As the hybrid roared from the pain the blast created, the water avatar ran at the hybrid and grabbed it, lifting it up as it then started punching with its free pair of arms and slashing at it with its tridents. Then it was stabbed in the torso by a trident, raised high, and then was slammed down upon water that became frozen into ice. The hybrid then shot a Biju-dama at the avatar, but Naruto and Demetra managed to move it to the side so it only had gotten a graze on its face. Allow me, Demetra-chan. Naruto said as the water avatar lifted the Biju-formed hybrid into the air and threw it high. By all means, go right ahead. Demetra's voice spoke as the giant tridents vanished, allowing Naruto to control all the arms. Once the Biju-formed hybrid came falling back, Naruto used all his power to send a blinding barrage of punches to the beast's torso, going so fast that you could only see blurs of blue as an indication of them being the six arms. Naruto kept repeated the phrase, Orao rao 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 ra, over and over again as he continued to punch the hybrid's gigantic torso, making its eyes bulge from the pain, before Naruto cocked them all back and slammed them against its torso. But then Demetra yelled as she controlled the water to create spikes that stabbed right through the Biju-formed hybrid's torso before it was sent flying. Geez, Demetra, you didn't have to do that. Naruto said in surprise. My apologies. I'm just getting excited. I've never felt this kind of power before. My instincts are becoming more intense. Demetra said with an animalistic grin. My chakra is causing her to become more wild as it continues to flow within her. You better finish this quick. Kurama informed Naruto. I'm sure he won't get back up. Naruto said through their telepathic mind link, but the beast rose up and roared, then charged at them, ignoring the new wounds on its body. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Naruto thought. Suddenly giant water whips came out and grabbed the beast by its limbs and wrapped around its body to stop it from moving. Then a pair of pillars made of water rose as the whips were connected to them, making the Sanbi hybrid rise up to expose its underbelly. Naruto. I'll hold it while you create a giant Rasengan. Demetra said with an animalistic grin. To create a Rasengan through this thing. Can I even do that? Naruto wondered to himself with wide eyes. Do it now. Demetra ordered. Well, I'll give it a shot. Anything to get her out of this state of mind. She's starting to really scar the crap out of me. Naruto thought nervously. Naruto then raised his hand up and concentrated. Alright. Better put in a lot of power for this. Naruto thought. Naruto then started to remember his training with Jiraiya when he was learning the Rasengan. As he concentrated, streams of water started to rise from one of the avatar's palms and started to flow in multiple directions until a sphere of air surrounded it, then that was surrounded by a dome of water. First step. I'm honestly shocked that the water reacted too. I guess my mind got a little curious on mixing water and air into one big Rasengan. Naruto thought as he continued to concentrate on the rotation of his giant Rasengan. This is taking more concentration than I expected. Naruto thought as his sweat became one with the guardian. Now to add power. Naruto then concentrated on the power, but as he added much more, the giant Rasengan started to crack and then burst. Damn it. Naruto thought. The Sanbi hybrid then broke a few of the whips that was holding him. Naruto, hurry. Demetra shouted as she created new whips to grab the beast again. Naruto retried to create the giant water Rasengan until he was at the second step, but this time concentrated on more control on his power. Luckily he succeeded in the second step this time. Naruto then started to stabilize it. The Sanbi hybrid then broke away from more of the water restraints. Naruto, I can't hold on much longer. Demetra said with urgency. What's going on? Why isn't Naruto using that giant jutsu? Yusui questioned with new worry. The others then noticed that something was going on with the jutsu. He's losing control. Azuki shouted with new worry as they saw Naruto use another hand to try and control the giant Rasengan. Suddenly the Sanbi hybrid roared, creating a shockwave that broke its restraints. Oh no! Kimi exclaimed as she and the others were now worried for their friends. Use it now! Chaa shouted. The Sanbi Biju hybrid charged at the giant six-armed avatar. It then started to form another Bijudama, but as it got close, Naruto gave a grinning smirk as one of the arms extended straight at the hybrid, delivering an uppercut making it lose focus and shoot the Bijudama too early, sending it into the sky and exploding in the sky. Four of the arms grabbed the Biju's arms and tails and stood it up to expose its torso. I needed him to get closer. Naruto said as they then noticed the giant water Rasengan solidifying. I wasn't Surya Euro if this was going to hold before we got to him. Naruto said as he showed that the Rasengan was now made of ice. No way. He made a Rasengan made of ice. Kimi shouted as she and Chacha's eyes sparkled in amazement. Excellent work. Demetra complimented with a smile. Hold your applause. Naruto said as he cocked the Rasengan back. Hyoten. Kyodai Rasengan. Ice release. Gigantic spiraling sphere, Naruto shouted as he thrust the Rasengan forward into the hybrid's gut, causing the hybrid to roar in pain as cracks appeared on the sphere with intense wind coming out, before it then exploded into the hybrid's stomach, making it roar even more from the agony as it was then shot far back with a roaring wind and snow surrounding it as it flew back out from the lake, skidding onto the ground far away from the lake, creating a gigantic cloud of dust surrounding it as it then transformed back into its previous form. Enjoy the frost bite. Naruto said with a grin before the water avatar fell apart with Naruto and Demetra falling into the lake. Naruto. Demetra. Haruko shouted as she saw the two fall into the water. They all then waited to see if they were fine. Luckily they didn't have to wait long as Naruto burst from the water with Demetra on his back. You okay? Naruto asked looking back at Demetra. Yeah, Euro, just exhausted. Demetra answered as she rested her head onto his shoulder. Naruto then used his chakra to stand up onto the water and trek back to shore. Holy cow, you guys were amazing. Chaa cheered in amazement as waved her arms in the air with excitement as Kimi giggled with Matabi meowing cutely with joy that Naruto was safe. Thanks. Naruto said with a smile as he got onto shore. Reckless. How could you a Euro? Haruko felt pissed, but then she hugged Naruto and Demetra with relief and happiness. Forget it. I'm happy you're both safe. Haruko said before pulling away with a smile. You don't have to worry, Haruko. Nay, Demetra's not that reckless. Naruto said with a smile. I meant you baka. Haruko exclaimed with annoyance. Oh hey Euro, that's understandable. Naruto said before he gave Demetra to Chaa because she was the strongest in the group next to him in physical strength. Take her back, I'll catch up. Naruto said before running off. Where are you going? Azuki called out. I'm going to get the Biju spirit inside the hybrid. Naruto shouted back before he picked up the speed with his Muko energy. Azuki sighed as she placed her hand atop her forehead. Don't worry. The hard part's over. Yan said with a smirk. Are you actually giving me comforting words? Azuki questioned with a smirk and her hands on her hips. Just didn't want to see you whine again. Yan said, still smirking with her arms crossed. Naruto ran all the way to the hybrid to see it still unconscious. I hope he's not dead. Naruto thought, but then a dark light came down upon the hybrid. Oh shit. No. Not this time. Naruto thought with a glare as he picked up his speed, and as the hybrid started to float up, he rocketed from the ground and landed onto the hybrid and sent his hand into its chest, making it roar in new pain. The others looked with wide eyes to see Naruto floating into the sky with the hybrid. Naruto. Jump off. Azuki yelled, but Naruto stayed atop the beast, trying to take the spirit within it, but he was then engulfed into the light with the hybrid. Everyone's eyes widened with shock as they all then screamed in unison. Naruto. Ah! Naruto screamed as he was in a tunnel of purple light, seeing flashing lights pass through them. It was like he was rocketing into space with the flashing light being stars he was speeding past. This is trippy. Naruto's voice echoed before he and the hybrid then impacted onto a hard floor. Naruto groaned before he got up and looked down to see he was still atop of the Sanbi hybrid. Naruto quickly searched inside the hybrid's chest before ripping out the gray spiky armored ball. Naruto panted as he stared at the ball. Naruto then looked at the unconscious hybrid below him. It's too bad I didn't get to know your name. Naruto said. His name is Daiki. Naruto heard a voice making him turn to see a woman who was completely white. Oh, he didn't mean by just color of her skin. Not only was she incredibly pale woman like Sai and Orochimaru, but the rest of her appearance was white. Her hair was long and completely white, with her bangs covering her forehead with strands framing the sides of her face and two long locks behind those strands going down the front of torso and stopped at her hips, and the end of her hair were cut Harem style like Hinata's hair, except for the two strands framing her face and the bangs covering her forehead. The only parts of her physical features were her iris, which were silver, which with her lipstick being the same color, but that wasn't much. She wore a light gray women's blazer that was buttoned up over a black shirt that stopped up to her collar bone with a zigzag pattern at the neck hole, a light gray work skirt and matching light gray heels. Nice to meet you again, Naruto-kun. At least this time you're conscious. The woman said with a creepy smile that made Naruto's spine shiver from how creepy it was. Who are you? Naruto asked, mentally berating himself for his beginning stutter. I am Belinda. It's nice to formally introduce myself to you. She said with her smile widening as she gave him a small bow with her hand to her chest. Right, Naruto said, feeling uncomfortable in her presence. You seem familiar. Have we met before? Naruto asked. I'm afraid not. This is the second time I've seen you in person. Belinda said, still smiling. Uh-huh. Naruto said. Naruto then remembered something that made him mentally berate himself for forgetting where he most likely was. Wait a minute, what am I, an idiot? Listen lady, you got 5 seconds to show me the door and 3 already passed. Naruto said sternly with a glare as he pointed his fingers at her. It's not polite to point. I figure someone like that pervert Jiraiya to teach you such a thing. Belinda said, not losing her smile as she moved aside to show the door. Naruto was about to walk when he then noticed his surroundings to see multitudes of deformed and giant ugly people and monsters in tubes, shocking, frightening and disgusting him. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed with all 3 emotions in one expression. Oh, I see you noticed my past failures. The only thing they're good for now was to learn from them to not make the same mistake. Good thing that paid off, or else you would be like them instead of the way you are. Belinda said, still smiling as she pointed a ballpoint pen at him. You're the one that made me this way. Naruto shouted with an angry glare. Well, Toshiyuku-sama helped as well. I'm his personal assistant and the head of science here. Belinda said. Naruto's energy started to rise as bluish-green flames danced onto his shoulders and the back of his neck. You won't do anything to me. We both know it, but I'll show a bit of kindness to you, my child. I'll give you a 1-minute bit of a head start. Don't waste it now. Belinda said, smiling her creepy smile. Suddenly Naruto heard a hissing sound, making him turn to a lab table to see a white snake slithering on the table. Oh, don't mind Ebert. He just wants to be with his siblings. Anna Belinda said as she placed her hand onto the table, allowing it to slither within her sleeve. Naruto's eyes became wide as he then noticed various things slithering in her sleeve and the left side of her shirt. That's when Naruto made a frightening discovery that he wished wasn't real, that it shouldn't have existed in any world to begin with. Why, you're a female Orochimaru. Naruto's scream echoed throughout the place, making everyone within it stop and wonder where that came from and who was the cause of it. Sadly for Iwao, he was napping against a wall when the voice woke him up. What the hell? Okay, whoever the douche behind that girlish-sounding scream is, I'm going to kick their ass for ruining my nap. Iwao said as he stood up from the floor with his war hammer appearing out of red light in his hand. Orochimaru. Oh right, that person who tried to do what we have been doing for years. It's too bad he was killed. He and his research would have made a nice addition to our cause. Anna Belinda said with her index to the corner of her right lip. Naruto decided to just run out the door while he still had the time. Orochimaru was one thing, but that Anna Belinda freaked him out even more than the pale hubby Sennin. Naruto had been dashing through corridors trying to find a way out. Damn it, this place is huge. Naruto said as he stopped at a fork in the road. Attention everyone. Naruto looked up as he heard Anna Belinda's creepy voice. Our darling favorite shinobi has returned to us. Uzumaki Naruto is somewhere in the base. If any of you decide to capture him, please be gentle. I wish to run a few more tests on him. Anna Belinda said through the speakers, making Naruto sweat in fear of being experimented on again and worse by her. Within the base, soldiers started to roam the hallways to find Naruto. Shiki and Hasani just stayed silent as they continued to walk through the halls. Iwao grinned with excitement as he ran through the halls with his warhammer Kimusho slammer gripped tightly in his hands. Oso roared as he stood up on his hind legs as its eyes glowed red. In a room, Wabisuke glanced at the speaker in the room with his arms crossed, while Hanahime was sitting on a stool, holding a plate of sushi, chopped beef and rice in her hands, with a pair of chopsticks in her hands. She looked at Wabisuke, silently wondering what their next move was. Wabisuke closing his eyes and staying silent was all the answer she needed. She went back to feeding someone who was tied to the wall. Naruto ran through a bunch of hallways, but then heard footsteps, so he ran into the nearest room. He stayed silent as he listened to the footsteps until they left. Naruto sighed before looking at the large spiky egg in his hand. Man, I wish I could shrink this damn thing. Naruto said, but then suddenly it did as he said and shrunk. Hoo-ha, Euro, wish I could have known that a long time ago. Naruto thought before putting it in his pocket. I guess these things can feel and hear while they're still eggs. Naruto said as he looked around the room. He noticed some computers, so he decided to walk up to them and check what they have, but sadly when he pressed one of the keys, a sign came up on the screen that said to press his finger onto the fingerprint mark on it so it could scan his finger. Damn the Euro, guess I won't be able to find out any secrets. Naruto said as he walked away and decided to stay in the room for a few more minutes before leaving. After he walked out the room and trekked lightly, keeping silent and listening closely for any more nearby trouble. After traveling a bit, dodging oncoming soldiers, he was about to round a corner, when a door opened, making him go back around the corner and lean against it as he carefully looked around the corner to see Wabisuke come out the room. Oh crap. Why of all people? Naruto thought with wide worried eyes. Wabisuke then turned his head to the corner, although Naruto had already brought his face back as he sweated with fear. He knows I'm here. I know he knows I'm here. Naruto thought with rising fear. He wasn't ready to fight Wabisuke, not after putting so much energy into his fight with the Sanbi hybrid, Daiki. Wabisuke stared at the corner right before Hanahime exited the room as well. Is something wrong, Wabisuke-kun? Hanahime asked, noticing he was staring at the corner. No. It's nothing. Wabisuke said as he and Hanahime then left. Naruto leaned his head to see the two walking away. Oh man. I was sure he knew I was here. Naruto thought. I wonder what they were doing in that room. Maybe fooling around. Naruto shivered in disgust at that thought. I know they're not the same people, but they look so much like Sasuke and Hinata that it gives me the creeps thinking about it. Too bad they're my enemies. If I got to know them, then maybe I would see past their looks. Naruto thought. He then decided to enter the room, wondering what was inside, because wherever Wabisuke was Naruto classified it as important. Once entering the room, Naruto scanned the place to see that it was very spacious with giant wires and tubes glowing green and blue on the walls. Naruto followed the wires and tubes until he found what they were hooked up to, but what he found shocked him beyond all belief. No way, was all Naruto could say as he stared ahead in pure disbelief. It's been a while, Naruto-kun. Itachi. Naruto said as he stared up at the thought-to-be dead Uchiha. He was restrained to the wall by a metal cocoon that only covered his lower half, so only his bare torso, his arms restrained by giant cuffs against the way, covering his arms up to his midway up his bicep. He had wires and tubes attached to his torso, the cocoon and his cuffs. Oh my Kamiya Euro, what have they done to you? Naruto shouted with shock, anger and disgust. They've experimented on me, like they have done you. However, they used me to study chakra like they have done to others before myself. Itachi said. Other Sayuro, there were more they had taken from our world. Those fucks. Naruto shouted with new anger. I'm going to get you out of here. Naruto said. And why would you do that? If you do so, what's to say I won't use as a puppet to escape? Oaken the act, I already know about the Uchiha coup de copyright tat. I know the truth about everything. Naruto said, shocking Itachi. Ua Euro, this world kind of. Ua Euro has books called manga with one named after me that's based on our lives. Naruto said. I can believe that. Itachi said. Does this mean you'll tell Sasuke the truth if you ever see him again? Itachi asked. I'm not really sure. I mean, I feel he should know the truth so he doesn't hate you anymore, but I've seen what could happen if he did find out. I mean, he could go crazy and try to destroy Konoha. Sure, getting rid of that Danzo bastard would be good, but I'm still worried. Naruto said. Is this what you discovered in these mangas? Itachi asked. Yeah. He loves you, Itachi. Hell, I bet even now he still does deep down in his heart. Naruto said. Itachi felt happy to know how much his brother loved him, but he was saddened to know what his love would become if the truth were out. I'll tell you one thing, when I get back to Konoha, I'm going to expose Danzo for the bastard he is. Naruto exclaimed with pure determination. That might not be wise. Itachi said. Even if it isn't, I'm willing to take that chance. He stole Shisui's right eye, took eyes from your deceased clansmen, worked with Orochimaru, and he's so willing to gain power that he'll let thousands from his home village die on purpose when he could do something about it. He's a monster. And I already swore that I was going to make him pay for you, for Shisui and for Sasuke. Naruto shouted with pure conviction. Itachi just stared at Naruto, touched by his gesture. You are a good person, Naruto. I wish Sasuke still had you by his side. Itachi said. Not going to lie, even though he's back in Konoha, our bond's still a little shaky, but I'll always come back to make sure he doesn't lose his way. Naruto said. Now let's get you out of here. No. You have to leave me. Itachi said. What? But you don't deserve this. You don't deserve pain. Naruto argued. I am very important to these people. If you attempt to free me, they will stop at nothing to get me. Itachi said. Why? Naruto asked. Wabisuke. They plan on putting my chakra into him. Itachi said, shocking Naruto. Around here, you are seen as a prototype of a new evolution of man. Through their experiments on you, they have found a way to make more people like you. They have chosen Wabisuke to become this next evolution. Itachi explained. A new evolution. Like me and the hybrids. The hybrids are only as they are called. Being that are half human and half Biju, and yet not even they have grasped their true power yet. Seriously. They could become stronger? Naruto questioned with shock. After gaining their new power they immediately faced you without bothering to train. After their defeat by your hands the first two decided to train. No doubt the third will do the same. Itachi Euro, what am I then? Naruto asked. You are a being that who has had their body altered to not only possess and use the energy this world is accustomed to, but also possessing the perfect body. You can heal from anything, even injuries that are fatal can be perfectly healed. You can do feats that no normal being from this world and ours can ever hope to do. You are a being of extraordinary power. Itachi explained. This world and its energy Euro, there is more to it than you and anyone else realizes. In this world gods truly do exist. And by gods you mean me. Naruto said. No. I mean true gods. All the ones we pray to. They are watching us from another plane. Itachi said. You're shitting me. Naruto said in shock. So a Euro, they're watching Yusa Euro right now. Naruto asked, looking up at the ceiling, wondering if he was being watched by a kami. Most likely. Itachi said. Why don't they do something? Naruto asked. They had entrusted the world to the humans long ago. They feel no need to intervene. At least, not personally. Itachi said. What do you mean, not personally? Naruto asked. Others fight for the gods. Usually for a specific kami. Itachi said. I see. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head as he continued to stare up. Itachi knew Naruto didn't fully understand what he was saying, but he was sure he would someday. Naruto. Naruto looked up at the restrained Uchiha. You may not be able to save me yet, but you can save someone, but the choice on who will be up to you. Itachi said. Huh? Naruto questioned on what he meant by, the choice on who. Suddenly Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, surprising Naruto, who was then caught in a genjutsu where he saw a path to take to find a specific room. Then he was shown the path from the room that would lead him to the exit. Once Itachi released his hold, Naruto blinked as he grabbed his head and thought of something that he should have asked earlier. How come you know so much? These wires and tubes give me both chakra and Maken energy, so I now possess a higher amount of power. Though not as great as you, I was able to create a new jutsu that allowed me to see what others see through my Sharingan. I can see through the eyes of countless guards even at once, knowing my surroundings and discovering many secrets from their organization. However, it always requires eye-to-eye contact, but when I do manage to catch someone's eyes with my own, I can send my chakra through their eyes to see what they see until death. Itachi explained. Well, didn't you become more badass and cool? Naruto said with a smile. He then looked to his hand as he tightened it into a fish. I promise. Naruto said as he then looked up at Itachi. I promise that one day I will return to save you. That's my promise to you, Itachi. My promise of a lifetime. Naruto shouted as he thrust his fist forward. Itachi stared at Naruto for a moment, before giving a small smile. Thank you, Naruto. Itachi said. Until Thena Euro, good luck. Naruto said before turning around and heading for the door. Before he opened it, Naruto stopped as he thought of something. You said that there are people out there who swear to fight for a specific god. Naruto asked. That is correct. Itachi said. Well, Thena Euro back at Tenbi, I'm considered one of the children of the sun like everybody else, so a Euro, he turned to Itachi and jabbed his thumb where his heart was. I'll fight for the goddess of the sun herself, Amaterasu. Naruto exclaimed with a smile before he left. Good choice. Itachi said with a smile. Naruto traveled down the halls Itachi showed him until he was at the door. Naruto entered the room as he remembered what Itachi said. Make a choice. Just who are the people I'm supposed to choose one from? Naruto wondered, but when he closed the door he gasped as he stared in shock at tanks filled with people floating in green liquid. But these weren't any ordinary people. Dear God. Naruto said as his back hit the door. No. Naruto said as he slid down to the ground. In front of him were his fellow Jinchuriki, minus Gaara and B, floating in the tanks with wires connected to their naked forms. Naruto continued to stare at the tanks as one of his fists shook with pure anger. Those bastards, Sayuro, those bastards. Naruto shouted with tears pouring from his eyes. So this is how they were able to make those hybrids. They spliced their DNA with those mongrels so they could accept the Biju chakra. They also somehow attained some of the Biju chakra from the Akatsuki and put it into them so it could grow within their bodies. Those wires connected to them are used to milk the energy from them. Kurama deduced. All have their heads. Naruto shouted with anger as he gritted his teeth. Lower your voice, dumbass. Now choose one so we can get out of here. But I could save them all. I can create clones too. You'd just be wasting energy. You can't save them all, Kit. At least not now. You can only choose to save one for now. Kurama said. Naruto didn't like to choose only one when he wanted to save them all, but he knew his fox friend was right. Is this how you feel? Naruto asked his Biju. Seeing your own kind locked up and used for their power, only seen as a sole purpose to supply power to those who don't even own it. Is this what caused you so much hatred? Is this the same sorrow and hatred you feel? Naruto asked as he gripped the left side of his chest with tears streaming down his eyes. Kurama stayed silent, not wanting to answer Naruto's question for personal reasons. Naruto then slowly stood up from the ground and trekked up to his imprisoned Jinchuriki. He looked at all their faces with sorrow. Yugito, Yagura, Roshi, Han, Utakata, and Fu. All of them. He wanted to save them all. I'll kill them. I'll see this place burn to the ground. For all of you. Naruto said as he gripped his chest tighter and sobbed a bit as he bit his bottom lip. His power then rose a bit, forcing Kurama to speak to calm him down before someone could sense them. Calm down, Kit. If anyone senses your energy spike, then we won't be able to save any of them. Kurama said. Thankfully Naruto's power receded as he wiped away his tears and then composed himself. Okay. I'm calm. Naruto said as he looked around the bunch and made his decision. Naruto made his way up to Fu and stared up at her. We might have to face a Nanabi hybrid soon, but hopefully saving Fu will halt that for a while. Plus I don't want to face an army powered by the Nanabi's chakra. Naruto said. He then cocked his fist back and slammed it onto the glass, breaking the tank. Fu fell forward with Naruto catching her. He took out his combat knife and cut the wires hooked up to her. Naruto then looked at his hand to see some of the liquid on his hand. This liquid is made of Maken energy. She must have absorbed some of its power. Naruto thought. He took off his blazer and wrapped it around her before placing her onto his back. He made sure that the shrunken egg was still in his pocket and his hold on her was tight before moving. Okay, time to go. Naruto exited the room, sadly in time to hear Anabelinda's voice through the speakers again. Attention. Uzumaki Naruto has just exited from our Jinchuriki containment lab. Shit. Naruto said as he made a mad dash down the corridors that led to their freedom. Naruto ran until a long whip with blades surrounded him in a tornado of itself. What the? Naruto turned to see a cloaked woman with a large bust size and short unkempt lavender gray hair. Her sword is like Ivy Valentine's sword from Soul Calibur, the Valentine. Naruto then noticed Shiki inside the tornado with his Reaper no Seishu, Reaper's Gatherer. I screwed up the first part of the name in Chapter 5, in hand, ready to slice at him. Naruto quickly dodged the slices. Kid, watch your back. Kurama shouted, making Naruto look back to see that Fu was about to be cut by the whip blade. Naruto moved away from it and then tried to dodge another slash from the side, only to get grazed across the chest, but Naruto felt the most excruciating pain from it. Ah! Son of a bitch! Damn it! Fuck almighty, that hurt! Naruto screamed from the pain. Naruto dodged the scythe more while also trying to avoid getting caught in the blade whip. He had to find a way out, and then he noticed a way out. It would be risky, but he was low on options. Naruto had jumped over a horizontal slash and threw Fu through the space between the tornado blade and then bolt through another space with his Muko energy giving him a little more boost, then caught Fu bridal style and then ran as fast as he could. Hasani retracted her weapon making it into a solid sword again as Shiki placed his Maken onto his back. Why didn't we actually try again? Hasani asked. Wouldn't be fun to catch him so early. Shiki simply said. Naruto continued to dash at a fast pace, but as he got far he noticed a shadow above him making him look up to see Iwao with his hammer ready. You're mine, Uzumaki. Iwao shouted with a grin. Naruto just gave him a dull glare before opening his mouth and shooting out his cannon beam of green energy, sending Iwao crashing into the ceiling before he continued to run. Note to self: a Euro aerial assault too risky against Uzumaki turd. Iwao said, groaning in pain on the floor of the level above Naruto. Naruto continued to run when he noticed the bear that attacked him and the others at the hot springs charging at him. You again. Well, bring it, bitch. Naruto exclaimed with a glare, but then the bear grew 3 times in size, grew an extra pair of arms, spikes coming out of its back and long giant ones from its elbows. Holy shit. Naruto said with wide eyes as the bear pounced at him. Naruto jumped into the air, seeming like he was going at the bear head-on, but he concentrated his power to create a clone that he used as a stepping stone as he jumped off its back, managing to go over the bear as it clawed the clone to pieces. Naruto surrounded himself in Muko energy as he then went into high gear to escape the bear. Damn. I got too emotional. Oso said before he transformed into his regular state. Naruto continued to run at high speed, but then he noticed metal flat tentacles trying to halt and attack him. Naruto used his skills to dodge them, although earning a few injuries, luckily keeping Fu safe. Naruto's eyes glanced to the side to see another corridor to see a young man, about his age, with snow-white hair that followed a smooth down spikes going down to the neck, and wearing a white coat that had a gray fur collar, kind of like his jacket, with a black shirt underneath that had a tear at the neck hole, a necklace with a crystal shard that looked like fractured ice, white pants and black boots that stopped at midway at his forelegs. The flat metal tentacles were coming out of his back. Who the hell is that? Naruto thought as he continued to run off. Screw this. Naruto thought as he stopped and turned to a wall. He placed Fu back onto his back, held her tight, and breathed in a lot of air, as he built up a lot of Muko energy into his chest. He then opened his mouth and shot a gigantic blast of Muko energy into the wall and further beyond, creating a giant hole to the outside world. Naruto panted as steam came from his mouth with the side of his lips injured from the intense power. This kid's acting more like a Biju today. Kurama thought, seeing how similar Naruto's attack was to a Biju Dama. Naruto quickly dashed through the holes in the walls until he made it outside to find that he was high off from the ground. Naruto decided to chance it and jump off the ledge. Naruto stared at how far they were from the ground with the wind hitting against his face, but then Fu flew off of his back. Fu! Naruto shouted as the young woman flew away, reaching closer to the ground. Naruto tried free-falling toward her, but before he knew it they were getting closer to the ground, so he concentrated his energy around his body and shot towards her, managing to grab her and shield her with his body right before they slammed into a tree and hit the ground. Naruto groaned in pain as he looked to see that Fu was fine. Okay, she's good, but what about? Suddenly something small bounced off his forehead, making him go, ouch. As he sat up and grabbed his forehead from the pain. He looked down to see the shrunken Sanbi egg had fallen out of his pocket. Oh man. Almost lost you there, buddy. Naruto said as he grabbed the small egg. Good thing you're so tough for an egg. Naruto said with a smile. After putting it inside his pocket again, he looked up to see Mayonaka Moon Shikai's base in all its glory. No way. Naruto said with wide eyes as he stared up at a flying black castle flying in the air with 3 large golden rings below it, most likely being the device that kept it in the air. A flying castle, a Euro, who would have thought? Naruto said in amazement. Crazy, right? Naruto turned to see Tien-san smiling at him with his hands in his pocket. Need a ride? Tien-san asked rhetorically as his hand gestured to a tall orange mirror behind him. Yes, please. Naruto exclaimed as he stood up from the ground and entered the mirror with Tien-san following before it vanished. Izuki, stop breaking the desks. Furin shouted as Izuki slammed her fist into a desk, breaking it in half. I can't believe that idiot. It's like I have to hold his hand all the time. Izuki shouted with anger. Izuki, please calm down, we'll find him. Haruko said when suddenly Chaa threw a desk at the wall, breaking it apart and cracking the wall. Chaa, stop it. No. Izuki's right to be angry. Those jerks have our Naruto-kun now. How can we not be angry? Chaa shouted as she jumped in the air and stomped on another desk, breaking it apart while Kimi kicked a chair. Kim, not you too. Haruko said. Yan was surprised at how violent the three were. Sure, she was angry and wanted Naruto back as well, but she wouldn't go all barbaric on the situation like these three were. They're mad. They're completely obsessed with him. Yan thought with wide eyes. Shouldn't we stop them? Aki asked Minori as she, Minori, General and Kenway were watching the chaos. Nah. We'll get new furniture if they keep this up. Minori said, waving it off in dismissal. Suddenly a tall orange mirror appeared in the room, attracting everyone's attention. Wow. Did we end up in a Girls Gone Wild video shoot? Tien-san said playfully as he and Naruto, carrying Fu bridal style, came out from the mirror as it then vanished. Who are you? Yuruchi demanded answers from the red-haired man. Ni-san. Izuki shouted with shock to see her older brother. Ni-san. Yuruchi said as she and the others who didn't know about Tien-san look at her and Tien-san in shock. Oh hey, it's you again. Minori greeted Tien-san in her typical manner. Naruto-kun. Chaa cheered as she, Kimi and Izuki hugged him, shed tears of relief and joy. Thank God you're alright, Azuki said with tears in her eyes. We're so happy you're back, Kimi said as her tears flooded out from her eyes. Girls, not that I don't appreciate the love, but I need you to move away. You're squeezing Fu, Naruto said. The girls separated as they had finally noticed Fu in his arms. Holy crap! Chaa exclaimed with shock and amazement. It's Fu. The Nanabe Jinchuriki. Kimi exclaimed with equal shock and amazement. Wait, but isn't she supposed to be dead? Chaa asked. Yeah, she is, but apparently those bastards brought her back along with the others who are supposed to be dead. Naruto said staring at her face with sadness, still upset that he couldn't save the others. Wait, you mean her and the others are alive? Kimi exclaimed with shocked. Yeah, sadly I could only save one, so I chose her since she was the strongest in the bunch. Naruto said. Hold on, I thought the dead Jinchuriki weren't a Jinchuriki anymore. Kengo said. Apparently Manaka Moon Shikai also acquired some of their Biju's chakra and put it back within them so it could grow and they could milk the power from their bodies. Naruto explained. Oh my god, they're monsters. General said with shock, and he wasn't the only one, everyone else was shocked at how cruel Manaka Moon Shikai really was. Kenway made a mental note to write this down. Chaa, take her. Naruto said. Chaa nodded as she took Fu into her arms, allowing Naruto to fall back and pant as he felt his body ache from the pain. I've pushed my body really hard today. Naruto said. Yeah, no kidding. From fighting the Sanbi to surviving within Manaka Moon Shikai's wall can tire a guy out. Especially at the lengths you went through today. Tien-san said. Naruto-kun, do you need help? Kimi asked. Nah, just give me a minute. Aki-chan sensei, could you please take care of Fu? Of course Naruto-kun. Aki said with a nod as she gestured for Chaa to bring Fu to her office. I'll be back Naruto-kun. Chaa said. I'll be counting the seconds. Naruto said making Chaa blush. Ah tilde what a charmer. Chaa said as she left with Aki. So how long will you be like this? Yuruchi asked. I don't know. Give me about a half hour, I'll get a little bit of steam back. Naruto said. Well, I better leave you guys to your business. Tien-san said as a new mirror appeared. Wait, you just came back. Why the hell can't you stay? Azuki said with displeasure. Sorry Imouto, but I'm on Kamigari territory. I can't stay long on their turf, they don't take kindly to us Tengoku no Mon, even though we're supposed to technically be on the same side. Tien-san said. Damn it. Azuki cursed. Hey, don't worry, I promise we'll see each other again. And with all that crap that's been going on lately, real soon too. Tien-san said as he retreated back into the mirror. Yane. Tien-san said waving goodbye as the mirror vanished. What the hell does Kamigari have against my brother? Azuki shouted with new anger. Tengoku no Mona I've never heard of them. We should probably report this to Akaya Taiko. Yan thought. Hey, by the way, where's Demetra? Naruto asked. She's in the infirmary resting. Haruko explained. Oha well then. Naruto then jumped back to his feet with new vigor. Then I guess I got to make another batch of meals for our two patients. Naruto said with a grin. He's back up like that? Yuruchi questioned with shock. Whenever cooking is involved, Naruto ni-sama will perk right up like he won a sweepstakes that gives him a year's supply of ramen. Anaho said with a smile. You don't say. Yuruchi said with a sweat drop expression. Inside Aki's office, Demetra stared at the minted-haired girl in the bed next to her. From what Aki told her, she was a resurrected Jinchuriki that Naruto had saved from the clutches of Manaka Moon Shikai. She couldn't help but wonder that if she woke up, how powerful Thig girl would be. True, Naruto was a Jinchuriki, but he was a super-powered Jinchuriki that was mutated by Manaka Moon Shikai, so she wasn't sure how strong a normal Jinchuriki was. Suddenly Fu groaned, catching Aki's attention as her and Demetra witnessed her yawn. Fu's eyes fluttered open as she looked around to see that she was in what looked like a hospital room. Fu sat up quick as she looked around to find a violet-haired girl in the bed next to her, staring at her. You might want to cover yourself. Demetra said, confusing Fu, who then looked down at herself to see that she was naked, making her blush red in embarrassment and cover her chest with the covers. Why am I naked? Fu exclaimed with confusion and embarrassment. Well, it looks like you're awake. Fu turned to see a woman in a doctor's coat, no doubt meaning she was the doctor, but also noticed her chest. Holy crap. Those are the biggest globes I've ever seen. Fu shouted, making Aki blush red in embarrassment. €1, thank you. Aki said with a small smile as she then grabbed a shirt and a pair of shorts and handed it to Fu. Wear this for now. Aki said. Thanks. Fu said as she then got out of bed and got dressed in it. Anyway, thanks lady, but I need to get back to Takigakure. Fu said. I'm afraid that's impossible. Demetra said. Why's that? Fu asked with a raised eyebrow. Because you aren't in the shinobi world anymore. Demetra said. Nani? Fu shouted with disbelief, causing Aki to giggle. I'm sorry, it's just your reaction kind of reminds me of Naruto-kun a bit. Aki said with a smile. Anyway, just lay down and rest a bit. Aki said. But I'm alright. Look at me. Fu then jumped onto her hands and balanced herself off of her palms. I'm all wired up. Fu said with a smile. Trust me, I think you'd rather lay down. After all, you are getting a fresh cooked meal from our best student here. Aki said. A meal. Awesome. Fu cheered as she bounced off her hands and landed on her bed in a cross-legged position. I'm surprised that I'd actually get to meet another Jinchuriki here. Demetra said to herself. Another. There's another here. Who? Fu asked with excitement at meeting another Jinchuriki like her. That would be me. Fu turned to see multiple cute blondes enter the room with dishes of food in their hands. Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of Kurama the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto introduced himself with a grin as he and his clones placed small tables with the meals on top in front of Fu and Demetra. Quit telling people my real name. Kurama shouted. It's an honor to meet you, Fu. Naruto said with a polite bow as his clones dispersed. Wow, what a cutie. Fu thought with a blush and smile. She then jumped out from her bed and hugged Naruto tightly. I'm so happy to meet you. Another Jinchuriki. Fu cheered with a grin. This girl's kind of like Chaa. Naruto thought with a smile and blush. Hey, she's awake. Chaa exclaimed as she and Kimi entered the room. Speak of the devil. Naruto thought with a smirk. Wow, I'd never thought that I'd meet another person from Naruto-kun's world. Kimi said with excitement before giving a courteous bow. My name is Kimi Sato. It's honor to meet you, Fu-san. Kimi said with a wide smile. Please, just call me Fu. Fu said with a grin as she released her hold on Naruto. Okay, Fu-sama. Kimi said. Hey, I said just Fu. Fu said giggling as she scratched the back of her head. Sorry, I'm just really excited and flustered at finally meeting you. Kimi said with a blush with her fists pressed against her blushing cheeks. Wow, I never thought I'd ever make someone feel this way. Fu said with her own blush. Hi, I'm Chaa Akaza. Chaa introduced herself with grin. Holy crap, your boobs are huge. Fu exclaimed with shock at the size of Chaa breasts, making Naruto, Kimi and Aki blush with surprised expressions on their faces. Thanks. Chaa thanked Fu with a grin as she pressed her breast up with her arms, making them bounce, which caused Naruto's nose to bleed perversely. Yeah. I mean, nice to meet you. The name's Fu. Fu greeted Chaa with a smile as she extended her hand to her. Oh please, I'm not going to shake your hand. Chaa said, shocking Fu, making her think she crossed the line, but then suddenly Chaa hugged Fu tightly. A hug for you is way better. Chaa exclaimed with a grin. The sudden hug shocked Fu as her eyes widened. A hug? No one's ever hugged me before. Fu thought as she then smiled with her eyes shimmering, threatening to tear up. Careful, Chaa, you might crush her. Azuki said, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed and a smile on her face. Sorry, but I already like her a lot. Chaa said, still grinning. Fu managed to break away from her hug as she then grabbed one of Chaa's and Kimi's and bowed at them. Please, be Fu's friends. Fu said, hoping that they'd accept. Kimi and Chaa gasped with joy as they then hugged Fu, shocking her. Of course we'll be your friends. They both exclaimed with joy, making Fu smile as she hugged them back. Once they separated, Azuki walked up to her and extended her hand. The name's Azuki Shinatsu. Azuki introduced herself. Nice to meet you. Please be Fu's friend. Fu said with a bright smile as she grabbed Azuki's hand. She even refers herself in the third person. She reminding me of you Cha. Azuki said making Cha giggle with a grin. Why not? I'm friends with this baka and this maniac, and you seem pleasant compared to them. Azuki said making Naruto pout and Cha scratch the back of her head, still grinning. Yes. Fu cheered jumping into the air. Naruto smiled, happy to see a fellow Jinchuriki genuinely happy. Your food is excellent as always Naruto. Demetra said with a smile enjoying her sushi, with fried rice, and roast beef with rice pudding on the side of the dish. Thank you Demetra-chan. I got to say, you were kick-ass in our fight against the hybrid. Your skills were amazing. Naruto said with a grin. Thank you Naruto, but I couldn't have done any of it without you. I hope we can do it again someday. Demetra said with a smile. Anytime. Naruto said scratching the back of his head as a tiny blush appeared on his grinning face. Azuki raised an eyebrow at their interaction, but Fu then jumped to Naruto and grabbed both of his hands. Naruto, will you be my friend as well? Fu asked with a hopeful smile. Of course. Naruto said with a smile. Yay. Fu cheered as she hugged Naruto making him blush. Fu-chan, you should really eat Naruto-kun's food that he prepared for you before it gets cold. Kimi said. Huh. Oh yeah, food. Fu said as she then looked in shock to see the meal of cooked meats, steamed fish, rice balls and fried rice, pancakes, French toast, different soups, and cakes and jelly. Oh my lord. It's a banquet. Fu cheered as she jumped right back into bed and then took her first bite into the pancakes making her eyes widen in shock as she then started to tear up worrying Naruto if she hated it. This is the best thing I have ever tasted. Fu exclaimed with anime tears of joy as she then started to chow down on everything. Glad you like it. Naruto said with a huge grin. Don't you think you gave her a bit too much? Azuki asked rhetorically. I figured that she'd be super hungry when she woke up and lo and behold, I was right. Naruto said. By the way, that girl over there mentioned that we weren't in Shinobi World. What does she mean by that? Fu asked. I'll explain that later, just continue to eat. You must feel a bit weak, ya know. Naruto said. I do kind of feel a bit sluggish than usual. I guess I could relax for a bit. Fu said as she continued to eat her giant meal. Now how do I explain everything to her? Naruto thought to himself. Holy crap. That's crazy. And a little weird. Fu said. Yeah I know what you mean. After a lifestyle as a shinobi things like this seem a little unexpected. Naruto said. At least everybody seems nicer than people where I came from. Fu said. That's true. Naruto said with his hands behind his head. So let me get the facts straight on this. After I was captured by Kakuzu and that guy with the cool scythe, I had my biju extracted and I died, but these guys that have something to do with the moon brought me back to life, put some of the nanabis or chua euro. Chome. Right, thanks. So they put his chakra inside me so it could grow and then they milked it from my body and probably took my DNA so they could make a guy or girl who will be half human half biju to come after you and we have no way of getting back. Fu said. More or less. I mean their organization has the name Moon in it, but yeah you got the gist of it. Naruto said. Whoa. And the other Sayuro. I could only save one so I chose you. Naruto said. Why me? Why not one of the others? They have more experience than I do right? Fu wondered. Well for one, you have the strongest biju chakra inside of you. Okay I get that, but what's the other reason? Fu asked. I just figured well you know since you were the youngest, around my Aji that you know, with being a Jinchuriki and all that you'd like a chance to make friends here and have a nice life. Naruto said. Fu blushed at Naruto's kind thought. Oh tilde Naruto-kun you're so sweet. Cha exclaimed as she hugged Naruto, smooshing his face into her breasts making Fu's eyes widen anime style at the interaction. Cha, you're suffocating him again. Azuki said with her hands on her hips. Peeping from behind the door was Kengo who wanted to see how large Fu's bust was. He always made it a priority to catalog every girl's physical appeal, most importantly their bust sizes. Granted he was dating Yuka, but it never hurt to keep such records to help a poor soul looking for a girlfriend. Size B. Kind of no surprise there. A lot of girls from Naruto's world don't have the bust size capacity of the normal female around here. Kango said, listing it down. He then looked back inside only to notice someone was in front of the crack in the door, making him look up to see Naruto staring at him, which made him sweat with fear as he saw the blank expression he was giving him. Naruto then suddenly grabbed Kengo's face into the palm of his hand. Kengo, what's up, man? Didn't know you were curious about Fu. Naruto said with an innocent grin as he brought him into the room and placed him down. Fu, this is my friend Kengo. Naruto said, placing his hand on Kengo's shoulder. Ah, hi. Kengo said, waving at Fu. Were you peeping? Azuki asked with an annoyed look on her face. No, I was wondering if Fu was going to stay at Tenbi, like Naruto. Kengo said, an excellent lie thanks to his quick thinking. Where else would she go? Naruto asked. What do you say, Fu? Chaa asked. Stay here. You all want me to stay. Fu asked with shock. Why not? Tenbi's willing to welcome anyone with open arms. Azuki said with a smirk. Plus you'll get to make a lot of friends. Kimi said with a bright smile. Friendsa Ivy always wanted a lot of friends. Fu said. Well, we're your friends, and there's more you can make here at Tenbi. Chaa said with a big smile. Fu couldn't help but smile, happy to hear that she now had friends in this strange new world. So are you going to stay? Chaa asked as she leaned in close to Fu's face. Hell yes. I'm not missing out on a chance to make thousands of friends. Fu said with a grin which made Chaa grin. Good. The principal of the Tenbi, Minori, said that after you feel better that you can sign the paperwork to become a student here, but I got to warn you, the stuff they teach here is way different than the stuff that shinobi academies teach. And they're a bit more difficult. Naruto said. Well, you've been here longer, so maybe you can help me. If it's okay with you, Naruto. Fu said with a bit of a bashful blush. Wait, you want me to be your tutor? Well, I have learned a few things here and there. Naruto said with his hands behind his head. It also works better since you're both Jinchuriki from the same world. Kimi added. Yeah, I'll do it. Naruto said with a grin, making Fu grin. I wanted to show her things. Chaa whined with a lip. Fu was shocked that Chaa was sad that she couldn't be the one to show her the ropes. It actually made her happy that someone wanted to do it so badly. Don't worry, I could teach her how to keep up in class. You can do the rest if that's what you want, Chan. Naruto said. Yeah, you can teach her how to fight, get stronger, and show her everything it can be. Kimi said with a smile. You can make her your junior after all. Azuki said. Yeah, like how Haruko Ne-chan is Yuruchi's senior. Naruto said with a grin. I would like that. Fu said, smiling at Chaa. Chaa gasped with joy as she then hugged Fu tightly. Yeah, call me Chaa Ne-chan, Imouto. Chaa said with a grin. Ne-chan. Fu said with shock all over her face. She never thought anyone would want to consider her a sister. Chaa was something else. She never met anyone like her. Spontaneous, excitable, optimistic, and showing such kindness and compassion. She smiled and teared up at having Chaa as a sister. Ne-chan. Fu exclaimed as she hugged Fu back. I can definitely see it. Naruto said with a smile. You know that sounds kind of racist. Kengo said quietly with a dull look, feeling like Naruto along with anyone else would consider it not just because of how cheerful and energetic the two were, but because of their skin color. Naruto punched Kengo hard in the face, sending him into the wall. Asshole. Naruto said with an anime glare and dull expression. Get back here. They all heard Furin call out as suddenly Shukaku burst through the door and running behind Naruto's legs as Furin ran right into the room with Matabi by her side. Naruto, that little beast took something from me and I want it back now. Furin shouted with an irritated yet flustered expression on her face. Oh, sorry, Furin-chan. He can be a little pain in the ass sometimes. Naruto said. Holy crap. Baby Bijus. Fu exclaimed in shock and amazement as Naruto then picked up Shukaku. Now what did this little troublemaker take? Naruto said with a smile, but then his jaw dropped as he blushed red and gained a nosebleed when he noticed that Shukaku had Furin's panties in his mouth. Everyone blushed and looked at Shukaku in surprise, except Chaa, who just blinked at the sight, but then she noticed the image on the underwear. Oh Furin, I love the little fox on your panties. It's so cute. Did you get it because it reminded of Naruto-kun? Chaa said with a grin making Furin and Naruto's entire face blush red. Just get it out of his mouth. Furin shouted. Naruto, in fear of Furin's rage, grabbed the panties and tried to take it out of Shukaku's mouth, but the tanuki wouldn't let go. Shukaku, give it back to Furin-chan. Naruto ordered, but the sand tanuki refused to listen. I said give it. Naruto said with a glare, but Shukaku growled in response. Don't you growl at me. Naruto raised his voice. Shukaku just continued to pull on the panties causing them to stretch. Careful. You're going to cause a tear. Furin exclaimed with worry. Naruto groaned at Shukaku's behavior, but then came up with an idea. Unless you let go, you won't get any dinner. Naruto said, but Shukaku didn't budge. That's not a good bluff, Naruto-kun. Kimi said. Yeah, coming from you, it's too obvious. Chaa said. Damn my kind-hearted chef nature. Naruto muttered with annoyance. Fine, I'll add more to your dinner tonight if you let go. Naruto said, making Shukaku's eyes widen with new delight as he stopped fighting. Oh good. Glad you're seeing it my way. Naruto said with a smile, but then Shukaku had gotten a devious look as he started to pull on the panties again, re-engaging the tug-of-war between him and Naruto. Shukaku, what the hell? I thought we reachin'. Suddenly Shukaku let go of the panties, making them thrust into Naruto's face, draping over it. They looked in surprise with the girls and Naruto blushing, before Naruto's nose shot blood. Furin quickly took her panties back and then glared at Shukaku angrily. You little beast. You did that on purpose. Furin shouted with anger, pointing her finger accusingly at Shukaku, who chuckled deviously. Damn pup. Naruto mumbled. Sakura was at Ichiraku Ramen having a bowl of ramen. From time to time she had been coming over and having ramen. She may not like it when Naruto has ramen nearly all the time, but she did start to love the place because of him. It was small yet nice, plus the ramen was indeed delicious. You seem a little preoccupied, Sakura. What's on your mind? Ayame asked with concern. It's nothing. Well, actually it is something. Apparently Sasuke's not in the village. I'm worried about why he left. Naruto had gone through a lot to bring him back and now he's gone for Kami no why this time and Naruto's not here to take care of it like he used to. I mean I saw him. Naruto's grown so strong, he could no doubt bring Sasuke back again. Sakura said. Speaking of Naruto, how goes the progress on those jewels? Ayame asked, hoping to not only know if her and the others were closer to getting Naruto back, but also to change the subject away from Sasuke. It always seemed like he was causing problems for Sakura. Fine. We got 2 of them, so we're closer than we thought we'd be. Sakura said. That's great. Ayame said with a smile. You bet. Ino said, entering the stand. You should have seen Forehead on our mission to get the one in Fire Country. She beat the ever-living hell out of the Guardian keeping it. Ino said, sitting down. Really? Yeah, she went berserk on that thing. For a moment I thought she became stronger than Tsunade-sama. Ino said with a grin. Wow, Sakura, that's amazing. No doubt Naruto would be very proud. Ayame said with a proud grin. Sakura smiled and blushed, not at the compliment, but at the thought of impressing Naruto with her strength and skill. I hope he will. Sakura said, moving strands of her hair behind her ear as she thought of her favorite blonde with a blush. 6 bowls of ramen please. 3 for me, 2 for Kiba-kun and 1 for Hinata-san. Lee exclaimed as he entered the stand at a quick pace. Lee, you're back. Ino said in excitement, knowing that could mean only one thing. We're all back. Kiba said with Hinata and Akamaru behind him. You really need to slow down, man. We barely could keep up with you. Anyway, I'll take the special and a spicy miso pork. Kiba said, sitting down. I'll just take a regular miso with vegetables, please. Hinata said politely. I'll take any kind of ramen you make. Lee said, not caring what he got as he was famished. Coming right up. Ayame said with a smile as she went back into the kitchen to make the ramen with her father. So you guys got back with your jewel? Sakura asked with hope. Yeah. Kiba said with annoyance as he had his arms crossed. What's his problem? Ino asked with a raised eyebrow. Kiba-kun's just mad because Sasuke-kun came and defeated the Guardian keeping the jewel. Hinata answered. We were just fine on our own. Kiba raised his voice, very pissed over Sasuke showing them, feeling mainly him, up. You saw him? Sakura exclaimed with shock. Yes. Although we were shocked that Tsunade-sama didn't send him as backup. Lee said. So that's why he left. He's trying to get all the jewels as fast as possible. Sakura said in realization. He is. Ino questioned. I guess he wishes to see Naruto-kun as badly as us all. Lee said. He probably want to take him on and beat him. That guy's always obsessed with trying to make sure Naruto's lesser than him. Kiba said. Isn't that what you want too? Ino questioned rhetorically with a dull look on her face. Hell no. At least not anymore. You saw how he is now, Naruto's a beast. Fighting him is a death wish now. Kiba said. It is true. Naruto-kun has become so powerful. My blood is just pumping with so much youthful excitement at the chance to face him in battle. Lee said with fire in his eyes. I really wish I could see how strong he's become now. Hinata said with a smile and blush. Sakura actually knows how to look in on him in the other world. She can show you how strong Naruto has become, right Sakura? Ino said turning to her best friend, but she noticed the look on Sakura's face. Sakura had been lost in her thoughts, because she knew the reason why Sasuke wanted to get all the jewels. Ever since he heard about the truth behind his family's massacre, he's been obsessed with confronting Naruto to find out the truth. The thought worried her. What if the truth was so shocking and horrible that Sasuke would become vengeful again? Sasuke Ayuro, I'm worried for you. Sakura thought. Suddenly she heard a snap making her pay attention to the world around her. Hello forehead tilde you there? Ino said concerned for her best friend. Oh yeah. Sorry about that. What was up with you just now? Ino asked. Nothing. I was just thinking about Sasuke. Sakura answered, keeping her what she really knew a secret. And here I thought you were over him. Ino teased with a sly smirking grin. I am. Can't I be worried about him without saying I'm still obsessed with him? Sakura shouted with anger and annoyance. Alright, calm down. I was just joking. Ino said with a nervous smirk and her hands up in defense. Sakura-san, have you seen anything Naruto-kun has been doing lately? Any new skill he has come up with? Lee asked. Yes I have Lee, and all I can tell you is that Naruto's really taking taijutsu seriously, and I hope you can take down a biju-sized water being. Sakura said with a grin and wink causing the others to have their jaws dropped. Naruto-kun. I'm so happy that you've accepted the wonderful art of taijutsu into your life. Lee said with proud anime tears. Did you not hear the part about him making biju-sized water guy? Kiba shouted with an anime-styled expression. Sakura giggled before turning back to her ramen as her thoughts took over again. Naruto Ayuro, you really are amazing, huh? Sakura thought with a smile and blush. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. And many, many more. Everyone sang and then cheered for Naruto, thanking him for defeating the hybrid that stole their water. That's my best friend. Takaru cheered as her wrapped his arm around Naruto's neck. Guys come on, you don't have to do this. Naruto said blushing in embarrassment from all the praise. Don't be so modest. You took on that guy and saved our pool time. Kai said with a grin as he patted Naruto's back with his humongous hand. Yeah, you're a hero. Shishio exclaimed with a grin. We get to see Himegami-sama in her swimwear again. I never thought I'd be so lucky. Yamada Shisuke said with pure joy with his fellow Himegami enthusiasts Tanaka and Kobayashi agreeing wholeheartedly. Congratulations Kit. You're an idol to these perverts. Kurama teased. Shut up. Suddenly the door to their room opened to reveal Kengo who was adjusting his swim trunks. Hey, where have you been? Takaru asked. I can think of one guess. Naruto whispered to him with a grin. I was just caught up in something. Anyway, it's time to earn our reward. Let's go men. Kengo declared with a grin as all the others, minus Naruto, cheered before they all headed for the pool. Hey Kengo, where were you before anyway? Tanaka asked. Back this again. Kengo thought with annoyance. Well you see, like I said before I was caught up in something. What was it? Shishio asked. Now Kengo started to sweat a bit. Well Ayuro, They all then entered the pool area only to find splashing caused by no one, but they all heard girls giggling. What the hell? Are we being haunted? Naruto asked with new fear. If there was one thing that hadn't changed with Naruto, it was that he was still petrified of ghosts. No. They all then noticed Kageshiro sitting in front of the pool with his Maken out. Actually, the girls made use of Mizan. They wanted their bodies to be unseen. This is the first time such a request was made. Euro. Kageshiro was too nervous to finish his sentence. All the males were utterly shocked and angry. You. What have you done? Kengo screamed. So this place is filled with perverts? An invisible Fu asked. Yeah, but they usually mean well. Look at Naruto. Granted he's still a pervert, but he's the sweetest boy you'll ever meet. An invisible Haruko said. Do you have a thing for him? No. I just see him as a little brother. Haruko answered. Are you mad? Kageshiro? How could you do this? Naruto cried with a worried anime-style expression. Sorry Naruto-kun. I didn't know that you wanted to see the girls in their swimwear as well. Kageshiro said. I don't care about that. This is a look of fear, not anger. Naruto yelled with a fear-stricken anime-styled face. Huh? Kageshiro questioned as he and the other males were confused. Chaa-chan is in this class. Now that she's invisible, she jumped me and have her way with me, and I won't see it coming. Naruto exclaimed with fear of being raped in public. Why are you so scared? Sex is a great experience. I mean, just from what I've learned it's fantastic. Oh shut up. We all know you and Yuka had sex, and no doubt did it again before coming to class. Stop rubbing it in. Naruto shouted, shocking everyone with the news. Suddenly all the male students became furious with Kengo as they emanated a dark aura. You had sex Usui and never told us. You betrayed us. You're dead. Now guys, you should know by now that a true gentleman like myself never kisses and tells. Kengo said with a nervous smile on his face as he sweated like crazy from fear of getting beaten up. More like has thrills and doesn't spills. Nice one Kuragasa. Chishio complimented. As all attention was on Kengo, Naruto had failed to sense a presence behind him as suddenly his trunks were pulled down completely to reveal Hisa Euro. Well you know. You left yourself wide open Naruto-kun tilde. Cha-cha voice chimed as all the girls screamed as both they and the males saw the utter size. The girls then started to ramble in disbelief. It's so massive. I don't believe it. Is this real? That should not be possible. Wait a minute, why is there blood in the pool? Akemi, is that you? Such a man tilde. An invisible Akemi chimed softly as she floated in the pool with visible blood coming from her nose. Naruto's face was completely red as he pulled his trunks back up to hide his little friend. Damn it Cha-cha. Naruto shouted in embarrassment. Oh come, you shouldn't be embarrassed about you gift tilde. Cha-cha chimed as she then grabbed Naruto's trunks again trying to pull them back down. No Cha-cha stop. Naruto shouted as he got out of her grip and started to run. I'm not ready for a BJ. Naruto screamed. We can skip that and just go to the main event Naruto-kun. Cha-cha called out as she gave chase making everyone's jaws drop. Cha-cha leave him alone. Azuki shouted as she got out of the pool and chased after their perverted friend. Cha-cha, we're in public, please leave Naruto-kun alone. Kimi exclaimed as she followed Azuki's lead. The male students then developed shamed and melancholic expressions as they hung their heads in shame with a sorrow-filled aura surrounding them all, except for Takeru and Kengo because they have seen Naruto's device before and have come to accept the thing's existence, although they still felt jealous of it. Why? He's so lucky. Oh, who am I kidding? No one could be born that lucky. God just loves him. It's official, Naruto is the man among men here. All of us are just insignificant like cockroach compared to him. I wish I was him. As all the men sulked, Kengo took the chance to quickly tiptoe away with Takeru being the only on to notice, but stayed quiet since he's been on the other end of the guy's anger enough times to give his best friend a break. Hey, Usui's trying to sneak away. Get him. A male student shouted. But it's a different story if someone notices your escape. Run Kengo. Takeru shouted as the men started to give chase on screaming Usui as they all ran out of the pool area. So you two finally did it. Furin stated with a dull look. Yep. Yuka said with a smile. And you're not going to help your boyfriend. Yusui-kun will survive. After all, he's smart enough to outsmart a mob of boys. Of course he is. Is it always like this around here? Fu asked. Not really. The boys being stupid isn't anything new, but things have changed ever since Naruto first came here. Haruko answered. Things have become crazier here since Naruto's arrival, huh? Kageshiro said to Takaru. Dude, you don't know the half of it. Takaru said with a sweat drop expression and smile. Azuki, how do we know where Chaa is if she's invisible? Kimi asked. Because she's chasing Naruto. We'll bump into her eventually. Azuki responded. Here, I'll make things easier for all of us. Chaa said cheerfully. Ah, not my trunks again. Naruto screamed as Chaa stole his trunks and tossed them into the pool. Naruto, don't come over here. We don't want to see that thing. Takaru shouted. I can't stop. She's hot on my trail. Naruto shouted. Shit. Kageshiro, cover your eyes. Takaru shouted as he and Kageshiro quickly placed their hands over their eyes in time as Naruto ran past them before deciding to jump into the water to get his trunks back. Don't jump in here. Haruko shouted. Ah, I just felt it. A girl screamed. Sorry. Naruto shouted as he kept bumping into girls, making them scream from the contact of a buck-naked Naruto. Get out. Himegami screamed as she tried to electrocute Naruto, but he quickly dived into the water to avoid the attack, making her miss, hitting a different invisible girl that followed with a splash, meaning that the invisible girl was unconscious. Oops. Himegami said with a sweat drop expression. Got him. Naruto shouted with victory as he grabbed his trunks once he rose from the water. And I got you, Naruto-kun. Chaa said as she grabbed onto Naruto, who was still naked. Help. I need an adult. Naruto cried. Chaa, stop. Azuki shouted, somehow managing to find and grab Chaa and attempt to pull her away. No. Leave us alone. Chaa cried as she held her grip onto Naruto. Chaa, let Naruto go. Haruko ordered as grabbed onto Naruto and tried pulling him away from Chaa. Yeah, we're in public. You can't jump, Naruto-kun, in front of others. Kimi said as she assisted Haruko. I said go away. All of you. Shoo, shoo. Chaa exclaimed. This was probably a mistake. Kageshiro said as he blushed in embarrassment at what he caused. Yep. Takaru agreed. Are these swimming classes supposed to be a requirement? Because after today I'm kind of scared to go back. Naruto questioned as he drank sodas with Takaru and a bandaged-up Kengo on the grass. Yeah, I don't blame you. Last thing any of us want to see is your thing rising out like a phoenix. Kengo said, sipping his soda. Yeah, same here. Naruto agreed. Honestly, I wish the guys didn't chase me out. This heat sucks. I could just spend the day in the pool with Yuka-chan by my side. Kengo said, wiping away the sweat from his forehead. Excuse me, Naruto-kun. The guys turned to see Minurva. Sorry to disturb you, but Minori asked me to tell you that Mr. Kenway and Gen-san would like to see you in her office. Why did she send you? Naruto asked. I passed her by in the halls and she told me to tell you since I was the only student around. Oh, alright then. Naruto said as he stood up and left, but then Minurva followed him and whispered something in his ear. By the way, your friend is very cute. Who? Takaru. Naruto whispered back. No, the other one. Kengo. Seriously. Do you think he's available? Minurva asked. Naruto blinked a couple of times before answering. Why don't you ask him yourself? Oh, I don't know, I'm very nervous. Minurva said with a blush and smile as she cupped her cheeks. She then looked back at Kengo to see him staring at her with a raised eyebrow, which made her squeal with glee as she ran off. This could be interesting. Naruto said with a smirk as he continued to walk, wondering on how Yuka would take it. He had an idea. Looks like he caught another one's attention. A clueless Kengo stated before laying back on the grass and sipping his soda. Takaru and Kengo had decided to hang out somewhere else, when they heard the sound of a ruckus. Another fight. Kengo said dryly. Just when we need Naruto. Hey, we can handle this without that guy holding our hands. Kengo said with a bit of annoyance. Yeah, I know, but usually when Naruto comes around people usually stop the fight before it even begins because the guys all fear him and the girls all love him so much that they decide to make peace to please him. There's no hassle when he's around. Takaru said with a shrug. Whatever, let's just deal with this ourselves. Kengo said as he and Takaru made their way to the sound. I told you. Who the hell would want to see your panties? A tall male student with a long and large 50s pompadour hairstyle exclaimed at girl holding an umbrella over her head. You're lying. I felt the perverted intentions coming from those mean-looking eyes of yours. The girl with lavender hair tied in two large spiraled pigtails and has two strands that were curled at the end framing her face. From here, it's the perfect spot to go peeking at girls' panties. The girl said, which made Takaru and Kengo blush at how right she was. Right. Even Oni-sama was thinking that as well. She said, turning to the young man with lavender hair standing next to her. Yes. The young man simply said. Che. This is going nowhere. Let's settle this with a match, bitch. The young punk shouted. What's this guy's problem? Takaru whispered to Kengo. That's Sho Tachinami. He's got a representative as a punk here. Hate to say it, but maybe it would be good to have Naruto here, because I don't think we'll be able to hold him off if things go too far. Kengo whispered back. If you lose, I'm gonna make you bow down to me. Begging for my forgiveness 100 times. Sho exclaimed as he pounded his fists together. And if you lose a euro, yes, maybe I'll remove and take those filthy eyes of your tilde. The girl said with a smile. His eyes. There's no way he'll ACC. Fine with me. Sho said, interrupting Takaru. This match is as good as mine anyways. Euro. Just start the match, I guess. Kengo said with a shrug. He then heard someone whistle, making him turn to see Yuka waving at him, which made him smile. I'm going to go scout and see if any more fights break loose. Kengo said before leaving Takaru. Seriously, you're just gonna Euro-sai fine. Let's start the match. Pledge it to the sky. Keisto engage. Sho shouted as a gauntlet appeared on his right hand. Glooming garden zone. The girl said as a golden plate appeared in her hands. Kya ha ha. Just as I thought, your strength type Maken is fitting for such an idiot. I guess those eyes of yours are only for decoration. She said with a laugh. Make pride. Sho said as she was suddenly dragged in front of him by an invisible force. The ability of Keisto resonates with my opponent's fists and brings me within range so that we can brawl it out. It also intensifies my physical strength. It's too late if you want to start begging for mercy now, got it? It stinks. The girl simply said. What? I said your breath stinks, so could you stop talking? You hamburger head. The girl said rudely with a smug smirk as a ring of Maken energy surrounded them. I see, you're the kind that doesn't learn unless they beat it into you. Sho shouted as he raised his gloved fist. That's a new, but Takaru then noticed that Sho froze in place. What's going on? My arm won't move. Kya ha tilde, I can't believe you're stupid enough to enter my field on your own tilde. Stupid. The girl said with a menacing look matched with a smile. Doll house. Takaru was about to intervene, but the brother of the girl stopped him. You don't have to stop them. If you stand in the area of her Maken zone, 10 seconds is enough for her to engage a link and create a doll of her opponent. The young man explained. The area. The doll replicates only 1/100th of the real person. As long as she's touching the doll, the link can't be cut. That's why there's no need to stop them. Yeah. Takaru turned to see Sho on the ground with his arm snapped. Kya ha ha. For such a big man, you sound so pathetic when you scream. She said as she then bent the doll's arm even more, making Sho scream even more. That should be just enough to break your arm. It's obvious who the winner of the match is. That's enough. Takaru shouted. No way tilde. If I did that, what would be in it for me tilde? Maybe tilde I should try twisting your head off next tilde. The girl said with a sadistic grin and blush. Wait. Listen to me. Takaru exclaimed as he ran up to her. What's the matter? Even though you're just a witness, are you trying to get in my way? In that kasi euro, suddenly a doll of Takaru appeared in her hand. Then I'll make a doll of you too tilde. Takaru's movements were ceased when she gripped his doll tightly, then he fell onto the floor in a sitting position. Why don't you just sit there quietly and watch? She exclaimed with a grin. Takaru then remembered hearing something Akaya told him a long while ago. If you were to face an opponent who was a woman, what would you do? I still don't know the answer to that. Euro. What? The girl noticed that the doll in her hand was breaking free of her grip. The doll. Why is it shaking so violently? She then noticed that Takaru was fighting against her control. I have to hurry and stop her. Maken. Takaru rose from the ground with an angered expression on his face. What is he? She thought with shock at his action. If you come any closer, I'll break your neck as well. She yelled with new fear. Overblow it's my only chance. Takaru thought as his hand glowed green, but then something sped past his head and hit the girl's Maken and doll out of her hands, making Takaru regain 100% control of his body again. Takaru noticed a weapon sticking out of the ground next to the girl's Maken. An harness. Takaru thought. Suddenly the rod flew back away, making Takaru turn to see it return to the hand of Naruto. Wow, I sure missed something. Naruto said. Naruto. Takaru said his best friend's name with joy and relief. Who's that? The girl and her brother wondered. Me and Takaru may be breaking the rules here at just being witnesses of Maken Ki, but I don't think people will mind when you were willing to snap the necks of your opponent when the fight was over, and of course my best friends as well. Naruto said, walking towards them with a pair of black with green harness sticks with green markings in his hands. Who in the world are you? The girl demanded answers. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. First year of Tenbi and member of Maken Ki, and I order you to leave now or face the consequences. Naruto declared with a glare as he pointed one of his harness at her. How dare you order me around? The girl growled with anger as she glared at the blonde. Looks like we didn't need to do anything. They all turned to see Akaya, Yan and Minurva. It's been a while, hasn't it, Otahime Oju? Akaya said. Oju. Naruto thought with wide eyes at the fact that that's what you call the daughter of your boss. Akaya Kodai. Otahime said the man's name, a bit surprised that he was here. Even if it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, if something serious were to happen, what did you intend to do after that? Akaya asked as Minurva checked on Sho. Come now, I was just having a little bit of fun, tilde. I heard a rumor about this school that even dead people can come back to life. So there shouldn't be any problem, right? Otahime said nonchalantly with a smile. Dead people can come back to life. Naruto thought with intrigue and raised eyebrow. But more importantly, please start doing your job properly. If you're slacking off, then to Grandpa, the leader of Kamigari. Maybe I'll have to tell on you, tilde. Otahime said smugly. Oh, stuff it. Naruto said with a dull glare, pissing off Otahime. Naruto, remain quiet. Akaya said. No, she was going to snap Takaru's neck and that pisses me off. Naruto shouted. Naruto, trust me, you should never cross the grandchildren of Oaken Yamato. Akaya said, shocking Naruto. Aokena Yamato. Naruto questioned with shock as he remembered that was the guy that had harmed Furin. Yes, these two are his grandchildren, Otahime and Guken Yamato. Akaya said. Don't worry. Seeing as you did not know who we are, I'll let your rude action go this time. However, then next tea, but then everyone's eyes widened as they all felt a dark and menacing aura from Naruto. What in the? Suddenly the ground started to shake with pebbles rising from the ground. Everyone's eyes widened as they all then stared at Naruto, whose hair was starting to rise and his eyes became completely white as he gritted his teeth with his body surrounded by bluish-green flames. Aokena Yamato you pig. Naruto growled with anger as a vein bulged from his forehead. What in God's name is he? Otahime thought with wide fearful eyes. Naruto's muscles twitched with anger as the flaming energy surrounding him grew and the floor beneath him started to crack. Dear Goda he's a monster. Otahime thought with fear and shock. As the energy grew, it then started to fade away until it completely vanished with his look returning to normal and the ground ceased shaking and cracking. Come on Takaru, let's get the hell out of here. Naruto said to his friend. You're right. Takaru said standing up. You can take Sho to Aki, right? Naruto asked the Venus members. Of course. Minurva said with a nod. Takaru, I have to say, you. Catch up to me when he's done wasting your time. Naruto said walking away ignoring the glaring Akaya. After Akaya finished talking with Takaru, the young man ran after his best friend, catching up to him and matching his pace. So what did the metrosexual maniac wanted to talk about? About my motives. Thanks for helping me out. What are friends for? Naruto said as he and Takaru smiled at each other. By the way, what's with the cool new weapons? Takaru asked pointing at Naruto's harness. These bad boys are my new Maken, Baransu. Balance, Naruto said going into a position with his left arm lowered and other pointed up with both hands gripping one end as both sticks with the other ends pointed at the back of Naruto. It's the same position Filipino actor Ronnie Ricketts does with his harness in the move Mano Mano. I'll just call it the Mano Mano harness stand from now on. Jen and Kenway made these for me. Naruto said with a smirk as he remembered the meeting before. Yo, I'm here. Naruto said coming through the door. Not knocking anymore. Minori questioned. Do you really care? Naruto said with a smirk and shrug. I guess not since it's just you. Minori said with her own smirk. Oi Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see the end of a bow staff jabbed in front of his face, but without making contact. Kenway pulled back the bow staff and twirled the bow staff in his hands before splitting it into a pair of harness and twirled them each by his hands before taking a mano-mano position. Whoa! Naruto said with amazement. Kenway then put them both in one hand and extended them to Naruto. Meet your new Maken. General said with a smirk. Naruto stared at the harness with shock. Maya Euro. Naruto reached and grabbed his new Maken and held them in his hand. Kenway and I made these bad boys ourselves. It took some time, but with our combined genius we created this pair to connect and conduct both your chakra and Maken energies, especially combining them both. General said. I call it, Gen's amazing. Baransu. Naruto said. Huh? Gen questioned with wide eyes. Naruto spun the pair in his hands before stopping them and gripping them tightly into his hands. That's what I'll call them. Naruto said looking at his pair of Maken. The perfect name. Kenway said with a smile and his hands in his pocket. Yeah, I guess. General said scratching the back of his head with his bottom lip out. Oh quit pouting. It's way better than what you were going to name it. Minori argued. Well how would you know? Because you were going to name it after yourself. You didn't even add Kenway's name in it. I was going to. Oh yeah, where? I'll just go. Naruto said before the argument got ugly. Awesome. Takaru exclaimed with amazement. I know right. I can't wait to try these in battle. Naruto said with a grin. I wouldn't want to be the guy on the end of those things. Especially with your barrage of punches. Takaru said. Oh, you my Oroora barrage. Naruto said with a cocky grin. Dude come on, don't call it that. You'll be stealing from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Takaru said. Huh, good point. Naruto admitted as he thought it over. How about Star Barrage? I don't think so. Platinum. You're still stealing. Then what do you suggest? Naruto asked starting to get annoyed. I'm not sure. Let's see a Euro. It does kind of look like you have extra arms when you use it. Takaru said. Extra arms a Euro aha. How about Asura? Naruto exclaimed with a grin. That's perfect. Because you're the reincarnation of Asura. Takaru exclaimed with his own grin. Actually I was referring to the fact that Asuras are demigods of the Buddhist religion that possess 6 arms. That whole reincarnation thing still freaks me out. Naruto said with a smile. There you are. The two turned to see Haruko and Azuki who both looked very angry. Hey you two, what's up? Takaru greeted the two. What the hell were you two thinking? Haruko yelled. They both went, feeling confused as to what she meant. You both interrupted a fight, breaking our club's rules. Azuki yelled. Oh that a Euro, Naruto said starting to sweat, forgetting about what he and Takaru did. Well, this guy was in danger, so You should have called the match off then. Haruko shouted, interrupting Takaru. But I didn't. No excuses Taki. You're in big trouble. Same goes for you Naruto. Azuki shouted as she and Haruko glared at the two with anger, anime style. What do we do? Takaru asked Naruto as he and his best friend had fearful anime-styled expression. Only one thing we can do. Naruto answered. Kango and Yuka were sitting under a tree, enjoying the shade protecting them from the scorching heat. Kango had his arm wrapped around Yuka, who was leaning into Kango with smiles on both their faces. Nothing better than to spend the day with the person you love, ha Yusui-kun. Yuka said with a smile. Definitely. I don't even remembered why I was so annoyed about this morning now that you're here. Kango said with a smile as brought Yuka closer to him. Oh Yusui-kun tilde. Yuka said with a smile as she played with his nose. Get your asses back here. They too turned to see Azuki and Haruko, both angry, chasing Naruto and Takeru, who were both frightened. We said we were sorry. Naruto shouted. That's not good enough. Azuki shouted back. You two are going to be hanged upside down from the school roof for the rest of the day. Haruko shouted. But it's so hot. We'll die from heat and the blood rushing to our heads. Takeru shouted. I don't mean to make Azuki and Haruko so mean, it's just that that's how Haruko treated Takeru in the manga, so I figured if I followed the manga with the fight, but with a different outcome, I figured why not have this part with Azuki and Naruto into the mix. Well, looks like they did something stupid again. Kango said. Ah, such love though. How sweet and complicated love can be. Yuka said with a smile. Hey Yuka, how about tonight we do that thing that you wanted to do? You know, with me bent face first into that angle with my feet tied up and next to each side of my head. Kango suggested with a smirk, surprising Yuka, before she smiled with a blush. Oh Yusui-kun tilde, you're my one and only. Yuka said with a smile as she and Kango locked lips. Who? Oaken questioned as he then drank his huge saucer of sake, sitting down on his pillow with his grandchildren down the small set of stairs below him. Naruto Uzumaki. He's most likely a new student there. Guken said. And why is he so interesting to you too? Oaken asked, wiping away the leftover liquid from his mouth. Well, for one, he had the nerve to show me such disrespect by ordering me around. Odahime said. Uh-huh. Oaken said with disinterest. And also because his elemental energy was off the charts. Guken said. How so? Oaken asked. Well, for starters, the ground shook like there was an earthquake and he was surrounded by flame-like aura of elemental energy. Odahime said. But there had also seemed to be something else to it as well. Either way, he is very powerful. Guken said. Really? Oaken said, now interested with this Naruto character. But a word of warning, grandfather. He seems to hold a grudge against you. Guken said. He even called you a pig. Odahime said with annoyance. Hama Yuro Miyabi. Yes, Oaken-sama. Miyabi Utori, Oaken's personal assistant, spoke. Find the files on this Naruto kid. I'm sure Minori had to have wrote them and put them somewhere. Oaken said, scratching his chest. Yes, Oaken-sama, but may I speak freely for a moment? Miyabi asked, earning a grunt and nod from Oaken for the go ahead. Your grandchildren did just say that he bears a grudge against you and he has the audacity to call you a Euro a pig, sir. Do you really want to delve into this? Miyabi asked as a dark-haired beautiful woman in a very revealing kimono bowed to Oaken, handing him another large saucer of sake. It's nothing new to me. Oaken said, grabbing the saucer. Besides, the way Odahime and Guken describe him makes me think that this boy is exactly what I'm looking for. Oaken said as he drank from his saucer. The first in the new line of Kamigari soldiers. Hanahime took a piece of a dumpling into her pair of chopsticks and fed it to Itachi. That's the last of it. Hanahime said, placing the chopsticks onto her empty plate. Sorry I couldn't make you more. It's quite alright. I'm always replenished since I'm hooked up here, but I am truly grateful that you are willingly to provide for me such meals. Itachi said with a small smile. It's no problem at all. Hanahime said with a smile and nod. Wabisuke just stayed silent as she fed Itachi, staying on guard in case something goes wrong. Hanahime stood up and bowed to Itachi. Good night, Itachi-san. Hanahime said before turning to leave, but she noticed Wabisuke didn't move from his spot. Wabisuke-kun, is something wrong? Hanahime asked. I'll catch up. You go on ahead. Wabisuke said. Alright. Hanahime simply said as she left the room. I know of your trick. Wabisuke said, catching Itachi's attention. You can see everything everyone else sees through direct contact with their eyes. I've known for a while now. Wabisuke said, shocking Itachi. So you've noticed because I've done the same to you. Itachi said. No. I noticed from the guards that usually come in to check up on you from time to time. I sensed the foreign power in their eyes. I only allowed you to use it on me as well. I also knew about Naruto being here from the very beginning and that you helped him. Wabisuke said, shocking Itachi. Why are you telling me this? Itachi asked, not seeing the point. So you don't underestimate me. When you're free, we might have to face off. Just food for thought. Wabisuke said before turning and leaving the room in silence. Itachi stared at the door before sighing. He may look like Sasuke, but he seems to be a bit like Naruto at times. Ah, my noggin. Naruto said, holding his head as he and Izuki headed back home. Next time stick to the rules. Izuki said with her arms crossed. I already told you that crazy chick was going to snap Takeru's neck, just because he tried to stop her from snapping another guy's neck. Naruto said. And Haruko and I are proud that you both did, but that was Oaken Yamato's grandchildren. Crossing them under being known as members of Maken hurts the club's reputation to Kamigari. Izuki said. Who cares? Naruto exclaimed. Everyone does. Izuki shouted. Well, if being obedient to the bratty and sadistic descendants of that ass is considered a bad thing, then call me the villain of Tenbi. Naruto shouted back. What is your deal? You've never even met Oaken Yamato. Izuki shouted. No, Buddha Yuro, I met someone who did. Naruto said, turning away with a glare. And I don't like him from what she told me. Naruto said, still feeling disgusted and saddened from what he was told. She. Who told you about him? Izuki asked with new curiosity. Furin. Naruto said. Why doesn't she like him? Izuki asked. I don't want to gossip. Naruto said. What did he do? Izuki asked with concern. Hey Euro, he's the reason she's afraid of men. Naruto said, shocking Izuki. Oh my god. Izuki said with immense shock. Izuki had sad eyes, unable to believe the information she had just heard. That a Euro that really is horrible, a Euro Buddha Euro, we can't just go against them. They're the grandchildren of Kamigari's chief, the man who owns the school. So what? We're strong enough, we could just send them packing and have Minori-chan become the boss of Kamigari. She could do a better job than that savage. Naruto said. Calm down, no need to declare war. Izuki said. But if that were to happen, then who would run the school? Gen. No, a Euro, I was thinking maybe Euro. Naruto then adjusted his tie as he looked up into the sky. You. Really? Izuki questioned with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, why not? I mean, there's a really slim chance that I'll ever get back to Konoha, so why not try and work towards becoming principal of the school? Naruto said, bashfully kicking up dirt with his hands in his pockets. I thought you wanted to be a chef for the rest of your life. Izuki said. Well, yeah, but I'm young. I still have time to figure out what I want to do with my life. Naruto said. That's true. Izuki agreed. Suddenly they heard a loud banging noise, making them look up to see they were at their dorm's building. Izuki was about to run up the stairs, but Naruto instead quickly grabbed her and jumped high up to their dorm's door. They then ran inside to find that Chaa was using a sledgehammer to break down one of the walls to make a hole. Chaa, what the hell? You won't believe it. Fu's living in the dorm next to ours, so I'm making a doorway between our dorms so that way she can visit us through this doorway. Chaa said with a grin. Chaa, you just can't do that. It's against the rules. Izuki shouted. Huh. Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of my hammer. Chaa said as she slammed her giant hammer into the wall once more, breaking it down, making a hole that led to Fu's dorm. Hey Imouto. Your sister's coming to visit. Chaa exclaimed as she ran right through the hole. Naruto and Izuki blinked a few times at this. Got to hand it to the girl, she sure is tenacious when it comes to getting her way. Naruto said. Sounds kind of familiar. Izuki said with her arms crossed as she looked at Naruto with a dull look. They all then heard footsteps coming from behind them to see Takeru, Haruko, Anaho and Himegami. What happened? We heard a ruckus. Relax Haruko, nay, it's just Chaa. Naruto answered. Again. Haruko said with a tried expression. Nay-chan, you don't have to pull my arm so hard tilde. Fu whined as Chaa dragged her into her dorm where Chaa noticed their neighbors. Hey guys, are you staying for dinner? Chaa asked with a smile. Actually Yeah, why don't you stay? I'll just make some clones to set up the extra table and chairs. Naruto said as he created a few clones to fetch the extra supplies while he went to cook. You have an extra table and chairs? Himegami questioned. Yeah, just in case for moments like this. Naruto said with a grin as he put on his apron while the clones took out the extra table and chairs, setting them in place. Come on Tilda, stay for dinner. You know you want to. Chaa said with a grin. I'm gamed. Takaru said with a smile. Me too. As long as Ni-san makes a huge cake. Anaho agreed. I guess it would be nice to take a night off from cooking dinner. Haruko said with a smile. Fine, I'll join, but only because it brings me great pleasure to know that you're my servant for a night. Himegami said with a smug smile, covering up her actual reason being that she loved Naruto's cooking so her fellow blonde's ego doesn't increase. I'll be right back. I need to get manji. Anaho exclaimed as she ran out the door to get her pet kitten. The rest of the night they all talked, told stories, laughed and ate a great meal. Fu was so happy to have this kind of evening, she never was so lucky before back in Tokigakure, so she cherished this night very close to her heart. Naruto could tell how Fu felt, because he felt the same way when he first sat down to a real meal with people he called his friends. It was nice to have another Jinchuriki as one of your friends, but it also reminded him of his home back in their home world. Although as he thought about Ida Euro, this world seemed to make him and Fu much happier than back in their home villages. He should feel guilty for thinking like that, but it didn't affect him at all. Honestly, Naruto was loving this place more than his own world. However, that didn't mean he didn't miss the friends he had been separated from. Don't think like that, he thought to himself. I'll push those thoughts aside for another time. Right now. Naruto looked around to see everyone enjoying themselves with smiles on their face. Just enjoy the night with your family. Naruto thought with a warm smile and tint of pink on his cheeks. Yeah, Euro, my family.